one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
One for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. Can't see what's written tomorrow. Some call it fate, but one thing I know, this time I will be in control. I'm caught in the fray, but we'll survive the battle. One for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down.
PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Grand Finals. I'm Wolfie, and today accompanying me will be
Eldoge, and we are the representative from the English broadcast for the Grand Final PMGC Season 0 2020.
Yes, and today we'll be having 8 matches being played in 4 different maps with 16 teams from the best regions of the world playing to be the best in the world as well.
Yeah, it's quite different from yesterday because we have only 7 matches, and for the first day it's only 6 matches. We do not know the exact reason, but it will bring more hype, it will bring more battle, it will bring more amazing moment coming from the teams, the top 16 that going for the grand final right now.
Yes, and we've seen many teams actually playing really well yesterday with Bigetron and also Futbolist raising in their rankings as well, with few other teams dropping and also raising their points. But today with 8 matches, there will be a lot of games to be played, and also teams will have more chances to increase their rankings.
Yeah, amazing to saw earlier for the day before. They play really well, and yeah, a lot of team going step forward towards the first page of the overall ranking. We can see right now Team Secret, Bigetron Red Aliens, Futbolist, and the other play really well. They collected a lot of points, and they need that because only 16 matches left today and tomorrow.
It's the final sprint with 16 matches left, so all teams will have to play their best if they want to have the world title on their belts right now.
Yeah, they need it. They need a lot of points because the prize pool is so high. The number 1 will get $700,000 US.
Yes, and before the match, we'll appreciate the official title sponsor of PMGC, Qualcomm Technologies, who deliver the ultimate gaming advantage with Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming. A full arsenal of hardware and software features that can be fully integrated into top-tier smartphones that are powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon 5G mobile platforms.
Yeah, OnePlus is a leading global mobile technology company featuring the ultra-fast OnePlus 80 5G smartphone as the official device of PMGC. OnePlus 80 is powered by the Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform. So all the players will use, or they are using the OnePlus 80 for competing for the grand final itself.
Yes, and Mountain Dew is the proud official beverage of PMGC, fueling the next generation of gaming talent.
Yes, Mountain Dew, the official beverage of PMGC 2020. And also, we are so honored to have the Dubai Tourism and Dubai Sport Council as our location sponsors. We thank them for their support and for making the event in Dubai possible.
Yes, those are our wonderful sponsors helping this event run as amazing as it is already right now.
Yeah, without them, we can see the top 16 they play right now. And ladies and gentlemen, for you guys, the viewers, today's giveaway event, the target is 2 million live viewers, and there will be OnePlus 80 and OnePlus Buds. For each is 9 items.
Yes, so for those of you who are watching, stay tuned because the count starts on our first match on Erangel later on.
Yeah, it will be counted as the first match, and don't forget to subscribe and the live chat. There will be a magic word for you guys to type, hashtag PMGCX OnePlus at the live chat. So for you guys who watch at YouTube right now, don't forget to type this hashtag.
Yes, to participate in the giveaway as well. We have 8 matches. It's a long time for you guys to participate, so don't forget to join every single match.
Yeah, do not forget, don't leave it because the giveaway is massive, and this is the day to target 1.5 million live viewers achieved. There are the players Sakib Jude, Agus Setiawan, Randy Estoquia, George. For those are the winner of OnePlus 80, and for OnePlus Buds, it's BMax, FitQ, Kamer, and also S-Squad Wiper.
Yeah, so those are winners for our OnePlus 80 and also OnePlus Buds for our second day winners. And of course today we'll have more winners as well. But on second day we actually have more winners as well for Michelle Johnson, Said Darwish, and also Bakso for OnePlus 80.
Yeah, and for OnePlus Buds, there are Christina Watris, Diego Zoom, and also Apon 47. So a lot of people already won the OnePlus 80 and also OnePlus Buds. So for you guys who haven't won it, who haven't win it, you still can join the event because we still have 2 days, today and also tomorrow.
Yes, with both days playing 8 matches, we'll have a long day ahead of us today. And also for all teams, it'll be a test of their stamina and their concentration. With 8 games, 4 maps being played, they have to change their strategy every game in accordance with the other teams as well.
But again, for the Battle Royale itself, stability is the key. They need to collect a lot of points, not only from the placement, not only from the kill, but the accumulation between those two.
Yes, and we will see the schedule for today as well for the 8 matches being played by all the teams. Here is the schedule.
So, like we already say before, day 3 right now is from the match 14 towards 21. So there will be 7 matches a day. Same goes to day 4, but at day 1 and day 2, we only have 6 matches for the day 1. And day 2, which is yesterday, 7 matches.
Yes, and for today and tomorrow will be 8 matches in total. So teams will have to really prepare for 8 games in total. It's a test of stamina, it's a test of concentration as well. And it will be frankly harder than yesterday since it's much longer than previous days. And also for those watching, this is our point system that will be officially used for PMGC 2020. For our winner chicken dinner, we'll have 15 points. For our second place winners, we'll have 12 points, 10 points, 8 points, and so on until 16, which will have 0 points until the 13th position.
Yeah, so unfortunately for the placement number 13 towards the 16, they do not have the points. So at least going for the number 12.
Yes. So these are the points that will be used to count every round for each team playing.
Yes, and right now the prize pool, like I already said before, the number 1, the champion, will bring back home $700 US. The number 2, the gap is quite far, $200,000 US, and also the number 3 or the third position, 100 USD, and goes on towards the 14, toward the 16, $5,000 US. So every participant will won the prize pool, and also there is the most valuable player prize, $15,000 US.
Yes, and also for MVP prize, it's quite big as well.
Yes.
It's quite large for this year, and the prize pool is significantly larger than the previous year.
Yes.
And these are our participating teams. We have BTR, DA, 4AM, Power 88, RRQ, KP, NOVA-XQF, and also ASL.
And also Zeus, Navi, Alpha 7, Futbolist, A1 Esports, Team Secret Malaysia, Team Secret Jin, and also Aerowolf Limax.
Yes, these are our 16 participating teams, and this is our 2 final days. So every team here has to give their best shot in actually winning the World Championship title.
Yeah, and also this is the 2-day matches, which is started by Erangel, the OG map, closed by Erangel also, but we already mentioned before, not only Erangel that will be the repetitive map, also Sanho goes for today.
Yes, yesterday we saw Erangel playing more frequently. This time we can see Sanhok actually being doubled today.
Yeah, doubled today. The only map that same with yesterday is Miramar, and also Vikendi will be only play once. And this is a champion projection, which is the day number 2, match 7. So it's the previous day. We can see Klas Digital Athletics still has the most win rate, 12.8%, and they show us the performance because they closed the day with the first number or the first rank at the overall ranking.
Yes, we can see actually from DA, they played really consistency well. They have 2 chicken dinners, the most amount as well from each other team as well, and they look really consistent throughout 2 days of games.
Yeah, and again, this is just a projection. So the fundamental or the basic strategy for all the players in the Battle Royale situation is to collect a lot of points, not only from the placement, not only from the kill, but the accumulation. So the stability, again, is the key for winning this tournament.
Yes, and with 2 days left, 8 games a day. It's quite a long journey for each team right now, but they cannot waste any map.
Yeah.
Because if they waste 1 game, other teams will definitely get in front of them in terms of points.
Yeah, and I really agree with you, Wolfie, when you say that in these 2 days, 8 games a day, it is a task for them, their stamina, their concentration, because Battle Royale, a lot of variable, a lot of things can be done, can be happen. So the best strategy, the one who has the element of surprise, can show their best performance towards the other teams.
Yes, and definitely this PMGC has the most amount of matches compared to other World Global Finals for PUBG Mobile.
Yes.
So this will be a new test for every team participating this year.
Yeah, and I really like, you already mentioned before, this is the highest stage, PUBG Mobile Global Championship, and to be the winner of this is really the winner, is really the global champion, because all regions are joining right now. Even though Southeast Asia, there's no India in here, but still, this is the biggest stage for them right now.
Yes, and we can see right now 16 teams battling out in our first match, Erangel. I am still anticipating to see who will win the first match, because yesterday we saw many teams winning on Erangel. We saw 4AM dominating the first day. We saw Bigetron actually winning on Erangel as well. And we've seen many teams actually getting 1 single chicken dinner on Erangel, the OG map of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, and not to mention Team Secret closed the day with Erangel winner chicken dinner. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to the first match of the day. Back to the OG map. The first game, Erangel will be for So these are the teams that competing right now, like you already mentioned before, the tasks of stamina and another thing like that. But again, when it comes to the first match of the day, it is very important for them because it can boost their mood, it can boost their stability, because to have a lot of points at the beginning of the day, that will be a good thing for them.
Yes, and as we wait for the first game to, for all the players to get in the first game, we'd also like to highlight like a few teams who are still underperforming actually. Like I can see like Aerowolf, they dominate the Indonesian scene, they dominated the Southeast Asian scene as well, but I haven't seen them performing on their best performance during the whole PMGC.
Yeah, and if we talk about the teams that going their best at the short run, because this only a 4 days battle, so Aerowolf Limax and again RRQ Athena and the other team that have the popularity for that term, like NOVA-XQF also. NOVA-XQF, I think the only one, and also RRQ Athena, these two teams already did their best, but we haven't seen the other team that can perform like them. But again, this is the global championship, a lot of things can be happen. Maybe the other team that not performing right now still have something under their sleeve.
Yes, we can see actually a few teams also playing really well, like Zeus yesterday played really well on their air angle as well. And also for other teams like Navi, they played really well on the second day. We've also seen a few good matches coming from Power 88 where they played really aggressively well. But again, this is the World Championship. This is the final battle stage for all teams. Of course, they're facing the best of the best.
Yeah, the best of the best. And like you already mentioned before, Navi and also Konina Power and also the other team that right now already on the first page. Maybe for Navi and DA. And for Navi itself, I don't know. They opened the day with the winner chicken dinner.
Yes.
They play really well at the first match, but I don't know the second match until the end they do not perform well. But again, a lot of things can be happen, and yesterday is just the new journey because we already skipped 2 days. Maybe they have a lot of things that prepared before and they can show them to the other team.
Yes, and today, of course, we'll have 8 matches. It's a long day, so every team will have a lot of chances to actually fix a few games that actually messed up yesterday, because we know that like a few teams actually had to fight it on really early when they dropped. They had to fight for vehicles, they had to fight for small shacks, and that it wasn't really worth it losing members in the early part of or early stages of the game.
Yeah, that's one of the problem, because we know at the big map like Erangel and Miramar vehicle is really important aspect to be the winner of that match. And I don't know, maybe they just want to secure a lot of vehicle before, because from the regular season, what I already saw earlier, these teams already have their own drop zone, but at the grand final, for most of the team already changed their drop zone. I mean, like the map Vikendi, Nova going for Abby, and also Bigetron going for Tovar, and also the other team changed their route, changed their drop zone. So this is the unique side, one of the unique side when it comes to the grand final.
Yes, of course. And of course, coming into the last 2 days, lots of them have made their adaptations as well. They've changed their play style. We know Zeus, they played they have like a shaky performance, but coming into the second day yesterday actually, they played really aggressively, especially on Erangel. They got 11 kills in one match, which showed that they have the potential to be a very scared team once they get a good position.
Oh yeah, talking about Zeus, one of the kind, because from the regular season, maybe they do not perform the best of them, but coming to the grand final, because they are one of the kind of the team that under the radar, we do not see much from them. We do not see a lot of playstyle from them, but coming to the grand final, there is a good advantage, or the advantage side for them, because they can show the best of them, they can show the surprise of them, and they did pretty well at the second day earlier.
Yes, and one surprising team as well is RRQ Athena. They were the first world champions of PUBG Mobile. And even so many years after, they're still competing at the highest level right now. And even they played really well on the first 2 days.
Yeah, and RRQ Athena, we still do not see Senior to be played at the roster lineup. But maybe that's one of the surprise or the element of surprise from RRQ Athena. But agree with you, RRQ Athena is one of the team that have the consistency from the early stage of PUBG Mobile itself. And yeah, RRQ Athena is just one of the kind, man.
Yes, they have a really strong roster coming in this time. Even without Senior playing, they played really well, with BR11 being one of the best shooters in the game right now.
Yeah, but talking about the old man, we can say, the old team like RRQ Athena, and then Bigetron Red Aliens, NOVA-XQF, but the other hand, or on the other hand, there are a lot of teams, the newcomer coming to the grand final itself, like Navi and also Zeus, and again Power 88. They are the newcomer coming towards the global scene, but the player itself already competing or competed for about a lot of times, coming from the first season maybe at the PUBG Mobile competition scene itself.
Yes, and right now we're still waiting for teams to get into our first game as well. And we're also hoping that every team can give their best on each single game.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for, because to be the champion of the global championship already a good title for us, but to be the champion from the best of the best, the day that all teams playing their best, is the reason, it's the aim for all teams in here, because they do not want to be the champion, but the other team just have a trouble, just have a bad day, because I think that's not a complete champion for them.
Yes, and this is actually the first and only World Championship on 2020, because if you remember in 2020, we had PMW East and West,
Yes.
but we didn't have our global finals back then.
Yeah.
So this will be the first time in almost a year for all teams from all regions actually meeting in one tournament.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's like a collaboration between the East and the West, right? So all regions are coming in here, competing in here for one title, the champion of global championship.
Okay. And right now, we're still waiting for the teams to get into our first game. It's not going to be long anymore because the teams are almost ready to battle out for our first game.
Yeah, and again, like I already mentioned before, we want to see the best performance from all teams. So we wait these two players because we want to see the first match will be the hype, the mood for us. We want to see the best performance from them. And yeah, like we already mentioned before, these top 16 teams already did their best for about 2 days earlier, and they want to show us again for these two last day. And the matches is more because one day 8 matches.
Yes, and this is maybe one of the longest days I've seen in a competitive PUBG Mobile competition.
Yeah.
I think the longest one previously was 7 games a day.
Yeah, maybe usually we see in a competition scene at PUBG Mobile itself for about 6 matches. It's like the normal day of PUBG Mobile competition, but yesterday adding towards the 7, and right now and tomorrow for about 8, because I don't know, maybe they need a lot of points, because this starting from yesterday they already played their best, they already do not have any more problem, and we hope it will last until the end of the day.
Yes, and we can see right now all team icons right now readying up for our first game on Erangel, the OG map of PUBG Mobile, although Erangel has had few changes
Yes.
in Erangel 2.0, but essentially it's still the same map as it always was.
Yeah, and the change itself is make the map better. I mean, like the compound, and again the defensive area, the terrain, it changes, but for the better of the player itself. They can hide in that particular area, they can defend the place for them, and maybe another thing for their adding up rotation moment. So it's very amazing to see Erangel right now, because it's different, but it's still the same in the same way.
Yeah, with the addition of more trenches, more tanks
Yes.
around the map, it makes the map more viable to actually play in open fields compared to only using compounds as your defensives.
Yeah, when we talk about Erangel also, I really like that PUBG Mobile decides Erangel will be the most map to be played by the players of PUBG PMGC itself, because like we already mentioned before, this map is one of the kind, and I can say boldly that Erangel is the most competitive map. Like you already mentioned before, right now we can play more open field. I mean, like it's easier for us, not have compound, not have vehicle, we still have the terrain, we still have the trench to defend ourselves, and so that's the amazing of Erangel right now.
Yes, and of course, as the most competitive map, it is most used as well
Yes.
now. As you can see right now, most teams are also most comfortable on Erangel because it is the oldest map, it is the most competitive map, and in my opinion, my perspective, it's the map that's most fair in every position. You can play from any position on Erangel.
Yeah, I think so. The most fair, because a lot of things can be used by the players. I mean, there's a high ground, I think the compound, the trench, the new update trench, the new update slope. So it can be used right now for the players to make their play style better than the others. And it's really amazing coming from Erangel. So that way, 4 Erangels a day, I think we will not getting bored by them, because there will be every map there will be different play style, there will be different action coming from the teams, coming from the players of PMGC itself.
Of course, and of course with every single map being played, from Erangel, Sandhawk, Miramar, and also Vikendi, every map has their own characteristics.
Yes.
Every map has the best strategy to be played. So each team has to adapt to every single map, has to adapt to every single strategy being played by each team as well, which makes PUBG Mobile really competitive and also really hard at the same time.
Yeah, adapt, improvise, overcome is the term that need to be used, that need to be maximized by the player, because right now it's the highest stage. They want to be the champion, they want to be the #1, and to be the #1 they need to have a different playstyle that's better than the others. And I totally agree with Wolfie that every map already have their own characteristic. Like Miramar is different with Erangel, and at the same way Sandhawk and also Vikendi. So that way a 4 map played, all of the 4 maps a day, it's actually really shown that this tournament, PMGC itself, is really amazing for the player itself.
Okay, so until further notice, until we wait for all the players and teams to enter the first game, we will cut to a break first. I will come back after this short break.
Yeah, so see you guys after the break.
The battle won for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. Can't see what's written tomorrow. Some call it fate, but one thing I know, this time I will be in control. I'm caught in the fray, but we'll survive. The battle won for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
It's time for the PMGC Finals Million Reward Guess. We have prepared 50 million AG, 5 million UC vouchers, and $150,000 for you to take home. Here's the steps to win the prizes. Step 1. Guess the champion. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC vouchers at stake, guess who will be the PMGC Finals champion before January 21st? To those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Step 2. Daily guess winner chicken dinner and top 3 ranking. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC voucher prize pool each day, guess which teams will win the chicken dinner and the top 3 rankings. As it was in step 1, to those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Last but not least, if you guess everything correctly, you're now in the $150,000 prize pool. The prize pool will be distributed accordingly to the amount of winners. For example, one winner can take away $150,000. With 2 winners, the prize pool is split into $75,000 per person. And if there are more than 100 players in the prize pool, we will select 100 players and give away $1,500 per person. What are you waiting for? Join now and make the million reward guess.
All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle, one for glory. All survival, the challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end game. The battle, one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. Can't see what's written tomorrow. Some call it fate, but one thing I know, this time I will be in control. I'm caught in the fray, but we'll survive. The battle, one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. We're on time. Take one step for the jump. The battle, one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end game.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
Up against RRQ here. Beer 11 here with the DP going to be holding out the high grounds here. Going to be getting a couple shots in here, getting ASL, getting a couple knocks, shutting in. And that's going to be a really, really rough one here for them here. Ladies and gentlemen here, ASL, they're going to be smoking up their compound a little bit more, but they are going to be tanking their circle for a little bit more. They have to play a little bit slow. But meanwhile, RRQ, they're going to be taking advantage of this situation here. They buy a little bit of time as G9 was pretty much knocked out at the meanwhile here. So they are going to be picking it up D2E as they have to kind of figure out what's the rotation plan for the next plan here. Meanwhile, ASL, they take advantage. Looks like they want to try and finish off RRQ. But they don't exactly want to take the risk here. G9 gets picked off. ASL still running around with just checking out the vicinities here, but nothing is out of the ordinary yet here. D2E is going to back off. ASL trading a couple shots in here. Joker is going to retreat and hold the guns in here. And meanwhile, DA is going to catch them out in the open here as a couple of shots are going to be on its way. Beer 11 here. Wow. Actually getting towards one of the compounds and left all by himself.
Oh, G9 got shot down entirely fast, coming out from heaven. That's a death shot right in the face. And that's kind of a very casual shot. And on the other side, they are just being finished off as well. There's a heavy casualty coming up from RRQ side. They didn't see this one coming. They are very split into two, very far apart, and they kind of lost the whole team, half of the team, just by doing that. A kind of a not very wise decision making, if you ask me. Abrupt Slayers, they got themselves discompared for themselves around the farm, but they're just gonna loot things up. I do notice that Leon doesn't have any helmet on him yet. I'm not sure how these guys gonna play this one out, but apparently they are just loot while hopping to one compound to the other. Side of 4am, they just passed by Secret Jin just now without any harm befallen upon Team Secret Jin, but it's going to be okay for now. For how long? Because 4am seems to be spotting out the position as we speak, and Savant trying to spot the rest of A1 who just lingering around the corners just on top of this mountain or the hills. And it's a very quiet now. Everything goes very quiet. We do know when it comes for the quiet, it's going to be a storm coming up very soon.
Yeah, very wise decision here from 4am to actually huddle up into his compounds here. Especially with the circle, it's still unpredictable in this stage of the game as well, considering that it may be some parts in the military island, some parts in the mainland as well here. So they have to secure themselves here. So 4am, they are splitting up their forces a little bit here, getting a little bit more advantage towards the forest department here. Looks like the circle is going to be forced to get towards the outskirts of Milta. So teams from the military island is going to suffer a little bit more here. Meanwhile, Team Secret Jin, they are forced to kind of put themselves in a very, very awkward position here. Cosmo's pretty much going to be gatekeeping in one of the tolls here, but meanwhile, that's not going to be a lot of cover here, whereas the rest of the teams are slowly swarming in towards the next phase of circle here. That's lame. Looking around for those compounds here, you can see the buggy does find himself a really nice place to dock themselves here, but with very limited information yet, as the rest of the team are not pretty much grouped up yet here. As you can see, look at this, Chu. The circle pretty much very congested and towards the Milta vicinity here, and we do see a couple of teams actually tanking the zone here. What are your thoughts on that, Chu?
Oh, it's overcrowded for now. Look at the colors. They're going to be super busy the next moment. We mentioned about this. One team is going to be Futbolist, come out very late. Same goes for Aerowolf, still inside, very inside of the blue. They might just going to take over the longer route. On the side of Heaven, they got themselves quite decent kills against RRQ. Just now 2 members out for RRQ, but not the whole team out yet. NOVA-XQF, surprisingly the first team to be fallen at 16 plays at first. With RRQ only 1 member left, I don't know what happened to the rest of them, because... And I'm not sure whether it's G9 or G2E that's still surviving. Secret Jin, on the other hand, if they were to take over this compound, they need to cross that street, which is going to be an open field, an open area for everybody to shoot them down. It's more than 2 teams around that corner. It's going to be 3 precisely. And Savant start to pick the fight against Secret Jin. Kangzo returns back the favor by firing that back upon them, while Renare, on the other hand, Aerowolf gonna rotate this very late. They play kind of almost a similar style as if you ask me, the approach is almost the same as 4am, but there's gonna be a bit of a car flip. Don't do this at home.
Oh, very, very interesting choice here coming from Aerowolf, considering that they were on the military island self here. They actually tanked the circle twice and rotated from the island, from the western bridge, and then coming in from the western side here. That's a really huge rotation here. They might be going into this next phase of the zone relatively late, as well as blind into those games as well, because the rest of the teams are pretty much making so much noise, so much information throughout the vicinity as well. Look at this. Team Secret Jin looks like they will solidify. They'll try to hold their grounds against 4am. try and contest the toll vicinity here. Gangzo getting a couple shots in here, but we do see Konina Power also going to be trying to kick a little bit of a pixel tickle here, whereas 4AM is going to try and hold down the mountain terrains here. But look at this, Hasaki will pick up Cosmos to begin with here. That's going to be a not looking too good for Team Secret Jin. As you can see, Kagazo is going to try and pick him up here, and fortunately for him, they will be able to manage to save him in the nick of time there, Chu.
I can see the Konina Power just now. That sway coming from that scope for Scott Hill is not an easy dance for you to control your barrels. But in the meantime, it's very sparse for Konina Power. They are kind of in between within so many teams, but they just making sure they didn't get discovered so fast. In the meantime, this sort of shift, a bit hard shift towards the left side, but look at that spray. Kang just a bit subpar, not clipping anybody just yet. 4AM just gonna pass by without any harm before, not even a brazen check if you ask me, to pass towards the next compound they're aiming for. They got themselves into the circle just to make sure they won't get pressured by the blue as well. Zeus on the other hand already parked themselves in the middle of farm, but it's not going to be just in this compound. They'll be occupied more than one teams here, probably going to be 3 teams right across them, while the other two teams are fighting against each other. There's 3 teams breathing behind them next. In the meantime, 4AM take down here. Savan will be knocked down by Zeus first, and Sinha trying to get on Navi's side. So they're picking every corner there is. 4AM, they just don't know when to stop shoot, to stop moving. They just keep on finding their victims for the cross of their arsenals.
Yep, and speaking of which, 4AM taking full advantage of the situation and getting a couple knocks to Team Secret Jin, and then immediately taking advantage of the situation and rotate in. So fortunately for them, they do find themselves a really nice cover to begin with here, and guess what? They are smack middle of the circle here. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are going to be slowly creeping away in and potentially clashing in towards the guys from 4AM. Meanwhile, 33 Sven here, he does get knocked off here, so Hasaki, he's trying to make a way, trying to go in for the save. However, not the most ideal situation here, because there is 14 team alive, 55 alive in this relatively small circle. This is pretty tough one here, especially even for 4AM, a legendary team themselves here. Meanwhile, Zeus IC going to be making sure that 33 Sven doesn't have the easiest of pickup here, or maybe even potentially get picked off completely there, Chu. As IC actually getting knocked here, Hasaki returns the favor. 4AM, they're completely on fire here. However, slowly but surely here, 33 Sven here, he is bleeding out eventually here. What is 4AM going to do here? Because as of now, the rest of the members here from the southern section here, we do see BTR going to be holding on the fight against Konina Power on top of that as well. Zexer is going to get knocked off. Meanwhile, Ryzen as well. They are trading after trade here. Meanwhile, little did they know here, there is also a team creeping up behind them here, Chu.
Yeah, Futbolist just arrived. They are the last one to be inside of the circle, but they will not stop going in. They are moving forward, and they will have to take down on Bigetron first. Their path has been crossed here, and Konina Power just now, they got stuck between so many teams, but now stuck into another 3-way battle. We talk about Futbolist creeping behind with a DP28 Rome, trying to scope for Zoxy, being very quiet, but couldn't land a shot yet. He's a bit hesitant when it comes to making a call, and it's going to be important because you want to make sure you don't want to exploit too much for your position. The moment you open up fires, you have to make sure it's going to be one whole knockdown entirely, or not. It's going to be a waste of time, a waste of economy and resources. Now, Luxy, where would he go? He spot a couple of members in a small window, but Frozen will keep on frozen in time. He got knocked down first on the second story of the house, but that was huge. That nade was beautiful. 100% sealed the deal from Ryzen, but it's not done yet. Bigetron, they cannot take a breather. The nade for more, but Ryzen, he got punished out of nowhere. Where did that shot coming out from?
Futbolist taking advantage of the situation, going for the third party here, going fantastic upper here, and now the former champion, they're gonna get swamped in as Raul gets a couple knocks in. The nades comes in to finish them off, and BTR, they're in some serious trouble. They're in between the crosshairs of both these two titans here. Tuxky trying his best to actually hold down the fort for the team. Rest of the members here coming from Bigetron Red Aliens here, and now cooking a nade here. Zaxi, can he go in for the lob? Does he connect? Looks like a good one here. Luz managed to pop the first aid here. Doesn't seem to connect there, so Luz couldn't survive. Meanwhile, Zoke actually gets started off from Microboy. He's holding down the fort, but eventually also gets taken down. Futbolist with tactical decision here. They are going to try and hold down the compound as the circle is slowly creeping away. 10 seconds left before the next phase comes in. Zaxi is going to be last man standing for the former champions here. He's going to be holding down the fort. He gets knocked to lose here. And can he still do it for the team here? Because the circle is going to push them all out here. Futbolist today going for the pick up here. Meanwhile, Konina Power, they're just taking a chill pill. They're just slowing down their pace here. They are gonna try and third party and get a couple kills here. Meanwhile, big name from Lover. Also, that's on open. It's gonna be some trouble. Tries to hold down the front, but he's out in the open. Lovers, he gets tagged up pretty low. Succeed. Can he do it here? The Wonder Boy is getting flanked from multiple here. Meanwhile, Lovers, he's gonna take advantage and heal up. And Zuxi, he lives for now. But this is gonna be a really, really rough game here for Zuxi here, Chu.
Is a huge responsibility for Zuxi again to just make a miracle play, make a huge clutch over and over, and now it's down to him and him only to make a big impact, to make a change for the team. While in unison, they move for volley to spot out Zuxi again. I have to say, Zuxi has no way out now. He's been blocked. All exit, all way out is just being barricaded by the buggies. There's no way for him to actually escape there. If he does actually can get away from this kind of circumstances, which is too sticky for him, but Futbolist, they figure things out. They want to go for the safe zone first, while Rogue is scouting over Zuxi. He's just across him. Couldn't spot him out yet. This move covers him so well. Zuxi being staying very quiet, hoping and praying Futbolist to spot him out. Rogue still kind of figures there's somebody around the corner. They can't smell him. They sniffed out his position, but Solke is there as well for the backup. Abrupt Slayers eliminated at 13, while Team Secret Malaysia fighting against the Titans, the powerhouse of 4 a.m. But that's not done yet. He knocks one down, I think. And now there's one more to go. He's only needs to go against the blue. The blue closing in for the mall. There's nowhere to go. He needs to get out. It's the fifth phase. It's not as merciful anymore. At the mercy of the blue. Can he heal it on time?
Yep, he's gonna try and go for the hill here. Meanwhile, Konina Power is gonna try and smoke their way in towards the out and openness. But Futbolist is slowly creeping their way in here. Zuxi gets a couple shots in. Meanwhile, no, he gets taken out there. That will be it for Bigetron Red Alien here. A really tough circle indeed here. Futbolist taking advantage here. Tactical decision. They finally creep in. Meanwhile, Konina Power, they've heard all this commotion here. Looks like they will be split out a little bit more as the circle is gonna be forcing them out in the open here. Meanwhile, another fight is about happening here. The Western side here, Team Secret, going to be gatekeeping a couple of members here coming from ALS. As you can see, Rex is slowly chipping away towards the pixels here, alongside with 4 a.m. here. This is a disastrous fight for the guys in purple there, Chu. That is hard push there coming from 4 a.m. as well as Team Secret there.
Is a complete mayhem broke up the movement. They have a bit of a hardship for the circle just now. 4 a.m. so still holding this compound quite strong. They have 4 walls to go against them, and it's not going to be that easy to take these Titans to go down. Navi eliminated next. The Western world has kind of crumbles over as 4 a.m. triumph for now. A1 does not donate, falls down one more member there. A1 seems to be finished off by the play zone as well. We're talking about Aerowolf kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere, and we know it just happened to fight so many teams in front of him with only a small hut to take cover from. Digital Athletics also eliminated. What happened to all the top 5 teams? Seems to be dropping like flies as we speak. They cannot even hold their ground.
Meanwhile, in the midst of chaos as well, everyone is struggling to make it to the next phase zone as well. No cover whatsoever. Vehicles is going to be the key component here, and Futbolists, they are going to be looking to solidify to get them as much manpower as they can towards this next phase circle here. Meanwhile, Team Circuit has been one of the biggest threats in this game here. They've got 5 kills in total. Look at this. They're going to be trying to third party this fight. Meanwhile, they're going to be sending you high with the buggy to provide a little bit of a cover and also mobility here, whereas Zeus is going to be smoking up in the corner of here. Lewis will catch up Rex there. That's going to be Rex down for the count. Knocked here. As Futbolist, they're thinking about going for the push here. Are they going to do it here? As okay, it's going to be smoking up to try and take care of the Seer. As they need it for their fight here. Looks like they won't stop. I'm going to fight. iShots will get a couple shots in. He gets a nice knock here. Fantastically done here coming from Team Secret. But can they keep our momentum here with Team Secret here? They are getting swarmed in, and Futbolist, they go in for the huge swarm. A huge flank coming from Love, and they go in for the clutch save, and Futbolist, they managed to win the 4v4 against Team Secret despite all the commotion there, Chu.
I don't want to be the receiving end that's getting in the fight against footballers. They have been taking after one team to another. They're just bulldozing every single team they're fighting against. They're moving in such a great resonance as a team. They're taking all the Titans down easily. It looks so easy on their side. Zeus on the other hand, Zero is still surviving. They lost one man down. 4 a.m. as well. Might just have a couple of casualty on their side. Savant is knocked down for the many times ever, and nobody can revive him for now. It's too risky for them to expose themselves just to save one mate. Sometimes you have to neglect, you have to abandon the ship if you need to, for the sake of a greater good. On the side of Zeus, Godless, oh well, I have to say he's not bulletless because he got pinned down so bad by 4 a.m. who's suppressing them to stay in the blue as much as possible. But the circle shift downwards. Again, it's gonna be two teams inside of it. One of it gonna be Konina Power and Futbolist again. They're being favored for this first game in day number 3.
A big nade there coming from Zeus there as they hold down the 44 a.m. is taking a lot of damage, and meanwhile they are on the furthest edge of the circle. They need to make this work here. Meanwhile, we are down towards the final 5 here. But Molotovs has been made here coming from Sinhurst. Yo, he is pretty much in a really tough spot here. He does have 9 kills for the team here. They've got a total 9 kills from Zeus, but can they do a little bit more here? Because we are down towards the final 5 team. Futbolist, they have gotten 10 kills themselves here. They've conquered everyone from the south here. They've destroyed both Team Secret. On top of that, at this time, they have the high ground. They have the numbers advantage, and 4 a.m. is not in the clear yet. And Futbolist is looking to rack up some serious points this game, Chu.
They just so potent. I have to say, football is coming up very strong for the first game here. Giving such an impact. Cannot even stop. 4 a.m. Hasaka is still trying to pin down on the Zero. I think that's the last member for this for now. But he's going to be struggling just to keep the boat afloat. And no! There's going to be one more team down. Zeus on the top 5. Down to 4. Futbolist. 4 a.m. It's going to be Alpha 7 and also Konina Power has been very quiet for the past few battles here. And they're still standing down, playing at the sideline, watching about what's happening, and just gonna play it very safe because there's only white left on the side of Alpha 7. Raw, he's trying to state out some statement here. On the side of Futbolist, still going in such a great team play come from these guys. They might be scared for now. Brazen a bit. Lovazim kind of been shot by a couple of bullets. Team another one down on top of 4 a.m. Futbolist, they might just win, take away this game.
And ladies and gentlemen here, that is going to be Futbolist taking the chicken dinner for today. The first game for today. What a phenomenal finish here from Futbolist here. Very tactical attack coming in from the southern side. I did not expect that at all, Chu. Wow, what a performance here. This is the Futbolist that we've been seeing from last year in the PMGC in Malaysia as well. This is how they usually play here. Extremely smart, extremely tactical, and their timing was impeccable on top of that. Look at the attack here from how they actually attacked from the south side when they engaged against BTR. That was insane. Like, who would have thought that the perfect timing was just wait them to kind of panic and then just go in for the sweep here, and just did not expect them to actually came out unscathed here, and they had actually 4 men alive despite the miss of so much offense from the northern section there, Chu.
I have to agree. The way they moved, they came in very late into the circle. Plus, they are not one of the teams. They're kind of in the center of all the entire faces. Plus, they didn't turn many heads before. Nobody gave them that much of attention that they needed, and nobody actually gave too much attention towards them when they first walked into the circle. And they just came in from the back, backstabbing every single team they can find, bulldozing, sacrifice a bit of here and there for the knockdowns, but come back quite strong for this one. And they just changed the whole team. I have to say, a bit back to the class. Like, if you watch how they move in unison for how Futbolist move as a 4 instead of the usual 1-3 or different kind of formation strategy that everybody's trying to vary and a bit of out of the box. But the way Futbolist play is just back about the basics. It's just we go for 4 man, we go for every angle's covered, we just shoot whatever in front of us, take any compound that seems to be having a little bit of some neighborhood or whatsoever inside of that, and just wipe them out entirely. And they just don't hesitate to make a move. You saw how confident they are when they start moving forward to take out one compound after the other, and they never stop until they get themselves that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I really like how they actually took advantage of all the chaotic moments here, especially for the northern section. We saw Navi was going head-to-head on northwest section of the corner as well. Team Secret was kind of in the midst of all that fight, where they kind of just held their ground on this couple of mountains here. They were picking fights against 4AM. 5AM was also initially smack middle in the farmhouse as well. They were one of the biggest threat in the game here, and Futbolist, what they did was phenomenal because no one would expect you to be able to win from the south section, especially when there's just so many teams taking advantage of those high ground vantage long range camps here. And Futbolist was able to just play a little bit slow, wait for the right timing. Even the engagement with BTR, they took it slow, take it tactical. They made sure they burn out resources before actually pushing out. And despite that, they were able to kind of flush out Konina Power on top of that. And I think one of the biggest obstacle that Futbolist had faced was pretty much Team Secret going for the rush against them. Like, that was the deciding factor for Futbolist. If they lost that fight, that would be it for Futbolist, because if they took that fight, they pretty much get control of the circle here, where they have so much cover, they have so much information to deal with you as well, especially when the northern section of the circle, where all the teams were kind of stuck. They don't exactly have vehicles, they don't exactly have covers. They've expended so much in terms of resources just to get their backs covered in that regards here. So I would say Futbolist, they were smart in the sense where they had very, very little resources here. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen here, this is a very, very interesting game for you guys here. Congratulations for those of you guys who've actually guessed this out here, because as of now, this is going to be the million reward guess. And whoever is guessed Futbolist here, this is going to be a potential nice prize for you guys. A huge chunk here coming towards you guys who's pretty much predicted there, Chu.
And hopefully you guys get the guess right for the second game, because we have more games here today to be offered for you guys for your entertainment, and plus it's your tournament as well. We have 8 games in total, 8 matches to be presented here. First one will be Irango, the next one is going to be Miramar. And don't forget to hashtag away the magical word later. We're going to announce it. But Digital Athletics, even though they didn't got themselves that chicken dinner just now, still stand strong with 1 point away from 4AM. 4AM, on the other hand, they didn't get that chicken, but it's more than enough to maintain it. The top 3 here with 141 points for Digital Athletics. 4AM with 140 points second place. Secret catching up very soon, 136 at number 3. NOVA-XQF not performing quite well. Among the first one to be out, 128 points. 5th place Futbolist, 115, 109. Bigetron Red Aliens, just 108. But 1 point away is going to be RRQ Athena. That's going to be the first pager.
Yep, and on the bottom side here, we do see Navi actually falling out towards the 9th place here. Going to be securing himself 105 total points here. Konina Power will remain on the 10th place here with 104 points in total. Team Secret Gene will fall into the 11th place here with 1 chicken dinner and 97 points. Alpha 7 on the 12th place here, actually pulling up in terms of ranks here with 89 points here, but it's still going to be a long climb towards the top half of the board here. Alpha Power 88 is going to be on the 13th place here. Aerowolf is going to be on the 14th place. ASL going to be 15th place here, and A1ES in the 16th place here. And A1ES feels a little bit unfortunate for them here, considering that this was the game that they stood a really good chance in the northwest section. However, they were in a really tough spot because they were pinned between multiple teams here, especially coming from 4AM as well as Team Secret. But before we get into more in-depth into that regards here, ladies and gentlemen, this is Loversin, the MVP for that match here. 5 kills in total, 727 damage has been done here. And guess what? It's no surprises he's the MVP. Look, remember that fight where he kind of held the ground and kind of outplayed Zuxi in the bottom segment of the farmhouse there, and he was able to just apply pressure just by not doing anything. That was just insane. Like, the trigger discipline to try and bait him out, despite knowing that Zuxi was pretty much out in the open, free, pretty much an open free target for him to kill here. But he played it cool, played patient here. You know what? Let's play the numbers game. Let's not overextend and get enough kills. Let's play it for the win, and he did exactly that there, Chu.
They are playing team play. I'm talking about how they split into 2 teams to make sure they got themselves the safety of the zone, plus getting kills at the back line. But here's going to be the head-to-head between the Futbolist player and Loversin as well, talking about the damage, the contribution towards the team, how they actually made an impact into the entire game. It gave them a lot of... pretty much these 2 guys are the backbone for the team as well. And I have to say, Loversin did actually make a big play with 1 nick that can change everything. He drops a lot of bullets that actually mattered. And while Zeus, he survived the longest of all his teammates, but he contributed to as a team more than the other of Nova, 44.3%. And he tanked quite a lot as well. Damage received with 523 damage. He did a lot of damage output. So I have to say, Lovazen, he plays smart. You know, sometimes it's not about how much you get the output, how much damage. It's all about how much you can secure the kill. It doesn't matter if you don't actually have that much damage output as long as you secure the kills.
Yep, based on the stats as well, here are going to be some more stats for you guys here with kill and highest damage here. Looks like Futbolist will be topping the charts here with 2,497 damage done total, 15 kills in total. That's going to be 15 points in total for them here. Meanwhile, Zeus also being one of the biggest contributing factor in that game here. One of the biggest threat for some of these teams who's trying to rotate to his farmhouse was pretty much dealt by Zeus, Futbolist, and 4AM. This was pretty much the three teams had full control in the final inner circles of farmhouse. And I liked how Futbolist playing the southern section here. 4AM was one of the teams that initially were the first one to be docking into the farmhouse smack middle of all, and they were pretty much gatekeeping every single one who tries to make their way in. However, despite the efforts coming from 4AM here, they were playing a little bit early in that regards here. They went into the zone very early here. They expended so much utilities. They kind of lost 33 strength in the initial phase, but because of all those initial engagements, they forced every single team kind of stuck outside the circle, out and open. It's just unfortunate that they just could not rack up those kills. It's either stolen by the members coming from Zeus or even people coming from Konina Power, who's pretty much having a fight down to the southern section against BTR. But that's the thing, you know, sometimes it's all about luck, sometimes it can be skill here, but it all comes down to taking advantage of the situation. In that case, I feel like Futbolist and Zeus were one of the two teams that really stood out for me here too.
But now it's going to be the summary of the top 5 players that made such an impact, that turned the table for the teams. The higher kills so far, we have to give the credit to Lovas, and he's been holding that ground so long for the team. With the longest distance kill, this is going to be fallen on Zeus. He did actually survive the last member as well for the team just now, while Ryzen, he's having quite an accuracy for the grenade that he tossed, 25% of grenade kills. Well, we do know Matic this time, he loves to be on vehicles, all 4 wheels for him, 10,000 over meters for the longest travel with highest assist here. It's going to be Soke who assisting Lovas and possibly get 5 kills from Lovazin is being helped, assisted by Soke all the way. But I mentioned this before, and I noticed one thing about Irando. How Futbolist is playing this one out is pretty much almost the same how 4AM approached towards the circle. They don't go way too early into the center of it, and they kind of wait until the second or third phase of the circle, take it out into the blue a bit more, then only they go into the center. And with this kind of a bit of a late rotation, sometimes it does actually buy them a lot of time to build up their loots, get all the arsenals that they need, picking up their armors and so forth, and then you can avoid as well unnecessary battle that might deplete your resources. So they don't want to have unnecessary casualty. They don't want to have one of their members being handicapped in the early game just to force a fight in an engagement they don't need to be. But before we go into further the game, let's reach the daily target and win another OnePlus 8T, because we are aiming for more viewership here today. And also you might just win yourself a OnePlus 8T. Just hashtag away hashtag PMGCX1Plus and just comment as creative as possible in the comment section. Who knows, it might be your lucky day here today.
Exactly here. We're looking forward to see more games to come here, but of course we are going to be having a lot of intense moments, especially coming from today here. But now, Chu, I want to bring back towards the point that you actually mentioned here, especially coming from Futbolist as well as 4AM here. Both teams have very similar ideals and mind gameplays here, where they kind of play either early or late in this regards here when they make a decision here. But enough of that here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we're going to be jumping a little bit of recap here as the map goes here. As you can see, the teams were pretty spread out in initial phase here. When you see the circle kind of scan their way through, in the sense where the first 3 circles was divided in between the mainland as well as the military island here, we see a huge diverge of teams kind of popping off towards the southern section here and also the northern section. And this is what I'm talking about. You saw how Aerowolf was from the southern section here. They actually rotated out towards the western section and then head towards the northwest section of this inner circle, which they kind of came into this next phase of circle kind of blind in that regards there, Chu.
And one more thing, this is a tricky circle to play with from the very start of the game. We're talking about the circle splits the island into two, and nobody knows, nobody has any idea about where the circle will favor. We'll be on the southern side, we'll be in the mainland, who knows? But in the end of the day, they stick to their guts for Futbolist. They stay a bit on the Sonovska military base, and then they rotate a bit later. But this is where the moment that you talked about, if they flunk, if they messed upon the fight versus Team Secret just now, it might not be their chicken for the first game. Luckily, they got it quite right. The decision making was precise. If they just flunk a bit, then it's going to be a big problem. It's all about how much area you can make. You don't have any room to make any mistakes anymore at this stage. We're down to day number 3 here, and nobody can slack off. You need to have all pumped up. You have to push everything that you have. Just put everything on the table. It's just now or never, or you might just lose. You know how big a difference of second and first place for the Prizepool itself. But it's not just about the money. It's also about the glory that they have been training for all this while. It's down to this couple of days, this 1 week to prove themselves. They got themselves that title.
Yeah, this is a great start here coming from Futbolist to actually catch up in terms of the points here, especially they made their way in towards the top 5 here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be playing 8 games in total for today. So 8 games in total here is not just a battle of strategies or even just the mind games here. It's all about stamina consistency. So in this regards here, back to basics is very, very important here. How well can you play with your team? How well can you play with your formation? And I feel like to start things off here, Futbolist was playing like how they are very, very comfortable. And I feel like, hey, this is the Futbolist that I'm looking for to see here, because they were the former champions and now they're starting to show back the true glory and true form of their playstyles. And can they keep up with the momentum here? Because now they've got a long climb. You know, we know that obviously the number 1 team right now is going to be Digital Athletics, but anything can happen. You know, it might be tilt, it might be miscommunication here, it might be also RNG in terms of circle here. It's 8 games in total. You cannot afford to to throw away your momentum. Every single team here is in it to win for the best, to be called the King of Kings here in PMGC. And seeing how things go here, there's a reason why Futbolist was the former champion and now they're back in action here too.
Yeah, but I have to totally agree. Back then, we remember when they debuted in world stage, when I think it was in Malaysia before. They kind of one of the teams that nobody gave too much attention towards them, and they've proven that they got what it takes to be just on the same par, the same table as the powerhouse, just like 4AM, just like the other teams of NOVA-XQF, or the teams that we've seen it championship multiple times before Bigetron and also RRQ. But the thing that Digital Athletics, I'm going to touch a bit of Klas Athletics here. But this team, this Turkish team, nobody seems to give too much attention towards them. They've been going so well throughout the entire league. They are one of the teams, one of the kind, the unique one to actually really huge potential and growth being shown day by day. They learn, they just apply it in the game. They just don't sit quietly. They don't do the same thing twice. They learn from their mistake. That's what really matters for these guys. You have to learn from your mistake. If you keep on doing the same thing over and over again, it will be pointless, up to the point you will get left behind.
You know, that's the thing about Klas Digital Athletics, right? They were one of the teams that kind of grew in this entire tournament here, from PMCO heading towards PMGC League here as well. And for them to be able to grow in such a steady phase, that was really, really impressive here. So I believe the casters here, especially from Jason as well as John, they did mention as well, they kind of started growing during the 3rd week of the Super weekend as well. And they started to show their fans that, hey, they've started to learn, they've started to improve here. And after the PUBG Mobile Global scrims here, they had a couple of scrims, they actually adapted even quicker here. So I've also had a couple conversations with some of the managers as well. They did mention that, hey, they don't exactly know what's up. And to bring up to the point that you mentioned as well, where, hey, teams don't exactly know what they're doing. And this is their moment here. They are the unknown factor. And considering that they are also from Turkey, and they play alongside Futbolist here, people are very focused on Futbolist instead of Klas Digital Analytics, and a lot of teams are struggling to deal with them. But can they actually work things out for today's plans here? Ladies and gentlemen, here we are going to be jumping into the second game for day number 3 here. We are going to be heading in towards the map of Miramar, and the first circle has shown themselves here. We are going to be pushing towards the northern segment here, Chu. To start things off here, this is going to be a really, really insane game here, Chu.
Yep, when back to Miramar, it's all about the terrain, getting yourself familiarized with the geography. You have to know every nook and cranny where will be the best for your team. Will they be comfortable playing with the higher grounds, or will better with them with compounds? Back about Alpha 7 we go. This seems to be having a quite difficult time to spot some vehicles. Only one for now with a minivan. Well, mind you, that a bit of trivia. Minivan is actually one of the tankiest, but it's not the fastest. It has 2000 HP, so took a couple of more than one team to take one minivan down, by the way. On the side of ASL, Abrupt Slayers, Leon seems to be finding a friendly neighbor, which called Potato, which being fried yesterday into fries. I don't know if that any puns working out for you guys or not, but Aerowolf Limax having a hard time to actually unite with one of their members who've split it way too far from the rest of the main team. Yeah, I'm not sure where are the rest of two teams, Aerowolf and also Abrupt Slayers are, because apparently there's only 2 guys here and they're just wandering off alone. It's quite risky for both of them to stay too much or too long. Playing at the coast area, and they're gonna be okay. They just part ways.
Yeah, very smart call there to actually kind of bail in this fight here. Unfortunately for Leon, he does find himself a vehicle to begin with here. That's the thing about Miramar, right? Like, there are teams who prioritize on securing vehicles, especially when the circle is a little bit far, or maybe the flight path is also far from the usual drop spot. So securing those vehicles first is going to be extremely important. But it looks like Aerowolf and also Abrupt Slayers, they kind of had the similar idea here. Let's stock up in terms of weaponry here, maybe loot along the way here and see the plan ahead here. Probably get a couple of lucky kills. Unfortunately to say, they did not. So they will respect the territory. Meanwhile, we've got the Wonder Boy from Nova here, and we have Paraboy, as he's got an amazing stats here. Total damage has been done 3,988 damage here. Total kills of 15 kills, and the longest distance kills is 178 meter here. So as of now, we are going to be jumping straight into game here. We do see a couple gunshots in. Looks like A1 is going to be catching one of the players of Konina Power here, as Rosa is pretty much stuck out and open. This is not looking good for Rosa here. You know, he's going to actually make it out very, very safely here in Los Leonas. And like I said, Los Leonas is one of the hardest city to actually kind of play here, just because of how many cracks, windows, and especially cover that may or may not present themselves in terms of enemy here who's pretty much camping their way through. However, escape is also pretty easy as well, as long as you find yourself some decent cover, and they're going to be A-okay here, Chu.
But the thing is, they will be one of the teams that having a very tough long journey going to a St. Martin. It's going to be the center of a circle as well, and whoever gets the St. Martin highest ground and the mountains is going to be a huge advantage. It's paramount for them to land themselves there, and the teams that actually nearby is going to be Team Secret Jin probably over there. There's Navi as well, who might try to snatch away that paramount position. So while Futbolist happily just looting, everybody just like usual, you drop, you just build up your loot and just survive. That's it. That's pretty much how PUBG works. Just to survive while making sure you got yourself all the armors, all the weapons that you need to survive. Inside of Crater Field, we have probably reaching out from El Pozo, RRQ coming in a bit later than the others because they don't really need to rush as they are still inside of a safe zone and safe circle. But the ones coming from the southern side here, we're talking about multiple teams. I'm surprised not many love to drop on northern of the map, because I like what's wrong with the north? It's like it's very vacant.
Well, that's the thing about the north, right? Like, it's really hard to play those terrains, especially when it comes to information gathering here. And it feels like being center of the circle gives you more leeway in a sense where you kind of need to know where your surrounding enemies are. And being kind of towards far north kind of makes you a little bit tunnel vision in that regards here. And looks like Futbolist here, they did rotate relatively early here before the 5-minute mark. They've pretty much trying to scout around for any kind of enemy here. And I like how they made a couple of pit stops here and there just to gather a little bit of information before they make the next move and rotate it away here. So as of now, their first encounter is going to be the guys from Na'Vi, and this time Matic will catch off Realm here. And meanwhile, Itsuki will get caught out a little bit more. But fortunately for them here, Futbolist, they do successfully reach their second checkpoint, which is pretty much securing themselves a small compound. However, they could not solidify their vehicles here. So that's going to be Matic taking advantage of the situation, possibly denying them one vehicle right from the get-go here. And that will be one vehicle lost in the hands of Futbolist as Na'Vi playing a little bit spread out thin here as they're trying to get a little bit of kills. But as of now, is that the wisest of choice here to be out in the open, Chu?
They don't really have any options. They are tasting their own medicine based on the previous game. They are the one who usually backstab people for Futbolist, but now Na'Vi is seeing them quite closely behind. And here Lova's in trying to just re-counter them, putting the pressure, suppressing them from moving forward against the whole team. They have the compound quite solid, yes, but when it comes to the grounds, when it comes to the terrains, it's not working so well for them. Now, we do have the elevated grounds to have a wider vision for now, but Soka and Lutz kind of being cornered here. I'm not sure how they will get out from there. The moment they step out from that hut, it's going to be an open field just like you mentioned, and they need a couple of smokes. Do they have enough utilities to survive for now? Futbolist, they have to figure things out. It's not wise for them to take up the fight unless they can get into the flanks, which Soka is trying to do. Lova's on the other hand trying to just making sure he attracts all the tension of Na'Vi toward himself, while the other two of the flank side go to the blind spot of the enemy of Na'Vi to just a bit of distraction. They need more distraction for Na'Vi, but it's not going to be enough. They still focus on Soka, and the ones in the hut will not get out. They do have a couple of smokes, but I think that's just it. Not more than enough to build a bridge to get away from this.
Oh, a big one here coming from Smoke here. Futbolist, they're taking some serious heavy fire here. Na'Vi, they're not letting them get off the hook here. They took one vehicle and now they're looking for more. Can they get the job done here? Because Futbolist, they did not have enough loots here. They got a really early rotation here and they are slowly bleeding in terms of utilities here. Na'Vi taking full advantage of the situation. They spread out thin here, but what more can they do? Because Futbolist, all they lost is pretty much 2 vehicles thus far, a couple of heal and meds here, as well as utilities, but that should be all. And unless Na'Vi makes the play to actually go in for the rush here, which we know Na'Vi is pretty much on form as of starting from yesterday's performance here, and they need to rack up some points if they want to stand a chance to actually push up towards the leaderboard, and that's exactly probably what they have in mind here. Meanwhile, Team Secret Jin here, Cosmos, who scout out players here from another vicinity. Zeus is going to get caught out here. Godless pretty much going to be docking towards one of the trees here, as the rest of the teams are going to be going in for the assist, as Cosmos is going to be looking to try and get a better positioning to actually flank the guys from Zeus here, Chu.
Everything seems to be on full now. We do know why now Na'Vi won it so bad for that one particular position where the teams Futbolist stand themselves at, because we're looking at the circle, it kind of centralizes water treatment right now. While Zeus, they have a huge playing field out in the open. Zeus barely try to spot out the rest of Kangzo, but they swiftly just leave the compound. No time to lose, disengage pathways, making sure they got themselves in the center of the circle first, but it's not going to be over for them because 4 a.m. already waiting for the victim who's passing by will be meeting their ends here, because the receiving end coming in to meet 4 a.m. is not great, but I shot. He sees, he shot down. I see, I shot, I conquer. That's what Team Secret, I shot and Mark are doing right now. Hovering around the corners, making sure they can give a very long distance pressure for the teams that trying to move forward. Futbolist again kind of cramped up between another team, and it's not easy to get out again this time. They need to figure things out. They need more smokes. They need more utilities and more resources there. We see how it kind of depleted based on how they fight against Na'Vi just now.
Yeah, at the same time as well, I like how Team Secret has made the decision to go in for a full DMR fight. Meanwhile, we do see action happening here as Aerowolf will go in for a 1v1 fight, and it looks like that's going to be the downfall coming from Aerowolf here, as ASL is going to get himself 1 KP in the process here. And Leon, they are still tanking the circle and they need to rotate the next phase, but look at this, ASL, they're pretty happy about this. they know Aerowolf was in the vicinity. They are pretty close by in terms of rotation as well. Why not get a couple pickoffs while they're rotating in? And that's exactly what's happening towards them here. And I like how this is actually going for them there, True.
It's never easy to cruise in Miramar. You look at how the terrain's just making out for you. Not enough is easily visualized by the players for anybody to shoot you down. The terrain itself, it's not helping the players to having a day of easy cruise. Not going to be breezy one. But in Leon's side, it's going to be a bit of replay how he take down on the side of Aerowolf. I'm still looking for Aerowolf to do something about it, to step up their games, to make a change a bit, to have more confidence to start something, initiate a fight, or start the move first. They'll always be the one cowering inside of a compound, waiting to be ambushed. And in the end of the day, they just complete tragedy. So it's never a good ending to just cower inside of any four walls and not getting any information outside. And Aboli, Zeus trying to just get a couple of sprays but not connecting so far. A bit too far for him to reach out. It's a good try nevertheless.
Well, a little bit slow for this game here, whereas 12 minutes pretty much passed. We only saw a couple shots in here and there. 4 AM playing a little bit cheeky here. They find themselves a nice mountain. They scout out the information coming from Team Secret Gym, but looks like Team Secret Gym, they pretty much solidify all their vehicles in that regard, so they don't exactly want to trade all that too much here. But here's a little bit more stats for you guys here. Team Secret Gym, they do have themselves a couple of KPs here and there, but looks like Team Secret Gym, they know there's 4 AM in that vicinity. You know, most probably they know it's going to be 4 AM or there's going to be some people there. Looks like they will make the decision and kind of build out a situation here, because this circle is a very weird circle, because this is not too common circle. It's going to be pushing them far north here. Meanwhile, A1, Jackson's got his Dorado stuck. Oh no, that's
why of all the timing it had to be stuck. Now luckily there's no team that kind of tailing them way too close. If you do have, I think it's going to be Zeus around the corner, A1 as well. So it's going to be a park vehicle run and start to fight on the side of U-High, Team Secret. They spot a lot of teams from this high ground. It's an easy task for them to actually scout things out from that kind of grounds there. It's easy to spot anything that moves. They have the high ground advantage. Sorry for that, I can't even word now. On the side of Bigetron, Secret Jin kind of having a hard time pinned down by Liquid. Well, we won't be looking at Micro Void playing today. They swapped their roster again. And Alpha start to fight against Digital Athletic. Solas will be down here. We have still 16 teams well and alive, even though they don't have all their members. I'm surprised it's a bit slow for this time, maybe because of the hardship of a circle.
Yeah, and meanwhile as well, seeing how Liquid is going to be back in the picture coming from Bigetron as well, and knowing that, hey, Bigetron, they've been switching up the strategies here and there here, and it's actually worked out, and it's actually hard to actually predict what Bigetron may or may not do in this regards here. However, another fight is gone its way here, as PW88 is going to be going a couple shots in against Nova as well as Zeus here. So this is going to be a three-way showdown potentially here, as Jimmy is in a really, really tough spot here. We see smokes already being popped off coming from Nova, as Paraboy is going to try and go in for the assist here, but Jimmy is still trapped in the crosshairs of PW88 here, as slowly but surely Zeus is going to try and take advantage of the situation and get a couple of kills themselves here. As you can see, Zayo, he is going to be in position as well. Likewise for IC as well as Godless, they are going to be spread out 2-2 here to try to take advantage of the situation. A couple shots coming in, but nothing major has happened yet. And unfortunately to say, Zeus, they are on the short end of the short sticks here. They are still on the outsides of the next phase of circle. Looks like they will give way towards both Nova as well as ASL there, as they are going to be rotating from another direction here. Meanwhile, PWA Corpai, they are gatekeeping the guys from Nova. This is not looking good for the guys from Nova, Shu.
I'm looking at Zeus making themselves busy, but I thought they will corner every way possible. Apparently, they just flee and just going for a longer rotation, making sure they got themselves a bit of a save. Order again, never disappoint us with his nade toss, making sure he take down Kopai, one of the most important person in there. But on the side of Liquid, He just tried to run, but Konina Power, black, white, making sure that's a no-no, and it's going to be the end for him, and the rest will be history for now. Well, they're still fighting against PWA. He got one. He tried to get two. Jimmy helps on the other side. They got corner for PWA. Didn't see this one coming. They got cornered. They got wrapped around. Water come in. They might just wipe the whole team. This gonna be hard for PWA. It's just from bad going to worse now. There's only one member left. Ice still standing. How can he survive longer?
Wow, what a phenomenal play here coming from Order. And Paraboy, they catch off, finish off the rest members coming from PW88 here. Ice is pretty much the last man standing. Can he survive this here? Corpe is pretty much down for the count, and Ice is going for the setup here. Looks like he will live another day here. Meanwhile, we are going to be seeing another engagement here coming from RRQ against Navi, as Navi, they are going to get finished off completely here. And on the kill feed, we see Ice actually get taken down. That's going to be Jimmy finishing him off the guys from PWAA, and that will be the end of the journey for this second map. And my goodness here, Nova, they do get themselves a huge mega kill here. Meanwhile, Nova Zin, he gets taken out from downtown here. That's going to be Futbolist split up in terms of forces here. Not looking too good for them here, as A1 is going to be holding down towards the barn here. 4 a.m. on towards the high ground top of the mountain here. And this is a 4 a.m. classic special. We see them do this very, very often. They love getting those high ground map controls as well. And occasionally, we do see a couple of red dot sprays with some insane range there. Hopefully, we'll be able to capture some of those moments. Meanwhile, Konina Power starting to step up in these games here, as they did manage to find themselves one kill, which is in the name of Liquid coming from Bigetron Red Aliens. As we know, this circle is a very uncommon circle.
Wait,
as
what?
Oasis is a pretty hard one to play here. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, Nova, they get taken down by Futbolist.
What more questionable was Order kind of exploded Paraboy just now. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was in a vehicle. They were shot down. They was trying to blow out the vehicle for Order, but apparently it just backstabbed the teammates a bit, and I kind of praised Paraboy too much and just made a huge mass just now for NOVA-XQF. On the side of 4 a.m., they are untouchable as we speak. Futbolist is going to be a tough climb up there. It's going to be a huge height. A1 is down there as well. But Aerowolf finally start to make a move. They're going to fight against Abrupt Slayers, who's been sandwiched between DJ Athletics and also Aerowolf Limax. Now, the one actually on the higher ground will be winning this. They are witnessing whatever battles happening beneath them, and nobody can spot them out just yet. On top of that, 4 a.m. on the other hand, still holding this ground, holding this corner, making sure they suppress whoever tried to move forward. For Bonds, oh, so close. It's a really last tick of hell there.
Oh no, the circle is gonna bleed him out here. Can he get the heal in time, Lutz? He's stuck. Okay, he gets the heal. Hasaki still gonna be gatekeeping his way through. Lutz is gonna try and sneak his way through here. Hasaki has a good clear there. A couple of free fires throws go in here. Hasaki still playing the high ground here, and that's gonna be Lutz taken out here. Futbolist bows out on 14th place here despite getting 4 kills. Not a great one then for them here, and that's the thing about pushing towards the rocky mountains of Miramar. It's not a easy thing to without a vehicle here. So great spot here coming for 4 a.m. Found a really nice roadblock for themselves, and they've successfully got themselves a huge major kill. And guess what? The circle is pretty close to them on top of that as well. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are going to be gathering up from the western and the northern section here. And guess what, Chu? Smack middle of them all is going to be the guys from Zeus there. So that's going to be a great time for them to actually gather a little bit of information, get some serious high kill volumes, especially on the hands of Zeus. But can they do it? Meanwhile, Team Secret Jin here slowly creeping their way here. They hear gunshots coming from Konina Power as well as the guys from BTR. Looks like they are going to try and lay low for a little bit more here to try and take advantage of the situation, but nothing out of the ordinary yet. As Alpha 7 here, they are going to be on top of the highest point of this circle here, and they do scouted members coming from Team Secret now, Chu.
I'm start guessing. I just stopped guessing the moment it hot shift again for the circle. It's just so unpredictable. But oh boy, managed to take down on silence for now. But Navi, they've been pinned down by Alpha 7 on top of a hill. Now they got the higher ground for Alpha 7. It worth their time for that patience. Zeus IC will be taken out by Lon. 1-2-1 for both of them. On Mafioso's side, he keep on guard for Navi. He's making sure they cannot move. He's making sure he got this angle covered for anybody that jumps right in. But the thing is, Team Secret coming out on the other side has still 4 members well and alive. Same goes for 4 a.m. There's not many teams, only 4 teams still have 4 members for now. And the top teams are having the top kills, Team Secret and 4 a.m. We know that these teams will never stand down from any part at all. Or Digital Athletic only cover themselves temporarily within those smokes. But I'm not sure if then. Oh, that's a perfect nade coming up from Potato. It just finished off straight away for Celine.
Oh, what a big nade there coming for Potato there, managing to clear the pathway for themselves. Now, they are slowly smoking their way here into the next phase of circle here. But like I said, this mountain terrain is super brutal here, especially with teams without any sort of vehicles here. And Potato with another kill here, and that's going to be Acer getting taken out from Konina Power. Just uncounted open here. Aerowolf pulling a big one here, and Alpha 7 not making it easy for them. Oh boy! What a shot from Oh boy! He managed to clutch it with 1 HP and taking out the members here, but eventually gets scouted out from Alpha 7, and that's gonna be Navi out in the picture in 9th place there, and that is gonna be not 9th place there. He's still alive. Meanwhile, Konina Power still stuck in a really tough spot here as Team Secret Jin is gonna be gatekeeping them here. The major nades are coming in, and Konina Power, they can't seem to leave this vicinity, and the circle is gonna be closing in 34 seconds. Gonzo looking for the place here, takes a little bit of advantage from the buggy chair, tries to find an angle to actually lob one big nade over. Can they get the job done? Z is in the vicinities and crosshairs of YT, but they can't seem to get the knock in. But Godless from Zeus, from where did he get the shot? From up above on top of the mountain. That's gonna be the window of opportunity that Konina Power needs here. But do they know that they're there? Because right now, Team Secret Jin, they're taking some serious fire, and Konina Power nades them out to oblivion. There's Team Secret Jin, they lose 10 members, and Konina Power, that's gonna be the opening for them to push up in here as Zeus and KP is gonna take a fight against Team Secret Jin. Gonzo gets taken from Zayo. Zayo takes up Keizo. Oh my goodness, this is not looking good for Konina Power, and that's gonna be Team Secret Jin out in 6th place. Oh my goodness, that's you.
One nade can change them all. That's what Konina Power proven just now, but it's not a major victory yet for them because they have to climb themselves. The hard climb is real. Alpha 7 has been camped here all the while. It's going to be worth their time because this is the moment they're waiting for to pin down every single player. But it got finished off by the Blue Zone. They surrender at the mercy of Blue Zone. Just Konina Power willingly sacrificed without giving points to Alpha 7. Now they are very devastated for their time waiting. On the side of Zeus, on the other hand, they will start to targeting on Zeus side. Alpha 7 spot them out. They need more victims here for the goals, for the kill points. Joel, he got himself quite a decent loot on the side of Mafia, so picking too much cost him their life. But Alpha 7 really blessed out. We're talking about another airdrop dropping nearby that while Zeus tried to snatch it away possibly. Smoke's covering them for now for Alpha 7, but IT start to make the move. He initiated, he moved forward, he goes for the front line. But in the meantime, 4 a.m. is just tailing, but just pursue at the back. But how can they cover all the angles 360 here by themselves? One more team dropping out. We're down to only 3 teams only on top of this mountain.
Yeah, Bigetron tried their best to actually survive the situation here. Top 4 finish, pretty valiant attempt here, but there was nothing much they could have done. They were overrun with so many people. Alpha 7 still taking advantage of the situation here. 4 a.m. They understand that Alpha 7 is the biggest threat right now here, and that's gonna be the opportunity to actually push up. And guess what? Alpha 7, they have this small side of the edge of the circle here, and 4 a.m. they found a small exit strategy here to try and push their way through. Meanwhile, Senate is pretty much blinded here. He wants to provide assist here, and Alpha 7 then split off, and this is not looking good for them because right now Zeus and 4 a.m. they're taking advantage here, and they're gonna go for the tag team. And guess what? 4 a.m. they conquered the high ground, and the circle is gonna be favoring the guys from 4 a.m. What was Alpha 7 doing here? Because right now they're looking at the wrong direction, but as of now, Alpha 7, they will have a little bit of window here, which is going to be using the cover of the buildings here. But 20 seconds left, 15 seconds left on the clock. The circle is going to be moving their way here. 4 a.m. they are already inside the next phase of the circle. This is going to be a huge hunting season for 4 a.m. If things don't go in the way of Zeus on Alpha 7 here, they need to figure out what's the next strategy here. 4 a.m. already splitting up forces. They're setting up for the big kill feed here. So going for the spray. Zeus, they're in some trouble. So catches off IT. IT is down. And so they get another one through the smoke. Oh my goodness, it's a bloodbath for 4AM. They destroy them all, and Zeus, they're taken out. They bow out on third place, and 4AM is going to be down towards the last two teams here. 4v2 situation. Alpha 7 taking the buildings. But what can they do? They're outside the zone. Oh no, Chu. This is going to be a rough one for Alpha 7 here, Chu.
4AM, I call them the death squad right now. They're literally bulldozing everyone. They prioritize the position first. They got themselves the higher ground. Alpha 7 battling against the blue. They don't have much time. Long minute to take one down, but it's not enough. Chicken dinner for none other than Powerhouse. 4AM, the bloodthirsty death team, death squad, wreak havoc in Miramar, making sure they got every single player across them to get knocked down, to get shot, and to make sure they got secured at one single point dime. They treat it as though it's just something so precious. Yeah, from the start until the end, they just never stopped shooting. And again, every single team, how Futbolist did in the last game, 4AM proved they can do it better when it comes to Miramar.
Yeah, they're extremely smart in terms of their positioning as well. Their decision making has been spot on thus far. And 4AM looks like even despite having a really rough game number 1 here, they've not broken their spirit and teamwork. And game number 2, they pop off. They understood that, hey, in that position, in that circumstances here, we can take advantage and just gatekeep some of these teams going to be making their way here, especially when the engagement against Futbolist down towards the southeastern section of their circle here. Who would have thought that the circle actually pushed everyone to the northern section here? Teams were kind of struggling to actually find out the right spot here, and this is what I'm talking about. 4AM guarding the southeast corner here. It was pretty much a choke point for anyone without a vehicle rotating directly steep uphill into that mountain here, and they did done it beautifully. And while all this is pretty much happening here, I like how the teams who was pretty much in the mountain here had so much vision and also information. We saw teams like Alpha 7 and Aerowolf starting to pop off in this particular game, whereas they were kind of a little bit slow in the previous game there. So Chu, one of the, I think like Alpha 7 was one of the teams that really caught me off guard, because from that positioning here, yes, they arguably they had the vantage point here, but to be able to pull off insane shots, look at this, they became one of the biggest threat from every single team who tries to rotate the result. They took down the guys from RRQ, they took down Aerowolf, they took down every single team from the west all the way through. I believe Team Secret was also one of the teams, one of the victims from the southwest corner of that circle as well, whereas Team Secret Airboy was kind of stuck by Mafioso gatekeeping them early on as well. Sure.
No, but think about, okay, I'm happy. It really brings me a little smart bits on Alpha 7, how they play this time, how they execute their strategy. It works in Miramar, yes, but when it comes to Hirango, when it comes to Vikandi, when it comes to Sanok, can they execute the same strategy again? Can they perform with consistency? Right now they're a bit hot and cold, and that's not what we want, because we do know that we don't have much time anymore. There's no room to mess around. There's no room to slack off. We have only we're down to halfway, a couple of more days. I'm not sure whether it's going to be ended up with day 4 or day 5 later on, but there's numbers going down and it's less and lesser games to be played here. If they need to execute something, they have to bring out something up their sleeves, some miracle, something extraordinary. Now is the time for the teams actually at the bottom 16, including Alpha 7, including Zeus. Zeus have huge potential, but they're just keeping it quiet. They're hesitant, they're not confident, they're doubting themselves way too much, thinking about what will be the other teams bring. Will it be okay for them to fight against this team? Is it okay to start first? Is it okay? They are double guessing them too much, thinking too, stressing about things that are unnecessary, I have to say. Just bloat it off. But what more important is not about the pro players. You guys are the pro viewers, so make sure you guess it right for the next one, because those actually get it right for this time. The Angry Man, the 4 Angry Men again triumph with their chicken dinner. Million reward guess for you guys that guessed it right. Congratulations. The prize pool will be 10 million AG and 1 million UC vouchers, and the grand prize reward will be 150k USD in total. If I'm not mistaken, only 100 pro viewers like you yourself watching right now who actually guessed it right. Not more than that will get your hands this kind of prizes. We have more games to go, 6 more games today here, I see. So there's 6 more guesses for the pro viewers to get it right.
Exactly here, but before we go into a little bit more details here, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping straight into the rankings here, ladies and gentlemen. Here with that dominant performance coming from 4 Angry Men, they are now the top of the charts with total of 3 chicken dinners and 163 points thus far. They are leading the pack here, and DA, oh my goodness, here they were leading. They had a solid performance coming from day 1 and day 2 here, but seems like people are paying attention to their playstyles as DA is struggling in these 2 games here. Hopefully they will be able to recover in time, because as of now they are going to be tying the scores with Team Secret here with 2nd and 3rd place with 141 points here. NOVA-XQF will be on the 4th place here with 133 points. Zeus on the 5th place here with that close top 3 finish there. They managed to put themselves in towards the 5th place here with 120 points. Futbolist will bow down towards 6th place here with 119 points, sharing it with BTR on the 7th place here with 190 points. And Konina Power makes their way into its top 8 here too.
The thing is, I do notice starting from 12th place onwards, it's going to be triple digit all the way. So the up to maybe 12 positions to a 12th place, there's a possibility they still can catch up to top 3 there. It's not impossible. We still have a lot of matches to go. But on the side of the bottom 16, it's a bit of a problem. They need a lot to do. They need to research. They need to reassess and reset themselves quite fast. And I'm talking about ASAP as soon as possible, because if not, they will miss out. They don't have that much of chances anymore. And the biggest problem will be them not catching up when they having that huge gap, especially A1 eSports 62. That's more than half of 4AM have right now. ASL at 15, PWP 8 14, Aerowolf Limax at 13, Team Secret Jin 12, Navi 11, Alpha 7 at 10, and RRQ at 9. RRQ used to be the world renowned champions. They've been falling off the chart these days, but it's gonna be MVP for MSUK again. It's no stranger for us with 4 kills, 461 damage with survival time of 25 minutes and 8 seconds. I have to say, 4MSUK is one of the most important pillar in the team.
Yeah, you know, 4AM doing 4AM things here, especially coming from the league stage all the way to now, they have been doing extremely dominant as well. First 2 days, kind of slow start for 4AM. Now they're back in action. They look stronger than ever. They struggle a little bit in game number 1, but look at this. Game number 2 here, they've got 8 kills in total. They've done 1,200 damage here. But one of the biggest threat in that final circle here was none other than Alpha 7. They've done 1,932 damage in total. They've got more kills than 4AM just because of how well they were able to gatekeep the southwest corner next that previous circle here. I'm pretty sure they destroyed the guys from RRQ. They delayed Team Secret's push in towards that vicinity as well. They made life miserable towards Aerowolf on top of that, and the guys from Konina Power, who's pretty much stuck in the crosshairs between Zeus as well as Team Secret Jin as well, was one of the biggest factor which just enabled them to just pop off all the way through here. So kudos to Alpha 7 here, taking advantage of the situation and getting all those high kill volumes. And on top of that too, they managed to get enough points to push themselves into a better position in the overall ranking here. Seems to be a good start for them here, but like I said, it is a battle of attrition. It is a battle of stamina. Can they continue to do so for the next 6 games to come here, Chu?
It's a strain for the mental, especially to give themselves this kind of pressure to be on the world stage. Plus, I have to give credit for Alpha 7 as well. Their position just now was remarkably well done. It was paramount for them to stand hold on their grounds. But this is going to be the match summary for all top 5 players, with the highest kill and assist seems to be Alpha 7. Both members here, maybe Law helped a lot for Mafia to get the highest kill, 4 kills for both over assists and the kills. Longest kill distance, I think it's going to be iShot. We saw how he sniped from afar with the higher ground advantage just now. It was remarkable play by iShots by Team Secret Malaysia. Potato got 2 for himself, but he got himself a twin this time with 200% grenade kills. My oh my, Aerowolf Limax start to bite people in the back here with the longest travel, 11,892 meters. Potato, what he's been up to?
Well, he's been running around the circles here, but he did get a couple of really crucial plays as well towards that final side of the circle as well. But my man, you know, Mafioso with 4 kills here, with 4 kills in total here, feels like like I said, he was the guy that made life visible for everyone on top of the mountain. And I feel like maybe if they continue to do so, and maybe things will be a little bit better for them here. However,
the thing is, I see it is it's not Miramar. There's only one Miramar here today, and you can only do that in Miramar.
Yeah, later on we're going to be seeing some Sunhawk action, which is even harder to do so. But if he manages to pull it off, we might be looking at the potential prodigy in the making here. However, this is going to be the overall stats for you guys here. 49 total kills has been done thus far here. A lot of gunshot has been happening here. A lot of
But I think a lot of
teams kind of struggle into taking the zone though, true.
Yeah, but I think a lot of players are being finished off by the team with 49 only. I'm like, maybe because of the hardship of a circle. Basically, you saw how the circle, from memory, it was kind of centralized. It was really generous for the players, and we thought it's going to be central all the way. But it was not till the end of the game. But by the way, let's reach the daily target and win OnePlus 8T. It's going to be 2 million live viewers today. Just hashtag PMGC OnePlus in the comment section below. Do you think we're going to reach this target here today, IC?
Well, it is possible here. All you gotta do is just tell your friends to come and watch us here, because why? It's the PMGC, man. Why would you not come here and watch? Come on, man. Like, the best of the best from all around the world are gathered here to compete for a huge chunk of the prize pool. Why would you not come here and watch us? Like, come on, it's PUBG Mobile. Like, it's the best of the best are here. Don't you want to see the best play? Don't you want to see us as casters show you an amazing journey of how all these teams are playing here? Because right now, this is going to be the recap of how it all went down here. The flight path actually came from the northeast section of the circle here, passing towards a pretty centralized for some of these teams here, but eventually it closed up towards the far north section of the circle. And look at this, every single team was kind of struggling to rotate into this phase of the circle. And on top of that, the zones and also the entry points of the strategy in terms of roads here were very limited here, and there's pretty much only the highway from La Cabrera and also the southern section of water treatment. Other than that, it's all mountain terrain, so it's either you use your vehicles to climb up those mountains, or you're going to be running out of gas and you probably need to leg your way through, which we see a huge cluster of teams eventually ended up doing so here, Chu.
And the way you see how Alpha 7 plays himself, and no matter how the circle migrates just now, there happen to be one member inside of the circle. They make sure to secure the position where they're kind of safe in the circle all the way. The thing that amazed me the most, that kind of piqued my interest, how these guys playing out of nowhere in the middle of the mountain to get their resources maintained all the way. They've been shooting non-stop since the start of the game, and a couple of boxes of dead people all around, that they can re-loot from. But the problem is, how did they reach there? How did they manage to make sure they have all the utilities till the end of it? But this is Zeus' ability, kind of questionable moment. They don't. We saw how desperate they were just to get into the circle. Alpha 7, they had that just now, but it's just not enough. It's too much people coming up from 4 AM. They're outnumbered, not enough firepower, and it's just tough for them to come back. But nevertheless, we're going to take a bit of a break for game number 3 later. This is going to be Vikendi.
The battle won for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle won for glory. All survival, the challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Grand Finals year 2020. We're talking about the best of the best in the world in the PUBG Mobile Global 2020 Finals, which is talking about Tencent Games, and Quantum Studios, and the official sponsor is PMGC. For this PMGC sponsor of technology, deliver the ultimate gaming advantage with Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite gaming a full arsenal of hardware and software features. This fully inclusive of the top-tier smartphones. They are powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon 5G mobile platform. And OnePlus is also a leading global mobile technology company featuring the ultra-fast OnePlus 8T 5G smartphones. As the official device of PMGC, OnePlus 8T is powered by the Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform. And also, thank you Mountain Dew, the proud official beverage of PMGC, fueling the next generation of gamers. And we are also honored to have Dubai Tourism and Dubai Sports Council as our location sponsors. We thank them for their support and for making the event in Dubai possible. We are your hosts, your analysts, your casters here for the first half. Today is going to be me, Choo Choo, and also I see baby still 1-2.
Thank you so much, Chuchu here. It's great to be back in action, casting you some amazing PUBG Mobile here. And of course, we're going to be jumping straight into game very, very short here. As you can see, the maps are on its way. The flight path going to be coming from the western side of Weekendy, a pretty northwestern flight path for some of these teams here, passing towards Goroka. A very, very common household for RRQ Athena. Will they be able to drop there safely here and uncontestedly? We shall see, and it's going to be ending towards the outskirts of Cosmodrome. So a pretty rough circle for some of these teams here. But let's take a look at what they are going to be showing to us here, because a very, very hard circle, I would say here, as the teams are going to be rotating from the northern west section of the circle here. Vehicles are going to be very limited for teams who's going to be rotating towards the eastern section here. We might see a lot of roadkill potentially here. Hopefully the zone is going to be favorable for one of the teams here, but oh my god, what am I looking there? What am I looking?
I have a feeling it might ended up around Abbey or Villanova. Usually the circle is like that, but it would be more entertaining, a bit more evil for us to wish it will be beyond winery. It will be in the water, because we haven't seen crazy circles in the grand finals yet. So maybe today we'll be entertained, who knows. But on the side of Na'Vi, they drop in a very peaceful area, a peaceful neighborhood. Nobody will snatch and compete this away from them, so it's going to be okay for now. They can take their time to build their loot and maybe try to go for another compound to get some fights going on.
Well, looks like we have some stats for you guys here. Na'Vi does have one of the highest win percentage in Weekendy here, 25% off of Na'Vi, and I'm really liking Na'Vi Old Boy here. Like, when it comes down to the story, right, Old Boy is going to be doing it with a purpose as well. We've known the story of what happened to Old Boy. He's been popping off in the first 2 days here as well. He's been very consistent. He's one of the star players that people will be watching out for. But in today's games here, we haven't seen too much about Na'Vi yet. It seems like they are taking a little bit of huge slump here. Maybe it's not a favorable map. Hopefully, Weekendy will be something that they're very comfortable in here, and they will be able to get a little bit more points in that regards here. RRQ Athena here, now Ernie, one of the MVPs early on here. We did see a couple of interesting highlights from him as well. He's been able to pop off with this DP sprays here with his 4x scope, but we haven't seen too much from Ernie here, because we know that Ernie is one of the very high, I would say, mechanically skilled player coming from the Southeast Asia region here. But so far, he's been on and off here and there here. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm like, oh, okay, back-to-back footballers players Solke. We took, off Solke with 3,000 over damage. I think this is like one of the best players up there as well. The average we've seen before was 1,500, 5 over, and we've seen Paraboy and the rest of the guys that on the high tiers reaching up to 4,000 over damage. I have to say this is one of the best players out there, and we've seen all the bars on the right side just now. The top 5 fraggers, these are the people that you should watch out for. But speaking back, we're back about Na'Vi, but I'm not sure about Futbolist thing as the 4 in a vehicle in this section. We do know that Weekendy is not as big as Miramar. It's not really an option for everyone to stay in one particular vehicle. We've seen the tragedy happen before, and hopefully we won't be witnessing one more. But back about Na'Vi, sorry for that. Well, they do have quite a lot of very, very young talents on their side. Tixie and Mackie, which is the striker, both of them only 17 years old, already performing on a world stage. I have to say they have huge potential coming up for them. But in the meantime, yesterday was great performance, especially by Old Boy. He's one of the top fraggers in the world right now for PUBG Mobile. But sadly, they didn't perform just yet in day 3 match. So possibly they need a little bit of warming up to do. So we've talked about this before, Icy, that they don't have much time to slack off anymore. The games they need to play by time is going to be lesser than before, and there's just no room for mess around.
Well, anything can happen here in today's performance here. As the saying goes here, it's not over till the fat lady starts singing here. In this case here, there's 6 more games to go here. Anything can go for Navi's hands. However, interesting rotation once again here coming from Futbolist here. Like, you know, usually we expect teams start to rotate after 5 minutes into the game here, but Futbolist, very early rotation here, even earlier from the previous game. Like, in game number 1, they rotated in 4-minute mark. Now they actually rotated 2-minute 40 seconds mark, and it's ridiculous considering how early they rotated in. It's no surprises they've got themselves only 1 vehicles, but I'm a little bit concerned in terms of the ammunition and utilities department here, because Futbolists, they may be prioritizing the circle placements and positions here, but can they hold down the fort properly? Because we saw how it went down in Miramar. They were kind of pinned off here. Meanwhile, RRQ now, they're going to get caught out by the guys from Zeus here. And that's going to be Beer 11 getting shot from afar as Zeus will look to actually get a couple KP for themselves here. Beer 11 going to be saved off from the rest of the teams here. RRQ going to be setting up shop to try and pick themselves up here. Zeus in no position to go in for the push here. And RRQ, they're looking to retaliate in this vicinity here. But Zio gets another knock once again. They want to keep Beer 11 in check here. That's going to be the second time Beer 11 gets knocked off here. As G9 also gets scouted out, I believe, with the red dot slice here from on top of the roof here. Cast off 3 members now, and that just like that, RRQ, they don't just lose 1, they lose 3, and it's all down towards the last member here with Ernie clutching for the team. Can he do it? No, they can't, as Zeus completely shuts RRQ out of the game here for this game in number 3 here, Chu.
Obliterated by the youngsters of Zeus just now, and I have to thank Jason for this. He mentioned the fact that Zeus, having such young players, they never expected to qualify for the PMGC at first, and to take down one of the veterans, the powerhouse, the Titans, used to be 2018 champions in Dubai back then for RRQ by these youngsters. It just shows there's a change of era, a new generation now taking over PUBG Mobile into a different level, a different standard. On the side of PWGP, now Kopai with G26C trying to find ways to get out from this turmoil. We're talking about Zeus, who just wiped out the whole RRQ, trying to take for another victim as their kill points. It's going to be sandwiched between Secret Jin for PWGP, but Kopai, he's a man of very witty person. I say he's really intelligent. He knows where to find a blind spot for the enemies, flank them, and at the same time make them just scattered all over the place, losing their tempos, losing their formation, giving a huge hole for another team to take and embark the whole team to get wiped out entirely. So it's down to strategy for these guys. Can their in-game leader make the right calls, the right judgment call for these teams? NOVA-XQF and Futbolist, when it comes to head-to-head, it's pretty much almost similar. I have to say they are pretty much on par for both teams.
Well, the rankings I would say in terms of playstyles here, Futbolist playstyle is going to be prioritizing in playing it smart, playing safe, playing strategically here. NOVA-XQF, they're very, very concerned in terms of going for those personal skills or mechanically skills here. So I would say in terms of playstyles here, Futbolist, they love to think 2 steps ahead. Whereas Nova, they love to go in for the full commitment fights there. So there are different approaches towards the game coming from both these teams, I would say. But of course, the stats don't exactly lie. So I would say they both excel in things that they are good at. But eventually, who will be able to call themselves the kings of kings by the end of this 4 days journey in PMGC? That's going to be the most important factor here. Because as of now, Nova, I would say from the previous seasons as well, people are expecting that, hey, Nova is one of the best teams of the world. But so far, 4AM has pretty much shut them out after probably learning every single skills Nova has provided here, especially when their journey playing in China there, True.
Speaking of which, Nova, even though they didn't have that much experience as Vikendi than the other teams that's competing right now, because they've been playing PC only, Mirror Mining Rango, but I have to say they cope quite well. And especially we mentioned about how approach of these teams are quite different between Futbolist and Nova. I have to agree. The fact that Nova, they are depending individual skills, the macro techniques from each of these guys heavily. Well, I prefer Futbolist side because they have a bit of more teamwork going on. They prefer to relay the messages. They actually have the conversation between the teams. They communicate between each other to actually start to make the move. While Nova kind of heavily dependent on order to make the initiation engagement first, then only they can make a move. They're waiting for the moment, the opportunity, the loophole they can, mess around with for the team that they're fighting against. On the side of Aerowolf, that's kind of solved out. Yeah, it's no problem for them.
No, driving too fast is not exactly, the most ideal situation here. Sometimes you gotta keep it cool, slow, and steady, I'm saying to you, sometimes if you get into accidents here, that's gonna be causing you a little bit too much trouble. However, fortunately for them,
I see.
nothing much
Look
yet.
at that circle. Look at that circle. It still comprises 50% of water ratio. It's going to be an interesting one. Can we get the circle that we want it to be? The cruel one. It's going to be really torturing the players. It's going to be excruciating for them. But it's going to be fun for us to watch how they cope themselves in such a challenging circle.
Yep. And speaking of which here, there's going to be more stats here coming from Soak here. What the highest average time survived here coming from 4 a.m. One of the star players coming in towards the PMGCs here. No surprises that for him has been one of the best team alive here. But what is that shot? Godless from so far away. It gets a huge, now almost finish off car fight. Can they save him time? Yes, they can. Ice is going to try and commit for the heals here, but looks like he will get more than they asked for here because Godless put them in a really tough spot. Corpe gets finished off eventually here. Not looking too good here from PW888, but what a shot from Godless. That is some insane eyesight coming from him here, Chu.
It's just precise moment, and at the same time the accuracy is beyond humankind. I have to say, these guys, they have the eyes like a hawk, and the precision, how they control their barrels is just really amazing, beautiful. But back about Bigetron now, they didn't expect to be their twin or their sister team, which coming up from Indonesia as well. Aerowolf Limax, what is happening? They got crushed down by Bigetron. Liquid didn't expect there's so many people across him as well. He overlooked the fact that what's in front of him have so many backups behind Potato tossing out the grenade, hoping it will land on somebody, but it will not hit nothing. And it's going to be Potato trying to find another angle to work with. Bigetron repositioned himself. In the meantime, Luxy just arrived. Now it's always Zuxi who made the plays here, but he need to aid himself with healing for a bit while Potato try to locate where are exactly the position of Ryzen's and Luxy first, because he need to find a flank. He need to just make sure the attention are being distracted, but they found him. That nade, Potato, he needs to run.
Well, with the Indonesian teams going head-to-head against each other here, they're no strangers to their playstyles here. BTR, they know exactly what they're dealing with here. So looks like they have a good game sense of how they're going to be treating out against Aerowolf here. They've got the damage done, but looks like they have a bigger objective here. That is going to be getting into this next phase of zone here. Renero is going to get a couple shots in, but nothing out of the ordinary here. That's going to be BTR safely disengaging from that fight and actually prioritizing on better placements here, because as of now, there's 15 teams, 57 alive here. 12 minutes has passed. Not much major fights have happened yet here, except for on the kill feed here. Hey, we see Team Secret getting a knock towards 4 a.m. because that's something I want to watch. What exactly happened there? But before we get to that here, we do see a couple replays of what exactly happened between BTR and also Aerowolf here. Great defense there coming for Aerowolf, but it's pretty much split up in terms of forces in that regards, and that's going to be BTR swarming the place and taking out the guys from Aerowolf there, True.
Same country or not, they don't care anymore for Bigetron. What matters is the glory to get a championship. They're still tailing very closely for Aerowolf while they're forced to disengage, and they have to stand down for Aerowolf. Hazelnut is still standing there, hoping he can buy time for the teammates to reposition himself at the higher ground, and now blindly tossing all the nades just to fish out, hoping Aerowolf would take the bait and show themselves. But Hazelnut still stand his ground. He will not budge. He will not move it even an inch of muscle to just exploit his position. Now, where would Bigetron go? Will they go into the hut where Hazelnut is right now? Did they sniff out his position? Kind of, right? Rise and toss in and out. But oh, he got shot there. But Hazelnut chipped a bit for now. He's still okay. Applying bandage just to survive. Buy time for the team. But they need to cut across. They need to get into the circle. They don't have much time left. The blue has chasing all the players in, and they need to squeeze himself into the safe zone right now. While Liquid and the rest of Bigetron are gatekeeping this one, I think Aerowolf should opt out the fact that they need to get a longer rotation. They need to get a safer zone and not force this fight and just go for this engagement, because this will cost them a lot if they force it too much.
Yeah, it looks like BTR, they are going to be prioritizing and making opportunity here. They know Aerowolf is pretty much stuck here, as Liquid is still gatekeeping their only exit strategy here, coming from Hazelnuts, who's pretty much stuck out open in towards the broken walls here. And that's going to be BTR potentially getting a free, easy pickoff. And Hazelnuts, he's got 3 first aids, but as of now, there's nothing much he can do, as BTR is pretty much looking every cracks here, checking every single corner, making sure that he does not get out of this alive. There's no way Hazelnuts makes it out alive here. If he makes it alive, there's going to be an interesting story to tell here, because BTR, they wouldn't let this off the hook, right? Because as of now, the circle, they are coming in, and 1 minute 25 seconds left, and BTR have the biggest time of the world, but oh no, looks like they will play the safe card here. They don't exactly want to be caught out in this mess before the next phase of circle. And my goodness, Hazelnut, they actually survives this too.
I think Hazelnut going to be the sacrificial lamb for the team. He took one for the team while the other two were actually going to the safe zone. He has to play that bait for now. On the side of Na'Vi, they got themselves quite comfortable in a very, very safe place for now. It's a very open plane here. The moment somebody stepped out from their safe place for Digital Athletics, Na'Vi going to shoot them down. And while they are still on the run, they're trying to look for a better covers for the side of Matic especially. Got A1 behind their backs here. While they couple of shots been hurt, but it seems like it's just trying to bait stuff, or even giving the idea that somebody's here, not to cross that territory. This is ours to take. You just stay where you are, while the others are still standing down as well. We're talking about the corner Secret Jin waiting for the right time to emerge and just take everybody out, but currently, everybody seems to be at a stalemate. Nobody wants to make the first move yet. Nobody wants to be the first team to be out. We already have one team out, which is going to be RRQ, surprisingly. But nobody wants to move unless it's the 4th circle, which a couple of more seconds will start to move.
Well, we're going to be seeing the brown fields really, really soon here, because on outskirts of Winery, we're going to be expecting a lot of snakes coming in the next phase of zone here. But we do see a huge cluster of teams already making their way towards this southern section, the mountains terrains of Winery, whereas we do see a couple of teams still caught out into this northern section here, and BTR is pretty much going to be on the eastern side of the Prizepool. Nova, they are pretty much in a choke spot as of now, and hopefully they will be able to make it out alive, because Konina Power is going to be expecting to hold down the fort in towards the city area here. Things will be a little bit messy in towards that vicinity if teams kind of group up into the building. But as of now, A1 bring a little bit ballsy in terms of their plays here. They split up their forces here, taking a little bit more compound than usual here. Hopefully teams will be able to capitalize this here, but as of now, they're going to be doing a little bit more information gathering here. However, 4 AM going head to head against Team Secret here. A couple nades comes in. Hasaki going for the push here. Seeing her will get the first down in. Rex gets taken out. Suk gets straight off from iShot as well. iShot's a player that has been performing exceptionally well in yesterday's performance here, but can they keep up the good work here? Because Team Secret, they need to win this fight, and as of now, they had a really, really rough fight against 4 AM, and that's going to be seen her catching off iShots from the cracks as well, the last pixel shot, and now Yuhai going to get a little bit greedy here. He's finished off Hasaki, but on the contrary, he gets knocked off on top of that, and it's all after Mad Toy from Team Secret Malaysia to pull it for the team here, because 4 AM, they will manage to pick up Hasaki potentially there, as they are going to be in for the push here, because Team Secret Matoy, last man standing, he wants to pick up Yuhai, but 33 Swan is going to hold him down, making sure he doesn't go out of there here, and Matoy gets tagged up, and now this is going to be the opportunity for 4 AM needs here. This is them going to be going for the rush as well, but Matoy, he needs to heal up here, and looks like Matoy will say, you know what, I'm out of here.
Bye! And there's gonna be you, High, Abandon, and the rest of the teams. Oh no, he will not abandon his teammate, but is this the right call? I'm not gonna blame him if he abandoned them just now, but Savant is gonna toss the nade. This is gonna be a huge one. Oh, he lobbed it too far. If only it's a bit shorter, then it's gonna be the whole 2-1. No, but no! The multi-team got sprayed down by Savant. It's down to one man only. Where is iShot? Rex is gone and away. The whole team got obliterated. That's the most just now. 15 plays, but it's not just there. Another team on the pursuit. PW888 eliminated next by the walls between the two teams just now. Futbolist is there. We have NOVA-XQF as well. And now only with the barricade of Data, who's not even exploded, we have now budging into 4 a.m. This is where everybody will force to take the fight. Like it or not, they will have to face up their fears. They have to be reckless. They have to force it. Because if not, they can never make it into the safe zone.
Oh, that's a really rough one here coming from PWA as well. But Futbolist here, early rotations here has worked out for them really well here. They've got themselves a couple of nice kill points thus far, but at the same time, it is Vikendi. Anything can happen as well, especially through the cracks of all this really snowy mountain here. Meanwhile, as soon as I say that here, Lovazine, they actually gets knocked off here because ASL from afar is going to go a couple of shots in here. They have the cracks and also windows to actually go in for the shots in. And it's in a very risky play coming from ASL. But guess what? Having the prone advantage here with the recalls, they're going to be able to do some serious damage from the mountain terrain, especially for teams who don't exactly have those cover. In this case, both the members coming from Futbolist, they got knocked pretty hard here. They actually pretty much set up a very interesting crosshair there with all full prones with 4x scopes here, non-existent recall. Anyone who tries to go in there is going to get demolished. In this case, Raum and Lovers, they have a great cover, but it's all up to Lutz to go in for the clutch here. But guess what? Vehicles already damaged pretty hard here, and there's nothing much he can actually do here, Chu.
Oh, the thing that I noticed, one more thing, 4 a.m. again, they came in, they're just going to go for the late rotations, while the other teams are busying themselves with a lot of battles, a lot of war, and Skate themselves, a lot of the teams losing too much members, and the one that's winning will be the ones actually rotating very late. They didn't do much, they didn't waste too much in terms of the economy. On the side of Bigetron, they just jumped in the middle of the war zone. I'm not sure if this is actually a wise decision for them to be clumped up between two teams, which is going to be Konina Power, and behind this one more team as well. Aerowolf Limax actually got the higher ground this time, but how long will the circle favor them? Because a couple of more seconds, 10 seconds to go, they need to move again. Konina Power frozen. Oh my god, what was that? There was a death trap!
I was about to say it, but that was a really costly mistake because why would you shoot next to a gas tank? That
Did he notice that gas can in the first place?
I don't think he realized it. I was about to mention it, but ooh, that was a really close call. Imagine if he shot both the gas tank. That would be a disastrous moment for him. However, Paraboy here going to be going for his signature play here. He gets the red dot shot in here from afar. He knocks one of the members there as a NOVA-XQF. They're looking to go in for the push against A1 here, and that's going to be an opportunity for them here. They got one knock. Paraboy is pretty much stuck all alone by himself here, but the rest of the teams coming from Nova is thinking to go in for the push, but at the same time, well, Winery is not exactly inside of the zone, so going for the next phase of zone and position is going to be the key component here. Meanwhile, they do have one member who's pretty much stuck in the open as well. Jimmy, there's kind of one of the members from Dante here. Jimmy on top of the roof, going to be taking advantage and try and punish the guys from A1 who tries to leave the Winery without him knowing here. And as soon as they get two knocks in, look at this, Nova, they are gonna go and swarm over the guys from A1 here as Jamie with the perfect positioning here to take advantage of the situation here. Nicely done here coming from Jimmy, and now they are gonna be regrouping here. They've got a couple 2 KP. The damage has been done, but looks like, do they want to go in for the zone, or do they want to finish them up and worry to fight for another fight here, Shu?
I don't think Jimmy is that perfect anymore based on the current circle. The blue is closing even furthermore, shrinking it hard for Jimmy to jump down. I'm figuring things out for Jimmy. Jimmy, the moment he jumps down, Jack's going to be waiting with his rifles just across there. And we saw a couple of smoke being tossed down from the rooftop while all is still waiting for Jimmy to come down and climb down from there. He's already preparing himself. Prep up quickly with the nade. hoping to toss it over Jax. Now, Jax, how can he get out from here? It's kind of a stuck place there. And now we have only 9 left for A1 to save Jax. Can they actually reach out to him? Was Secret Jin along the way? This is just tough for A1. They got split up and it's too far. And although when it comes to his nade, he never misses.
Yeah, there's nothing much Nin can actually do in this situation here. He tried his best, and look at this. A1, they don't have vehicles. He's pretty much all by himself here. Nova played that extremely well here. A big run there coming from Jimmy here. Great coordination with Jimmy as well as Order with that play here. However, another fight is about to break out here. We do see Aerowolf finally making towards the next phase of circle here, but he gets sprayed down from Konina Power here as they do mow him down. Meanwhile, we see a couple of nades coming in here. A little bit of a messed up there for coming from Aerowolf, but all things considered here, Konina Power, they are going to try and defend their compound as they want to conquer this section of the circle. If they clear out Aerowolf here, they have prime vision of everyone out in the open potentially who may or may not going to be going out to the next phase of zone here, because as of now, the Swarms are coming in here. Navi are going to be on the northwest section here. We do see another team going to go for the push. The Uzi sprays are coming in, but oh boy, he gets taken down. Silas managed to survive this here. The Salim going to be providing the assist from afar. The race will spray him down with the SMG, and that's gonna be Navi completely obliterated here. DA with the fantastic support here, both far and near here. Great defense indeed. That's gonna be DA holding themselves a compound, but at the same time, they're not in the safe yet as the zone is pretty far here. Lutz still stuck inside the compound here. Team Secret Jin looking to flush him out, but do they want to fully commit to this here? Because the circle is slowly edging away, and Lutz is stuck. They see him, but they need those vehicles here. Looks like Team Secret Jin is looking for the KP, and they get the job done, but on what a way, Cosmos gets taken out, and immediately the zone is going to slowly bleed them out bit by bit here. This is not looking good for Team Secret Jin. They took too long, and they completely get bled out here. Oh my goodness here.
For one person of Futbolist to take the whole team down like that is not worth of Secret Jin to actually save the mate, and also not worth trying to force the fight against one member of Futbolist. The whole team plays themselves at top 10. Now A1 the next one to be eliminated. This is really a massacre going on, and the shift of the circle making it hard for the players. It's just really hard. Going from bad to worse now. Aerowolf Hazelnut, they have the compound for themselves, but they're not inside of the circle. Okay, the circle ended up in no man's land where all the teams are kind of surrounding the edges of this circle, playing just outskirts of it. Who will get inside of a circle first, get in the middle of it, will can able to gatekeep every single team that try to move forward. Now Hazelnut tried to position himself in and playing into the corners here, hoping he can land a couple of shots. That one nade can change everything if only Hazelnut knows what lies in front of him. One nade to finish off the whole team of Konina Power. That's gonna be amazing, brilliant play if you can sniff that one out.
Well, Chu, this is the former champions we are looking at right now here, the top 7 here. They are known for being the kings of Vikendi. Is this their time to shine here? Because as of now, the last 7 teams, Zuxi, going to be holding down Konina Power. They're stuck in one of the vicinities, but as of now, with 25 seconds on the clock here, the circle is going to be on the move here. Konina Power, they're slowly inching away into the next phase. But little did they know, they are actually getting pincered by both the Indonesian squad. Aerowolf going to be pulling their way on towards the northern section here. A7 hasn't exactly scouted them out yet here. As BTR, they're going to be clumping up in terms of forces here, making sure and smoking up all the vicinities as well. Doesn't exactly want to expose their vehicles in their backs here. So they want to secure those vehicles for the next battle to come. Will that actually happen here? Meanwhile, on the northern section here, Zeus will get a couple shots in. Aerowolf will scout on members from Alpha 7 here. A7 going to rush into the guys from ASL as ASL just stuck in this house here, but Zeus, they can't find the opening here, but the Molotovs will completely put them all out. They're gonna burn Zeus, drop the ball on them, and that's gonna be it for ASL, just like that, with a fantastic Molotov coming in from them. Oh my goodness, that you.
God barbecue. It's not one way to go down, but apparently they did. Now Bigetron trying to pin down whatever's in front of us. He got left and right. They're getting greedy now. Konina Powers in the grasp of Bigetron. They try to obliterate them. What's left is just Exer. So Exer have to figure things out to get out from here. No, they will actually not bow down yet. Exer will just succeed. No way out. They got eliminated back to back. Aerowolf and Konina Power follow up next. We're down to only 4 teams left. Yeah, Bigetron, Zeus, Digital Athletics still on the go, and also Alpha 7, mind you, that hugging around the corners here. And we're looking at Alpha 7, 2 members left. Bigetron have the bigger advantage in terms of firepower and manpower. So all they need to do is hang on, get into the safe zone, touch the ring of circle. It's more than enough to secure the position. But Alpha 7, another team bowed down in such a tragedy.
The battle of the best teams here are here. The former champions here, we know them as the Kings of Vikendi here. This is prime moment for them. Can they do it here? Because top 3 for them, 4 alive. They've got 7 kills. DA stuck in a really awkward position as well. Zeus, they've got 1 man down. They can go in for the pickup here, but guess what? BTR, they're pincering both the teams here, making sure that they are trapped in a very, very awkward position. They still have the vehicles here. Looks like they will try and smoke up to get into position because DA, they are on the closest end of next phase circle, but they don't exactly have a lot of vision to work with here, and Zeus hasn't exactly revealed himself. Luxley gets a nice knock towards Godless here, and that's when Godless completely gets finished off. Bigetron, they've got 8 kills. Zeus, they've got 12. Ably gets taken out, and Zio is going to be the only one left alive for Zeus, as the zone is going to be coming their way here as he closes and edges away in here. Zio, he's going to heal himself up, but can he do it though? Because we are down towards the last 3 teams here, Drew.
And it seems like nothing progresses just yet. We're looking at one healing team here. And we're looking at, it's going to be Zeus playing the healing game. Digital Athletic, they are 2 men, but it's not impossible for them to make the clutch. It's 3v2, but they can even out the odds. It's 2v2 now. Bigetron, this doesn't look so great, even though they got 4 men before. And how did they clutch this? Zaxi, he's down to him. He got 1 down, and he needs 1 more. It's going to be Ray, and that's it. He's down for the Atlas, and now Ray's trying to fight him. He found it. Zaxi is down, and down to Liquid. Can he make his debut? Big play done by Liquid, winning Bigetron this round. The healing games, y'all, place themselves 2nd place. What a game! Zeus still plays himself higher than what just happened. Digital Athletics almost get that chicken dinner, but denied entirely by the Red Aliens, who reviving their mates to triumph together for their chicken winner, absolutely, for the 3rd match of day number 3 in Vikendi here today.
Oh, what a phenomenal run there coming from Bigetron Red Aliens, the Kings of Vikendi defending the title. And guess what? Zeus is being front of the last man standing. They know what's up. They're checking every single corner. And Zeus, he's playing the healing game here. That is going to be him bumping up a little bit more stat. That is a reader. He's the number 1 heals averagely done here. He's got 9 done here, but the days! Oh, he almost caught him off. It looks like Zeus will say goodbye by dying to the zone eventually here. Bigetron Red Aliens, the former champions defending their title, they are back and they finally got their chicken dinner. Is it enough for them to push up into the leaderboard here? Because as of now, DA is in the picture. Zeus doing phenomenally well. Alpha 7 as well. What happened to these guys? Because I did not expect all this team to go all out. And right from the get-go here, in day number 3, every single team, they want to get to better placements. They want to be called the Kings of Kings. Nobody is giving up that easily yet here, True.
Well, it's now or never, like we mentioned before. The grind since the start of the tournament, since the league itself, since the qualifiers. And they're down to the final stage here. If they don't bring whatever they have for themselves, their best to bring it up to the table, it's going to be all for naught. I would say that was remarkable plays coming out from Bigetron. Can they really come back? They have been ups and downs. They've been hot and cold the past couple of games here. The moment they perform this game, the next one, sometimes they just be the one to be first out or too soon. So hopefully they can keep the consistency and also just maintain the momentum they had, same against Forzus as well. They have huge potential laying upon them, but all they need to do have a bit of a, that kind of self-confidence a bit of a notch. That's all they need to do. They are actually one of the best. They have a bit of a lower expectation for themselves for Zeus, but they actually have more than what they can think of, what they dream of. And now is the time to show it off. This is the time where you flex your individual skills on the world stage. But Nova, I have to say, this was a nice position at first, but it just turns out it kind of hard for Jim to climb down for the second thoughts after the blue starting to close in.
Yeah, I definitely think it was a really rough position coming from Nova as well. They were on the southeast section as well. They didn't have a lot of information. They took too long with the engagement there, but despite that, they did their all. They are not some pushover teams here. But what's really surprising for me is actually Zeus, because day 1, day 2, even through the league stages as well, they've been doing very consistent. You know, they're kind of like in the middle of the pack. They've been able to place great placements here, but they could not finish off most of the games here. And likewise, we're seeing similar patterns again. But day 1, day 2, they finished kind of by the end of day 2, they kind of finished in the middle of the pack, right? In 8th place. And now, coming after 3 games here, they've been on the leaderboard for quite some time. Zayo, one of the most mechanically skilled, proven today in this stage here, being the #1 healer. And just like that, he was able to win it for the team despite getting 12 kills. He is the #1 healer here. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen, here, the million reward guest, ladies and gentlemen, here, as BTR taking the match 3 here, walking away. Well, for you guys who won this here, congratulations to them, because we are looking for, we're going to be sharing possibly 100 of you guys viewers there for the $150K US here. It's going to be divided here. Well, if you are lucky and you get all of them correct here, you might be one of the winners to actually get it all right there, Shu.
Yeah, 5 million AG and 1 million UC vouchers, man, that's gonna be a lot. And it's gonna be, I see, shopping spree for you guys actually trying to get a lot of M41 ice skin or whatever skin that you need to be in the game. But here is gonna be the overall ranking, day 3, match 3, #1 still, now swapping. Wow, 4 AM taking the #1 spot with the most chicken dinner so far, 169 points, with Digital Athletics following very closely, but a bit wider gap than before. It's going to be 156 points. Still 2 chicken dinners. Bigetron now from number 16 on day 2, straight away pushing themselves up to skyrocket high number 3, 144 points tie with Zeus, who's following the same footsteps coming up from the second page. Just within a day, they pushed down all the teams there. Look at how many teams going down, just 2 teams exchanging their places from page 2 to page 1. Team Secret now at 142 points at 5th place. 6th, we have NOVA-XQF 138, while Futbolist still stagnant at 7 and 8, which going to be Konina Power.
Yeah, and seeing how this is actually happening here in the top 8 here, Zeus and BT are really stepping up from today's games here. I'm looking forward to see can they contain this consistency here, because there's going to be more games to come. We are going to be expecting, 5 more games to go here. Meanwhile, bottom half here, Alpha 7 makes the crawl up towards the 9th place here. Now topping the charts for the second half. RRQ will bound to the 10th place here with 111 points. Navi remaining on the 11th spot here with 109 points. Team Secret Jane on the 12th place with 105 points. Aerowolf on the 13th place with 88 points. ASL on the 14th place. Getting a little bit better in terms of placements here with 85 points. PWA will fall towards the 15th place with 84 points. And A1ES will be on the bottom side with 63 points here. But true, seeing how today's performance here, we see a lot of glimpse moments coming from NOVA-XQF. We saw moments coming from Zeus. We saw moments from BTR, DA finally stepping up as well, which was phenomenal here. But as of now, on the screen here, we do see the MVP for the match. It's going to be none other than the boys in red, Zuxi, with 5 kills thrown and 937 damage done. That is a lot of damage done here, Chu.
I have to say, Zuxi never stopped, just never stopped surprising us. I don't know what is his limit. Like, seriously, literally. He just don't know. How can this person, he's just so different if you compare with the last season, just how much he progresses. And now we're going to go for head-to-head for Zuxi and also Godless. Zeus and Bigetron, both teams that are having a huge leap of faith coming up from page 2 to page 1. With the longest distance of kill, I have to say this time it's Godless's side to win this. But when it comes to kills, it's pretty much almost the same goods for damage. But the contribution towards the team 39.9% for Zoxy. But I have to give credit for Zeus as well. They did not expect them to go this far, but they made it out to be one of the best in the world. Who have thought? Nobody turned their heads towards Zeus before. Bigetron, everybody knows they are the world champions multiple times. They are always the guys in red, known for how great they are, the powerhouse. But Zeus brings us something new, something fresh this time.
Yeah, and now 4 a.m. as of now with the team summary here with the highest total kills thus far, 83 kills throughout the course of both day 1, day 2, and now day 3, getting the most, I would say, the kill leader of the entirety of the game here. Zeus eSports doing the most amount of damage here, 18,825 damage. Average survival time is going to be the guys from Klas Digital Athletics, and last but not least here, Futbolist vehicles usage rate of 75.7% here. So it's interesting, just based on the stats here, we can see 4 different playstyles from 4 different teams here. Zeus eSports very I would say very participating in terms of kills. 4 a.m. with the kill steals and getting very focused on getting those kills here. Whereas the guys from A1 is going to be positioning, and Futbolist is all about mobility here. So we can have a glimpse of moment of what is going through the team's priority list in terms of playstyles here. And just based on the stats from those 3 days here, I would say it's 4 different approach from 4 different teams playing this game here. We're going to be seeing some wonderful team plays here. Meanwhile, let's hear a bit more stats for you guys here. The top 3 fraggers thus far. 4 a.m. Sook with total of 30 kills throughout 3 days here with a total damage done 6,370 damage here. Sook, he never fails to not impress me every single time he performs here too.
Zeus finally made it out for the leaderboard for top 3 frags. Before this, yesterday was oh boy. And Order and Sug is always squeezing themselves up in this list no matter what they do. Is just they themselves again. It's gonna be 30 this time for total kills, more than yesterday. I'm surprised how aggressive these guys get as the time goes. But we can actually expect more after this because we're down to a couple of more days only for the finals to end. So no more time to waste. They need to go gun blazing for these guys if they were to take out that trophy home. But we're done talking about game number 3. We're down to next map, which gonna be Erangel. Back to Erangel we go, the classical. Can they take, and will it be a different team this time? Will it be one team that never win chicken dinner to take away? But before that, another thing for you guys to know is going to be PUBG Mobile Trading Cards, which is now live. All the top players, while the supplies actually last at shop.epics.gg. There are limited numbers of first edition of PMGC Pro card sets available to pre-order only during the PMGC finals. So support your team and order yours. Each card is unique and it has a QR code, by the way. You can compete with the fans all around the world, showcase your collection online, and even sell them in the marketplace if you want, and show that you are the #1 fan of your team. Be the die-hard fan and just show how much you're supporting your system.
Please, guys, if you guys have extra, please give me some as well. I would love to see every single team's cards here as much as one. I want to be a collector here, but I don't know. Can I get them all? Is it possible for me to get them all too? Maybe, right?
I don't know. That you should probably go to epics.gg. There you go. I gave you the clue. Okay.
All right. I'll do it later, okay? For now, we got a job to do. We still got a cast here. But as of now, going to be on the screen here. Let's take a look at the recap of how the maps go down here. Because to start things off, the flight path was a northwest section map, right? Teams had to struggle with the circle here. We were kind of shocked initially with how the zone is pretty much pushing everyone to the southern section here. But eventually, teams kind of still found their way to rotate in here. I think one of the interesting facts that actually happened that particular round was Futbolist was one of the fastest, earliest team to actually rotate in here. Meanwhile, Bigetron was one of the last team actually dropped in this circle, which was pretty interesting here because we expect, hey, being the last team here, you are going to be one of the last to loot, last to rotate, and possibly play extremely slow. And we saw them kind of held out towards the eastern section of Nova, where they had a small run-in against Aerowolf, which took quite some time. But despite all odds, they took advantage of the situation where, hey, they had a very, very small compound to play with. And despite having this small compound on the eastern side of the circle, they were able to kind of like position themselves where they had prime position to finish off every single team from the eastern side. But what was really amazing about Play was that they made sure their vehicles were always intact. Every time they pushed the compound, they smoked. They made use of the wall of smoke to make sure that no one takes away their mobility, and because of that they were able to rotate safely and provide a lot of cover there, which was very, very nice to watch. There is a reason why they were known as the Kings of Vikendi back in the PMCO stages, and now they've shown us firsthand why they're the best in Vikendi. But however, can they keep up with the momentum? Because now with Vikendi out of the picture here, we are going to be heading into Erangel, which is a complete different play style from the usual one here. And that is a map where every single team in the world is going to be able to play in the map, because it's the first map if you want to play PUBG Mobile, and everyone's got to be mastering that map as well. And I would say I agree with Woofy points. I think like Woofy did mention it as well earlier in the opening of today as well. He did mention that Erangel is by far the most balanced map out of every single map, just because of every single corner of the map here. You pretty much have windows and covers, and also places to kind of actually offense wise here, which if you agree with me here, just judging from Day 3's first game, all right, we saw by I think Circle 7, Circle 6, there was a good solid 11 teams still alive, and that was just so hard to push that through.
That's very true. But still, there's no consistency yet with teams. Except for 4AM, obviously they got themselves positioned. As you mentioned about a couple of teams, including Bigetron, that they used to be teams of Vikendi. But it's open to anybody to actually get that crown. It's like it's anybody's game at this point. It's about how, I mentioned this before with that, it's about how well can you cope against this team, how well can you adapt to the new players. Because it's not, sometimes, yes, veteran players do have experience more than the new ones, but the new ones always seem to be fresh as people. So it's down to the veteran players that can learn, unfold all the strategies to fight against all these things that coming in. And that's what's challenging for the players. They need to keep on improvising, they keep on making something new, making more creative ideas about how to get themselves that, especially with how the circle is chaotic, and also deceiving all the players about you see how the hot shift is just so hard to read the circle. It's so unpredictable. Back then, we ourselves as casters, as analysts, as hosts, kind of get the idea about how this next circle will be, or where the final place will be at. But this time, it's so different.
Yeah. Anyways, I would say we have something up in store for you guys here, because as of now, I think you already know that PUBG Mobile released a runic power mode from January 12th with version 1.2 in this new mode, and the various runes in this new mode will grant you new powers. There are 3 powers in total: Flame, Wind, and Arctic. Each runic will give you 2 skills, and the skills which you get from the rune you chose are different, and those skills will increase the technical diversity when you play the game. And the runic mode is a time-limited mode in PUBG Mobile Season 17, so if you have not tried it yet, please go and try it before it is gone. And here is the replay highlight from your influencer showmat, and well, that's pretty much a very, very interesting thing that's going to be happening very, very soon here, Chu, because well, as soon as I say it here, what is going on here, Chu? Tell me.
Well, this is the runic. Right now, the treaty is on the stage, and this is the PUBG Mobile release runic power. Look at that, how amazing it is. The mode is made from January 12th with the version 1.2. I'm gonna repeat what IceBB mentioned just now. So in this new mode, the various runes in this new mode will grant you new powers. So it's like airbenders, you know. That's so cool. And there are 3 powers in total. There are Flame, there's Wind, and there's Arctic. Every rune will give you 2 skills. The skills which you get from the rune you choose are different, and those skills will increase the technical diversity when you play the game. And the runic power mode is the time-limited mode in PUBG Mobile Season 17. So if you have not tried yet, please go and try it now before it is gone, because it's going to be one in a lifetime opportunity. Here's the replay highlight from the influencer show match. Just for you guys to watch.
Switch to him. Quan Deadshot jumps out, and Quan Deadshot eliminates Nicholas Empire, and he's going to drop the emotes on him. Quan Deadshot, how dare you, my friend? Nade cracked, and here comes one from Fates into your living room, and unfortunately for him, it just misses. Prod takes some damage here, and Fates as well just narrowly missed with a grenade. These players keenly aware of each other's presence. What a big moment here as Prod also lobbing the grenades in to Fates' house, and Fates able to fend it off. Aware of people's presence, will take a look over her shoulder out the window. She's gonna hop out, and just like that, connection from Prod. Prod is going to follow up the M20 blow to Elenise. We move over and check Zfon, and Zfon Till early on in this one. Very nice work to him, and Inked Mermaid will have to bow out of the competition. Bella feels safe, but should she? Absolutely not! WPGN taking the scar to the side of the head, and just like that, Bella Fox is out. Squidge Gaming making a name for himself. We've got a fight going now between Elos and Clint Abyss, and Clint Abyss with that Ice Arctic rune getting the victory. And here is that Wind rune. Zute gets connected with Fates, connects with the AWM. Sees Wicked, connects with Wicked as well. Fates on a rampage. Taff Garcia in the distance. Just misses that one, but gets the 2-tap here, and Fates quickly up to 3 kills. Sees someone else coming in as well. Misses the US. The crate coming down, he's got an ice wall blocking one of his sides. I love the use of these new runic powers to keep him protected. Bushka gets taken down by Fates, who picks up his 5th kill. Bushka coming out of hiding underneath the bridge. Prod just gets missed by the BRDM. Gets some shots into it. Quan Deadshot off in the distance now. Prod is stuck with his BRDM up on this crate. Not how he wanted to go out here. Nades coming in plentiful from Fates. He's dropping a ton of them on that BRDM, trying to explode it. And just like that, he does. He gets the destruction of the BRDM, which thus takes out Quan Deadshot. And just like that, it's a 1v1. Fates versus Mustache Dave. 7 kills now to Fates' name. Uses the flamethrower to block his left side. Sees him, aims, fires, and that's it. Fates picking up the victory. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Mustache Dave eliminated. You gotta love it. Fates coming out with an unbelievable showing here to take home the chicken dinner in the Runic Power Showcase.
This game ends with Aerowolf on the top side. In there. It's just Puppy by itself. He's so close to Classical Athletics. Who's right there? So the far formula coming into play, connected to it. The last one, constantly, they're trying to get.
Selamat datang namaskar, saya Salametis B, Zidras Tuite. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals. I'm Choo, along with me here, gonna have a new faceless casters, host analyst, IC Baby 1-2.
It's great to be back here, Chu. I like how we are embracing the Malaysian spirit here because we are, well, kind of supporting Team Secret a little bit here. But of course, we cannot be biased, ladies and gentlemen, here. We are here going to be watching one of the best teams from all around the world competing for day number 3 in PMGC here. We've saw a lot of games thus far. We're going to be jumping into the next game number 4 very, very shortly here. But meanwhile, shout out to our amazing, people who's actually watching right now, and I know you guys are going to be excited to see who is going to be our champions for today, but as of now we have our special people to thank here. Chu, why don't you take us through that?
Especially Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios as usual, and also official title sponsor of PMGC, Qualcomm Technologies, who deliver the ultimate gaming advantage with Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and nonetheless OnePlus 8T, the leading global mobile technology company, featuring the ultra-fast OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone as the official device of PMGC, powered by the Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform. Also Mountain Dew, the proud official beverage, where they quench our thirst of fueling as well for PMGC, the next generation of gaming talent. And also we want to thank winning Kuala Dubai right now. We are so honored to have Dubai Tourism and Dubai Sports Council as our location sponsors, and we thank them for making this for their support and making the event in Dubai possible. I want to shout out as well for our talents and previous host casters and analysts: Jason Kaplan, Maxman, Seven Worlds, John Allen, Blankheart, Jukes Imperium, Wolfie, Oflo, and also Old Dogi. Thank you guys for being such a great comrade that helping us so much, giving information and help us through all this challenging moment when it comes to the finals of PUBG Mobile Globals. But we're down to the fourth game here. Back to Erangel we go.
Yep, and thank you so much to everybody as well for helping us out. However, to ensure that you guys are enjoying the game here as well, we are going to be taking towards the flight path here in the Aerowolf here. We saw the flight path passing towards the southwest corner, a pretty southeastern approach coming from all these teams here. But the circle is going to be pushing towards the northwest section of Georgia Bowl. So a pretty interesting gameplay playstyle here. It's going to be somewhere in the vicinity of 70. It is also somewhere in the vicinity of Georgia Bowl here. So we may or may not know where the circle may happen here. But both sides of the terrain has very, very different unique play styles here. Whereas 70 is going to be a lot of long-range gunfights all from the get-go. But on the southwest corner, it's going to be a lot of compounds to worry about here. Whereas the Georgia Bowl apartments as well is going to be something that is extremely hard to play, because there is so many cover to actually play in that regards that you.
And now, sorry for that. PUBG Mobile, sorry, the Wrangle map, we've talked about Navi before here, Icy, and oh boy, he seems to be getting himself a bit too far than the rest of the team, but he's going to be A-okay now, back and reunite with them. I think that's a really important position where he was before. He got the idea where the other teams were about and going to relay back the information towards his teammate. But I'm not sure about Smoke though. How he ended up landed here alone. And it's going to be an easy kill for iShots.
Oh,
hopefully he can fish him out. Yeah, but at the same time, they only have M16. I'm not sure this is a good idea. Oh, man.
Well, he's looking for information here. They want to get those free KPs. And that's the thing about the flight path, right? Like any teams rotating from the western side, they are going to be looking for vehicles, right? We're going to be seeing huge teams contesting for those mobility to get those positioning here. And in this case, this is going to be one of those moments here, because Navi, he's stuck here. Smoke, there's nothing you can do. All you gotta do is just pray that Team Secret wastes a lot of time and they say, you know what, I'm going to give up and bail. But guess what? Looks like it's going to be the perfect trap here, because right now, the rest of Navi is going to be providing the assist here. And Yuhai and iShots, they don't know what's up. They roughly have an idea. They heard a couple of movements coming in. Yuhai needs to get out of position, because right now, he's out in the open. He may get shot, and he's going to get caught. The perfect trap, indeed. The saviors in disguise, Matik, is going to go in for the saves here. And Yuhai now going to be in a lot of trouble. He's going to get knocked here. And iShots is pretty much left alone as well. He's got the vehicle. He's going to make a run for it. And oh boy, he's going to go for the spray transition. He almost traps him, and iShots in a small collision. He's down towards the last tick of his health. He doesn't have a lot of mats here. It's all up to iShots to clutch it and save for the team here. Can the rest of the team save the day for Team Secret? Because as of now, we do see these shots coming in. Oh boy, gets tagged up from afar. The Rex is potentially trying to help him out, but iShots, he's trapped, and Navi knows it. They are going to go chase here. Matoy still very, very far away here, as he's going to be swimming across, going for the save. iShots, he's going to get run over. Here comes Navi, and eventually iShots gets sprayed down. Navi, they won't lose one in the process here, but they got the job done. Team Secret, they lose not one, but two in the process. Oh my goodness, what a crazy greed here coming from Team Secret. Greed is not good indeed here, Chu.
They overstayed themselves. They got the golden opportunity, didn't take that as fast as they can, and they overstayed the moment they didn't have anything on them. That's just not wise for them to just. It's too long. It was too long. They have M16 in their hands. They just jumped down. I don't know what they were thinking for Team Secret. Now Rex trying to amend and do a little bit of damage control, but I have to say it's a bit too late and too far. They are across the street, but Mato with that distance. Holy smoke, how did he actually shot with that far kind of distance with rifles? If I'm not mistaken just now. He still managed to pin down one for Na'Vi, but he cannot finish off Old Boy straight away. He got covered. His vision is not clear. There's some vegetations in between that gives a lot of advantage for Na'Vi's side. But in the meantime, they don't have any smokes. He kind of picked out a bit of Boy's backside. And then Mato tried to finish the job, seal the deal, while Smoke also doesn't have any helmets. And that's a great distance shooting out from that rifles. Mato is still not done yet, but in the meantime, this is what I mentioned before, do they have enough resources to actually prolong this kind of war? And Rex is really far across from Mato. Same goes for Na'Vi, they cannot finish off the job straight away. So Na'Vi in the meantime knows that they cannot do the same mistake as Secret did. They figure things out. They're gonna rotate where Mattoy at the moment. And I'm not sure if they can caught him red-handed. Well, we're gonna have to wait and see. One in Jogopool, so many teams actually occupying hospital area. Maybe everybody trying to merge into the Qualcomm Mountains. But we're gonna have to wait and see where the circle ended up and be at. But it seems like Na'Vi is really persistent when it comes to chasing down the rest of Team Secret.
Well, this is a really rough game here coming from Na'Vi and Team Secret here, considering it took so much time in this initial early phase here. Almost 7 minutes has pretty much passed here. Na'Vi is pretty much underlooted, likewise for Team Secret here. And this is actually going to cost them potentially the game unless they do something about it here. Because as of now, Na'Vi, they had to sacrifice Boy. There's no point committing for the save because considering that how much time has been wasted here, they're opting to go and rotate and stock up some utilities here. Meanwhile, likewise for Team Secret here, they got one kill, they lost two of potentially their star players coming from Team Secret here. This is gonna be rough here. Hopefully things will be better for them because as you can see just now early on, the maps has already showed themselves here. A lot of teams are already making their way into the Georgia Pool, and like I said, in Georgia Pool, it's a different terrain. It's going to be urban warfare all the way through. So we're going to be expecting a lot here. Meanwhile, BTR, Luxy actually falls down here as Futbolist do kind of get a game coming in here. And BTR, they want to try and save the day here as can they catch up the guys from Futbolist as Lutz going to be tanking the zone here. Gets a couple shots into his BTR, but unfortunately they will try and back off. Meanwhile, BTR, they are going to try and save up Succeed as they are getting a couple of suppressed shots from afar. Raoul will get the nice knock onto his Ryzen, but they are still attacking the zone from the side of Futbolist. As of now, Futbolist, they have not made much plays yet. Do they want to go in for the finishing move? Because the circle is relatively far away from their usual drop spots here, too.
And then we're looking at them tanking the blue for the first phase is still okay, it's bearable, but it's worthwhile for them if they manage to shut down the rest of the Bigetron. They only have one vehicle. Futbolist is still not over yet. They want more of Bigetron. They are bloodthirsty to get for the kills, and when it comes to aggression, they are always on their peak when they are forced to take the fight. Futbolists, they're climbing down their high horse now. They don't have a choice. They need to make way down. While they're not having a lot of utilities for healing, but like I mentioned, the first phase always like 0.4% of HP tick off by every second. So on the side of Bigetron, this is where it gets tricky. Can they make it on time into a compound where nobody is actually taking the territory yet, as long as they didn't crash into one of another team's territory or their cities, so it's okay for them. They need to make sure that they have the right judgment call. PWAA also start to make the move while they're going at the edge of the blue zone, playing it very safe and just going around in circles. I don't think they will bomb into any teams anytime soon based on how they rotated. 4 a.m. surprisingly, just say hi and a hello and then goodbye to A1.
You know what's really surprising is that like most of the teams actually prioritize securing the compounds to the South George as well as North George instead. Not many teams actually opted to take the Mount Gatka in that regards, or in my dictionary it would be Mount Everest here, as it does have one of the highest mountain terrain here, and possibly 4 a.m. is going to be thinking of heading towards that vicinity here. Meanwhile, what's happening in South George container here, because as of now Nova is in the vicinity. We do see ASL Zeus going to be holding the western side of the bridge here, so we are expecting a lot of teams already prioritizing on those urban or warfare. So we are going to be expecting a lot here. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. is going to be taking a very interesting approach here. True. Look at the northern section here. They've opted to go to hang out along the coastlines potentially. And that's a very crazy move here, because there are a lot of teams kind of gatekeeping the bridge already in this vicinity. Whereas the rest of the teams from the outside of the circle, we do see BTR, we do see KP, we do see Futbolist, we do see Team Secret Jin, and also PW88, who's still kind of lost in the situation here. But as soon as they start docking into the Georgiable town, things are gonna get a little bit heated up here, Ju.
I have to agree, yeah, it has shift a bit to the west, but nobody knows for certain the circle are going to end up at the bridge. And sometimes the airdrop kind of gave us a glimpse of the future. The next circle, where would it be? I'm surprised nobody tried to park themselves on top of that Gatka mountain. And I'm also surprised by how 4 a.m. approached this one as well. Usually they will rotate it very late, just how like Team Secret Jin plays. But Na'Vi right now, they caught themselves in a situation they don't want to be. They got sprayed down by A1 out of nowhere. And now look at the Sinister. It's being really sinister himself. Making sure nowhere to go for Na'Vi. They pin down all the angles possible for them to exit out, but they have to be careful. They don't want to get stabbed in the back, because there's one more team approaching very closely behind if A1 is not being meticulous about this.
Oh, A1, it's really rough to see how A1 has been playing thus far. Like every single time they make a play, it was great, but somehow the rest of the teams in this league, in this finals here, in these globals here, are pretty much playing out of their minds, right? Like when you're on form, things get a little bit different, especially when all the adrenalines are pumping through the veins here. You kind of play, you kind of show some inhuman reactions from time to time, and occasionally we do see it coming a lot from the top teams yet. And for A1, it feels like they've not felt enough yet in that regards, in my honest opinion here, Chu.
A1 is like, I don't know, they kind of lost their mojo these days. They used to be the teams that have surprised us, but wait for it, Na'Vi is not down against 4 a.m. It might be their downfall if they keep on losing man here. Tiski will be go down first straight, a clean kill coming out from 4 a.m. There's a neat work coming out from them, but look at how 4 a.m. approaches. They always go for individuals kills, and they don't go for it in unison. We're talking about them. If you can get the kill, just go for it. We don't mind, while the others are looking at different angles. But the rest of Na'Vi, they know they cannot fight this head on. When it comes to CQC against 4 a.m., it's too of a big risk for them to fight against. So it's best for them to stand down first, go for disengage, part ways, try to locate themselves in a better position to make sure they prioritize the center of the circle first, instead of forcing the fight that they will probably handicap right now.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, seeing how the circle is pretty much coming in towards the eastern section here, and as the saying goes, a famous quote from the Indonesian and Malaysian scene here, it seems like it is circle scam, because apparently everyone kind of docked themselves in towards the urban side of Georgia Pole, but guess what? The circle is going to force them all out and towards the outskirts of Mount Gatka, as well as the river intersection here, where things get a little bit feisty here, as there are a couple of strategic compounds that teams may or may not want to prioritize here. In this case, Konina Power is the closest to one of those compounds, which can be devastating for every single team rotating from the eastern side. And you can see a huge mess of teams in rotation shifts from all these teams, trying to find the most ideal spot for may or may not where the circle is going to be landing here. In this case, Team Secret Jin, they finally made their way here. They were one of the last to reach into the zone here. They found themselves a very nice mountain top towards the northeast corner, which, to my surprise, is a good spot for them here, because the rest of the teams are pretty much centralized in the town. And guess what? It's going to be open seasons for them if they can hold those northeast mountain of this next phase of zone here, Chu.
That's what I mentioned before. Why is nobody parked themselves on the Gatka Mountain first? Because obviously it's one of the most crucial paramount position that everybody needs to snatch themselves onto the territory. But Potato here is spraying it out towards other side of Futbolist, but it's a bit subpar, not going to connect yet, and he gets away with it unscathed. He's happy for now, but for how long? While the other teams struggling to make just to stay survive, or be sure to stay afloat for the boat. I'm not sure with this kind of crowd going in. Look at this. Everybody gonna get BD, but this Everly will still not gonna let it off. Football is trying to finish off Lovas in one of the fraggers, the best in the world. Well, so with the DP28. DP28, I have to say, is one of the rising popular rifles these days. Not real rifles, one of the rising popular weapons that are being used a lot for very long range. I'm surprised how these guys can actually control their barrels from this distance. Their recoils for DP28 is not an easy task to do.
Exactly. When it comes to this stage, global stages, every single gun needs to be trained in muscle memory just for zero recoil. In this case, teams who prioritize the DP here, they prioritize on those magazine size, which allows you to do way more large damage here. And to my surprise, if you play a lot of PUBG Mobile here, having a no extended mag and an extended mag on an N4 makes a huge difference between getting a knock and also getting the finish, or maybe even blowing up a vehicle here. So having those additional 6 bullets or maybe on the DP is going to allow you to do some serious damage in terms of weaponry and armory in this regards here. But as soon as they say here, big clutter of blows are coming here. Look at this, Chari. This is doing so much work with the DP here. And Futbolist takes a huge blow in terms of both their armor and utilities. On top of that, their vehicles are pretty much shredded to pieces as well. And ASL, they are going to be holding the containers here. They have a very, very interesting spot here, which they can kind of hold their ground against the southern approach here. But everyone from the eastern side might potentially get a couple of free easy pickings here. And Futbolist in no prime position to attack them yet, as they pretty much dock themselves in the compound. They're waiting for the next moment to fight, because as of now, Chu, look at this. 4 circle, 16 teams alive, 15-1 alive, and guess what, Chu? Team Secret is still alive.
Well, not everybody can stay alive. Just now, Spav, Aerowolf Limax, make sure they got the first one to be out there. Drowning himself. I think he tried to cross the bridge, but he got ambushed by so many teams on the side of Zeus and Abrupt Slayers. Also, Futbolist. It's going to be a tough fight for all of them. There's only one team that actually will survive from this fight, because there's only one team will leave this compound to make sure they got themselves in the center of a circle. Now, the next circle is tough for the place. It's going to be between the river on a little bit towards the eastern side of Jobo Pool, on the outskirts of Ruins and Hospital. While A1 right now, a lot of players being fished out and pinned down underneath this bridge. Nobody wants to take the higher ground bridge because it's too wide and open, so they opt out for swimming, which is not a great option as well.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, right? Team Secret Jade having the bestest of time with the northeast section here, but they're getting a little bit greedy here by spreading out their forces here. But hearing all these gunshots coming from the western side of the circle here, I think that's the right play here. Meanwhile, that's gonna be Matic down here as Jax gets clip him off with the Kobe. So A1, they somehow managed to hold down the fort in this compound, but little did they know, they're getting some serious heavy fire coming in from Nova as well as Alpha 7 from all these long range fights. And Nova, they're still going to be docking themselves in the bridge there. Not the most ideal approach, but I don't think they have much of a choice here, considering that that's how packed this next phase of circle is. So Nova, they are going to try to hide inside the river here to try and mask their presence before actually stinging out a W. And Jimmy Boy is going to be one of the first ones to make it along the shore here. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 is still pretty much occupied with their fight against A1 now. So that's going to be an opportunity for XQF Nova to actually creep their way into the next phase of the zone here, Chu.
Well, speaking of how they dug themselves underneath this bridge, I'm not a big fan of this. It's kind of a very small space for them to play along and not much space to move. This is what I talked about. One nade to just obliterate the teams underneath the bridge. I've seen Bigetron did this before to stay under the bridge, but not all the teams can execute that. Digital Athletics trying to play a very risky game here. We're talking about them cornering themselves at the edge of the bridge, so it's kind of hard for them to move. All they can do is just swim and swim, but for how long? They're gonna get soaked so bad and might just get a flu underneath there. But they need to dog themselves upwards because it will not be in the next circle, and the next circle shifted so hard. It's still centralized. It's gonna be a very long game. It's a very late game, but Secret Jin, they will not be pardoned yet. Who have known? Who have thought? There's so many teams have their eyes on this side, and they cannot get out from this compound at all. The moment they stepped out, look at that spray come out from all the teams that want them to go down. It's gonna be really a big mess later on. It's Cosmos tossing out the smoke grenade, hoping he have a window to run away, but can he make it out on time? Kangzo, he's waiting for 2K, but can he hop into the buggy? Well, GGZ, he's being left outside. No, he's gonna bleed out with the blue. Nobody gonna help him now. Zaxi taking football on Sonke, but Zaxi reverse damage onto him back. Cosmos taking out Konina Power. This is where the mess starts. The massacres happen. World War III starts. PW888 will be the first one to be down among the 13 teams on 13th place.
Now Konina Power now in some serious fight here. RRQ gonna go in for the push as well. Molotov gonna be zoning them out here, forcing them out to open. D2E gonna flush them out potentially here, hoping for team to actually tag team this fight. Konina Power gonna be running around here. D2E looking for the hunt here. Meanwhile, it's all by himself. He eventually gets taken down here. Konina Power gone through, gets taken out. Frozen still outplaying the rest of the teams here. A couple sprays are coming in. He has the DP, and RRQ, they misplayed that play here, but Konina is here to save the day, to try and keep things alive for RRQ. Frozen is gonna be the last man standing for inside of Konina Power, and RRQ, they somehow still manage to keep things interesting here. Meanwhile, G9 needs to pick up his rest of the teams here. Smokes are coming in, but Frozen, he's looking to close them all out. He wants to beat the hero. Frozen, he lobs a nade, but he doesn't exactly know where he is. G9 gets sprayed down. Oh my god! And that's gonna be RRQ getting taken out through the smoke. He's blind, he's crazy. And Frozen is here to chill them all to death, too.
Yep, he's letting it go all the way. And that's an unleashed terror that he just saw. Oh, but never mind. At 4 a.m., we're going to back to Sinha, who's struggling to stay alive without the blue pressuring him. There's no way he can make it out easily now. So it will be fetched by Sinha. He got for the grab call. Now, where would they go? Beneath them, there's Alpha 7. They can finish off the kill easily. Another team, Abrupt Slayers, will be out. Sinha try to spot out where are the rest of the teams that are being knocked down just now. They cannot spot them because there's too high above on their high horses. Alpha 7 Law is just beneath them. The next one, Bigetron, will be out on 7th place, while Zeus still swimming, taking a deep dive underneath the bridge. For how long? Nova is sharing the same place but got shut down by Zol. And NOVA-XQF plays at 6, while Zeus is still testing out the waters. While 4 a.m. start to triumph and start to getting a lot of kills on the high grounds here, even though they're not in the circle. But they're taking this opportunity to get as much kills as possible.
Jude, this might be a repeat in history coming from PEC here, because Zeus taking a page off the Chinese teams here. The submarine strat is working out for Zeus because Abeli is doing so much work in the underwaters here. He's getting so much information, proving a lot of detrimental damage in that regards. However, the game must continue because Team Secret Jin here, one of the easiest rotation coming in from the east side, has done fantastic work here. Meanwhile, so gets a free road kill on the process here. Hasaki getting knocked here. Team Secret Jin not going to be letting them off the hook here as the rest of 4 a.m. needs to cross this river. Not looking good for them. Meanwhile, Konina Power has the advantage on top of that as well. So tries to make a run for here as they are going to be crashing into his next fatal zone. And so gets sprayed down and he's going to go out. And that's going to be a GZ from Team Secret Jin, dominating the circle with 8 kills in the process here. Prime position for Team Secret Jin to actually clutch out for this chicken dinner for this game. Meanwhile, Zeus will retreat from the seas here as they have to get some oxygen as they are going to be docking towards the northwest section here. Team Secret Jin not going to be making things easier for them here because now with the final 3 team available, Team Secret Jin knows exactly where the rest of the teams are. 2 in the water, 2 in the house. Team Secret Jin in prime position to close this out for this game here, Chu.
I don't think it's a great idea to actually take a deep dive here in the river. If it's actually the ocean, it's fine. But the river kind of have 2 riverbanks, so it's easy to get cornered by the teams. So Zeus need to dock up as soon as they did, then now they do, and they need to figure things out how to climb up this hill. I'm hoping for the circle to favor now. It's down to the circle's game here. The one that taken down plays is gonna be 2K, and he got back what he deserved. It's gonna be 1-2-1 trade for the teams, but not much trading to be done here by Zeus. There's so little number of men left. And now Cosmos trying to smoke up and trying to cook the grenade, hoping it will be on the building side. Can he dodge that one? Clip a lot, huge chunk of HP down. He cannot finish the Joel, but Cosmos just managed to help, being helped by the Molotov just now. And Cosmos tried to go for Belly. He still managed to take one down. That's a miracle play, a clutch done by Zeus Belly now. All he needs to do is just to reload himself with that death box next to him and just reheal. In the meantime, hoping that he got enough time to actually reset himself for the next war against Secret Gen. They have still 3 men down there. While we have also Konina Power 2 men well and alive. Nobody give the attention to Konina Power because if this keeps on going on, Konina might just take the chicken dinner away.
Yep, as of now here, TSJ, they understand the circumstances right now. They've got 10 seconds to clear off Abely. If they do not kill Abely in time here, they're in some trouble here. But eventually, Kangzo with the nade will get the job done. But now, their next objective here is going to be fighting against the guys from Konina Power. It's going to be 2v3 situation. And guess what? Konina Power, they've got all the advantage. It's going to be no man's land for Team Secret Jin. How will they rotate this here? Konzo in perfect prime position here. This is going to be Konina Power's time to shine to get the chicken dinner. Can they do it? Because Gonzo needs to be taken out, and Team Secret Jin, they don't have the opening yet. And it's all about the patient game here. Konina Power, Frozen.
They got themselves quite a solid compound, so it's okay for them to stay their grounds for now for Konina Power. But what's need to be done is Team Secret Jin. How they cross this street? Will the circle last minute favor them? Because we never know. Sometimes the circle just shift to those actually on the unlucky positions. But right now, Secret Jin, do they have enough smoke to build a bridge of smoke to move towards and forwards against Konina Power? This is a risky move coming out. They cannot overpick themselves. They have the high ground. The Konina Power's Gonzo, especially Frozen. It's 2v3 for now, yes, but it seems like the better ground they have is actually on Konina Power. They got one on Gonzo. And Kangzo is, oh no, it's 1 trade to none. 2v2 now, it's even for the odds. Team Secret Jin, can they save their mates? Only 1 tree to be the cover for temporary. But how much longer? It clip a lot for their HP with the nades being tossed by Konina Power. Oh, Frozen, really close.
Great shot there coming from Frozen. Now he's going to be able to reset this fight here. Team Secret Jin, the circle is coming here. 2K is going to be out and open as well. Konina Power, they know this is going to be game for them here. They're going to go for the rush. They crack the pick up here, but the circle is coming in. Goes for the spray. Okay, gets the spray as well. That's going to be the punish that they need here. Konina Power is very awkward position. The mollies are coming in. Team Secret Jin going to be pressuring on Frozen here. The crazy man is alive. 1v2 situation. Can he take them all out? Team Secret Jin in a very choke spot here. He's got the cover coming in from Frozen here with the loot box here, but as of now, Frozen, he's out of utilities. The Molotovs get tossed once again. They're going to go for the pixel shots in. Team Secret Jin, they know they have numbers game, but as of now, positioning wise, Frozen has got the upper hand. The nade! Oh no, Frozen! It's gonna be some trouble, and instead, Team Secret Jin gets the chicken dinner. Oh my goodness! Oh, Frozen, he thought it was a smoke, but Team Secret Jin, they take the chicken dinner. Oh my god, what a game indeed here in RRQ. Woo!
That was really a judgment goal coming out from Team Secret Jin. The right call to toss that nade. Luckily, they saved themselves. The final grenade. They changed the whole game towards their favor. They almost lost it. Konina Power got themselves the airdrop. The advantage of level 3 gears in the last minute, but it will not save him from that grenade. They don't have utilities anymore, if I'm not mistaken, for Konina Powers. Sadly, unfortunately, they have to bow down, and that's going to be their downfall as well. To save at least 1 hand grenade for the last toss there, because if it's actually based on position, the advantage are actually quite huge on the side of Konina Power. But this is going to be the highlight 4-bit recap for now about what happened in game number 4 on day 3 match. And I have to say the circle is very tricky for the players, especially the land was split into 2 with the river in between. I don't fancy the player to actually take a deep dive here because of the river banks are actually on 2 sides. So they can easily get cornered, get fished out by all these guys coming out all around them to get free kills. Those actually swimming ended up dying in there instead of trying to save themselves.
Yeah, one of the roughest game here was the early start here. Remember the fight against Team Navi here? Both teams kind of got a really sad ending in this game here, especially how long they took here. They kind of took each other down like a kamikaze here. But one of the plays that I really want to talk about here was RRQ and Konina Power here, because Konina Power, they were in a very awkward position, right? Like they were rushed by RRQ. RRQ was kind of in a situation where they couldn't shut them out. But what was really nice coming from Frozen was that Frozen and Cosmo kind of outplayed RRQ in their own game here. RRQ was expecting that, hey, teams, shoot this compound. If they run out open, it's prime position for us. But guess what? Not many teams will kind of focus on them here, because every single team from the northern section was kind of focused on getting into the next faded zone, so they don't exactly have time to actually focus on the guys in houses. So RRQ misread the situation, they got punished for it here. But the final ending in that moment here, Konina Power, we expected them to kind of take the game, right? Yes, Team Secret Jin, they had their numbers one advantage here, 3v2 situation. Konina Power, they had the high ground, they had the cover, they got the first knockdown. Gonzo was there to kind of like, you know, he got the first knock, they got the first finish, they got greedy with the nades here to try get the KP, hoping to get a little bit more. Unfortunately, was heavily punished for here, as we kind of saw Gonzo kind of drop down at an open as well. He was definitely scouted out guide members from Team Secret Jin. Great spray down from them, and they destroyed them, because I did not expect at all, because it was pretty much Konina Power's game to take, and it feels like they dropped the ball there, Shu.
Man, what was more important is you guys drop the comment and prediction right for the viewers down there. You guessed it right for Konina Power to take away this match. Meal reward guess for you guys who actually guessed it right. It's going to be Team Secret Jin at match 4 of today, in day number 3 of the grand finals. Daily prize pool is going to be 10 million AG and 1 million UC vouchers, with a grand prize reward of total 150k. Sorry, 150,000 USD up for grabs, especially those who predicted quite right. Only 100 viewers will be selected. Speaking of Konina, sorry, it was Team Secret Jin. It's not Konina Power, sorry. Konina Power so close to actually get themselves that chicken dinner. I have to say the Black Horse still stays as the Black Horse. They were quite well in the regular season, but I don't know what happened to them. They kind of lost their momentum. They're on a roller coaster ride. They did great before in day number 1, but they just lost their everything these days. 4 AM still the first team to actually try with the most chicken dinner of the overall rankings, with 3 on their side, 182 points. This up towards the ladder now, number 2. I'm loving this actually. Bring me a little bit of smile on my face right now. I'm smiling, I swear. The second place is with 159 points. Digital Athletics 158 with 2 chicken dinners, and NOVA-XQF 2 chicken dinners as well at 4th place. Bigetron 147 at 5th place. Team Secret 6. We have Konina Power climbing up there as well, marking themselves at 7th, while Team Secret Jin squeezing barely into the first page, almost tied with the 9th place as well. The thing is, the only team that top 3 without any chicken dinner is Zeus. Just how consistent they are getting at top 5 almost every single game since yesterday.
Yeah, and seeing how they are playing here, Zeus, I like how quickly they adapted in situation, right? Like, remember I mentioned that, hey, they took a page off the Chinese teams here. We know during PEC, 4 AM, NOVA-XQF, we've seen a lot of submarine strategies here. But Zeus, they played it on a whole different level in the situation here. They docked 2 members inside the car with they kind of submarine their way through. They got a couple of free shots from underwater here, especially like teams like Team Secret Jin, teams like 4 AM, teams from NOVA-XQF. They didn't exactly knew what was happening here, because they are getting shot from an angle that, hey, how are they getting shot here? It feels like they're hacking, but no, this is the submarine strategy that they invented themselves. And guess what? Zeus implemented, perfected it, got them the placements here, and now being in the top 2 position here, I'm on the same boat as you here, Shu. I'm happy for them, because they're the only team to be in the top 3 with 0 chicken dinners here. Being one of the only teams being extremely consistent through the league stage tiers here, especially when the league stages, they were kind of finishing in the middle of the pack all the way through. But now in the top 2, that's going to be a big win here. However, they jump here, the MVP for that match, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be JGZ from Team Secret Jin here. And this is going to be his stats here, Drew.
Oh well, he is all around one of the best players, obviously, but will it be enough? We're not the longest distance skills ever, so I think he's pretty much loving more CQCs than shooting it in a very long distance for JGZ, Team Secret Gin, or GZ. But back about the teams that we talked about, I have to say, Zeus having one of the most youngest player in the lineup, which is Godless, with 16 years old. There are a couple of players that are actually 16 years old. Konina Power having one as well for Frozen. But here's going to be the youngest player in the whole tournament, Frozen, 16 years old, against GZ from Team Secret Gin head-to-head. When the longest distance kill is more towards GZ, but the kill is pretty much almost the same damage as well. But contribution towards the team, I have to say, Frozen is more towards the team play than GZ from Secret Gin. And the damage received is a bit much more for the GZ, but I have to say it's a well done for Konina Power performance. Even though they are actually still the Black Horse throughout the whole entire event and the whole entire championship, that they prove they have what it takes to be the world stage as well.
Yeah, you know, I like how Frozen played that as well, right? Remember the fight against RRQ? His spatial awareness was insane and phenomenal here. Considering that Konina Power kind of lost the compound completely here, he was able to dictate what was actually happening around here. He was able to kind of pinpoint where G9 was in that situation when G9 tried to pick up the rest of the members in that small little corner here. He pre-fired through the smoke with kind of blind here, just using his senses with his hearing. He was able to identify where exactly they were. So that was a really sick play from a huge clutch there coming from Frozen. So I'm not surprised that they are going to be having those high damage done here. However, more stats for you guys here. Team Secret Gin being one of the biggest factor in this game here. Like I said as well, from teams conquering from the northeast section and mountain terrain, especially in the early phase of the circle, where every single team kind of expected to be hoping that the circle kind of ended in an urban warfare setting towards the western side of Georgia Pool, but unfortunately got completely shut off in that regards here. So Team Secret Gin, they're one of the last teams to actually make it to the circle. They got a very nice, comfortable compound, which arguably in every single other region's tournament in terms of PUBG Mobile would be occupied, and they were very lucky to be able to get it uncontested. The compound with the northeast section, the compound on the Wizard Tower, or in this case Sniper Tower on the southeast corner of that compound, was pretty much uncontested. It was all up for grabs for Team Secret Gin, and they were able to get so much information and deliver the huge blow here. So it's no surprises, they've got 12 kills, they got 15k damage done in total there too.
It's not 15, 1005, but you know, I feel sad about Konina Power. They 1,000 over, almost the same as Secret Gin's damage. I got kills still quite a lot there. 58 total kills. The circle was really tricky for the players to play. A lot of them drowned themselves, some of them being fallen by the blue zone. But 51 total knockouts with 6,000 over heals, not the most yet, but quite high, with 10 total revives. So not everybody abandoned their teammates, with 178 throws of nades and whatever that the utilities that can be thrown there being used. It's not the highest yet, but I want to see more of this. We've seen 200 over, almost 300 maybe, but it's irregular. It should be more than this. Longest distance of kill by Silas, Digital Athletics said 244 meters, 8 total headshots. Most of them will be straight into knockdown with a lot of car 98 hopefully. And airdrops looted, I think in the last minute, also counted as Konina Power. I think it was Frozen who take the last airdrop looted right in front of him, but it's not providing him any grenades in the last minute. It was really a close call, 50-50 game just now, but it was just a remarkable play by both of the teams. I cannot wait to see what we were going to see for Sunhawk later on, because surprisingly, Sunhawk is actually one of the smallest map 4x4, but these days it's been one of the slowest games. But before we jump into the next game number 5, we just recap a bit of just what happened in Erangel.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. Initially here, the circle was kind of centralized in the middle of the Georgia Pool as well. Everyone was expecting a urban warfare, but as soon as at least 4 or 5 teams was kind of occupied there, teams were kind of betrayed by the circle. So I would say circle scam in that regards. And Team Secret Gym, they were one of the teams that came in from the northeast section, but to my surprise, not many teams actually it's securing the eastern side here. 4 a.m. was in the northern section. PWA, it was a little bit late here. Tried to take the safe route, tried to use the apartments to try to sneak their way through. But guess what? That's exactly what every single team was kind of figuring out as well. Because in the urban warfare, yes, you have to cover. There's gonna be exposed here. There's more things to work around. But unfortunately, say it was a bloodbath because everyone will be thinking more or less the same ideal strategy, which unfortunately just did not work out for them. However, another game is as the game progressed as well, we saw clips and moments here. The submarine strat here, look at this Zeus. Zio was pretty much sneaking their way through. A1 was kind of occupied as well because he's got his crosshairs off by NOVA-XQF, by Alpha 7, by the guys from the south side as well. It was just a huge bloodbath, but eventually Zeus, they somehow made their way from that vicinity, playing one of the last cards here, being the silent game. I would say the silent team to actually make the next phase of circle, which was really nice to watch because they swam from the further side of the river. No one expected them to come, and I believe NOVA-XQF didn't exactly realize they were actually creeping up from behind as well, and eventually every single team kind of made their way in and got caught off. But this final moment here, this was a big question mark in my opinion here, because Team Secret Jin might have lost it, but eventually when an opportunity presents itself, take it, do exactly that, and that's exactly what they did here, because who would have thought Team Secret Jin to take the win? But guess what? They did eventually here, Chu.
Because they have that one nade saved up just for the last minute in case in the case of emergency. While Konina Power have none left, they have been trying to defend that stronghold for such a long time, and it cost quite a lot in terms of the resources, and just shown that in the last minute, nothing else can be done if you don't have that one singular precious grenade to save the day. But that was game number 4. We're down halfway already. We have 4 more games to go, which only comprises of 2 maps here, Sunhawk and Erangel. So it's going to be, like I mentioned before, Sunhawk used to be a super fast game, but lately has been super slow.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, here, as of now here, we are on the halfway mark, as Chu said as well here, in the PMGC Finals Day number 3 here. As of now, we are going to be taking a very short break here, and don't go anywhere because very shortly, we'll be right back with the rest of the final 4 games for day number 3, and we'll be bringing you more action here for some chicken dinner. See you guys in a bit.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long day, but there's more games to do for you guys. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals. I'm Chichi, your host, your analyst, and also your caster, shoutcaster today. Join along with me. It's going to be Icy Baby 1-2. But before the match, we will appreciate the official title sponsors, none other than PMGC official sponsors, title Qualcomm Technologies, who deliver one of the best ultimate gaming advantage and experience with Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and also OnePlus 8T 5G, who is powered by Snapdragon 865, one of the latest Snapdragon hardware with 5G mobile platform. Mountain Dew is also the proud official beverage of PMGC, fueling the next generation of the gaming talent, and maybe gaming industry. And we are so honored to have the Dubai Tourism and Dubai Sports Council as our location sponsors. We thank them for the support and for making the event in Dubai possible. And you guys been watching the game the whole day, and you guys want to know more, we'll provide you with more infos later on. But before that, we're down to game number 5. It's gonna be Sunhawk. It's gonna be hot, but it's gonna be super adrenaline rush all the way, because we never know what will they offer with the circles. We have never seen Heartine Circle yet, I see.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it's all going to go down as well. Heartine is a very interesting spot to be as well, especially where teams pushing to the north section of the map as well is pretty much stuck into the bridge here, and also Alpha Island and Bravo Island is pretty much crossing between here. So every single team is going to struggle to actually rotate in. But of course, we don't want. I know secretly deep down in our hearts as caster, we want to be evil to see a very devastating circle up north here. But now let's back in towards the topics here. Let's talk about the teams that's progressed thus far. Bigetron Red Aliens, one of the teams that really stood out a lot here. In Vikendi, they got a lot of games here, but fell a little bit short here in that final games in Erringville. They were kind of taken out in that regards, which was extremely unfortunate for them. Team Secret MY as well as Navi had a really awkward run in early on, where they wasted at least close to 6 minutes of their time engaging each other, contesting for loots, where Team Secret lost 2 members and Navi, they actually lost Old Boy in that regard. So it's just unfortunate to see what exactly happened here, but life happens, man. Like PUBG Mobile is famous for one thing: the unknown. It's called Player Unknown's Battleground for a reason. Expect the unexpected here. You don't exactly know what may or may not happen. Sometimes plans just don't go exactly planned. Hopefully, especially teams coming from Team Secret and Navi, hopefully they will be able to recover themselves mentally and keep pushing on. Like we said as well, it's a battle of stamina. We have 8 games to go. And now let's talk about 4AM, the top team right now. The number 1 team from the league stages, now coming in, maintaining their spot here. They've been progressing every single game. Very consistent run here. Tell us a little bit more here, Chu. What do you think about 4AM? Because they have been consistent. They are known to be one of the best players in the world. Do you think they have what it takes?
Oh, they are the powerhouse in the world, like one of the best in whatever titles they're going for. 4AM, this name is no more an unknown for most of any esports teams out there. But I want to thank Jason again. Thank you so much, Jason, because we are far from the players. We're not in Dubai, and Jason gained so much information for us based on a bit of backstory for the players. So he has mentioned that Zeus have been playing massively today. This is a bit shout out for you, Jason. They came in from wildcard, the only team coming from Mongolia, and super young players. I agree, they are very young coming up for Zeus. They have 16 years old. There's so many 16 years old going on in this tournament only, not just from Zeus teams, which is godless. We also have substitute team members, which is Bigetron Red Aliens Liquid, showing off his skill today quite well. He's also 16 years old, swapping the place with Microboy. Plus, there's also one more 16 years old playing, which is going to be Frozen from Konina Power. So these young lads, and plus we have more. Team Secret UI used to be 16. I think it's still 17 this year. Maybe it's not 17 yet. Before that, not just super young for Zeus players, they never expected to qualify for PMGC, let alone the finals, and then they said they would be surprised to even hit the top 8, but suddenly they are in the top 3. Now thank you so much, Jason. And that is quite true. They have no expectation for themselves. But because of that freedom, that you don't put so much pressure on yourself to have expectation, to have something to bring up to the table, these guys play for passion. And that's what really matters. It's all about the competition, and it's all about down to your passion. You don't have the extra pressure, the unnecessary stressful thinking that you have so many things to, put up on the table. I need to do this, I need to do that. No, they don't have anything to care about in the world. And all they do is just focus on about their game. Plus, also for Navi, we have a little bit of backstory, and well, this is also obviously for Jason. Thank you so much, Jason. You're the angel. They were horrible in league phase for Navi and managed to barely qualify for finals. I agree. And also they failed to qualify for the first 2 weeks of Super Weekend by a few points, but finally did the last 2 weeks. But the sad things, this is really devastating to actually know about. Old boy's father died about 2 weeks ago from the pandemic, and he's playing for him to make him proud. So this is a huge motivation come up for old boys Navi. So he need to push it further. He need to push the boundaries. So this is for his dad. He's playing it for more than just himself. And Adam, who was previously on Cloud9, is on their team now, but he can't play. So he's giving advice from the sidelines. So Navi is having a really tough situation. Not just in the game, in real life as well. They have this huge obstacle that they have to overcome. It's not just about the game anymore. Their mental being tested in reality as well. So I have to say, I have huge respect for old boy right now, who's so focused into the game. He made it out one of the best top fraggers in the world. By day 2 only, he proven us that so well, that he's still standing in the grand finals here today, and Navi slowly climbing up the ladder. And the fact that he didn't lose his way to fight against all the teams that performing so well in this tournament, you just cannot say anything to that.
Well, very heartfelt moment here coming from Choo. I definitely agree. It's going to be a really crucial moment here, especially for Navi here. But all things considered, this is the best of the best gathered here in the global finals. Everyone is here for a reason. Everyone has their own reason to compete as well. Who is going to be the best? As of now, in the current standings here in day number 3 here, we know 4 a.m. the number 1 team for today, but not going too far behind is going to be Zeus. We have Team Secret, we have Bigetron Red Aliens, everyone from down to his top 5 here. Pretty much everyone is going to be competing for that top spot here. And Klas Digital Athletics here, this is a team that, hey, day 1, day 2, they popped off really hard. They got the number 1 spot. Day number 3 today, we saw I would say it seems like teams are slowly adapting to their playstyle, starting to figure out what is up with Klas, and now they're actually slowly understanding what is the right play to play here. And in this case, right now in the map of Sandhawk, things will get a little bit feisty for some of these teams. I feel like Sandhawk is going to be the game where plans may not work as well as they expect to be here, especially when it's a 4x4 map. It's one of the small maps as well. And I think throughout history in playing PUBG as well, vehicles in Sandhawk is a big no-no just because of how easily vehicles can be destroyed. Especially the tuk-tuk, who's kind of weak in terms of the resilient department, I would say. Now, mobility is horrible. As much as it's fun to go for the sightseeing trail, but if you're going into war, I kind of agree that it's not noisy, but when it comes to players of this caliber, I don't think that noisiness is a factor. It's more like their hearing is already off the mark. Like, I give an example, right? Look at Frozen from Konina Power. He was able to hear a small little footstep of G9. He was able to pinpoint exactly where he was under the house and go in for the casual spray and takes him down. What was that?
We're talking about stealth right now. You should have witnessed yesterday how Rex from Team Secret, actually being in the Rex Potter, we call it, with invisibility cloak. Nobody spot him in the middle of the field, which is such a wide playing field. Nobody noticed him. I don't know how he does it, but he just managed to pull it off. That's just stealth in motion. That's what tuk-tuk has to offer. It's a very stealthy vehicle if you need it to be, okay? So I love the tuk-tuk. Don't look down on the tuk-tuk, okay? It's a very useful vehicle, by the way. But speaking of the other teams that we haven't mentioned a lot, like Futbolist is always under the highlight, but look at that graphics. It is gonna be Sandhawk. The flight path has been opened. The airplane is ready to fly. But are the players ready for the fight? Which gonna test their mental, their physical. Everything will be down to game number 5 now.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, here we're going to be jumping straight into game of Sandhawk, ladies and gentlemen, here with 4x4, the first one for today. Half the teams prepared themselves in a small, congested map here because we are going to get up and close and cozy and personal, where the teams are going to duke it out for being the best of the best. As of now, 4 a.m. with 182 points gathered in total here. 4 a.m. Soup is the top leaderboard here. It's going to be tying the kill leaderboard against with order here. Both players going to be getting 33 kills in the process here. Circle showing himself here, a pretty centralized circle here, nothing out of the ordinary, so we won't be expecting a lot of insane runs thus far. And honestly, true, I'm done with this insane circles here because 4 games in a row, the circle has kind of shifted in a very, very unorthodox way, too.
Like the circle kind of generous for the first phase. I do kind of hope it is more cruel or evil towards the player when it comes to the first phase when it starts, because then it's going to be fun to watch where a lot of actions, and we do know when a circle kind of centralizes just like just now, and if the next phase is also in the center again, we do know it will progress towards late game, like it or not, because all the teams can approach towards the center easily with 360 degrees around the circle. Anybody can enter from anywhere. But when it comes to a very hard circle, like for example, even the first phase, I'm waiting for the hard team circle. We used to see that quite often, but nothing in the grand final shows us that much. I'm kind of disappointed. But Bootcamp, we have Alpha 7. I'm surprised nobody tried to snatch this away from them. But Alpha 7, the thing about Alpha 7, when it comes to getting a CQC, they are quite resilient. They're quite strong. Some teams are very good when it comes to approaching the fight in a very long distance, but not all of them can execute CQC well.
Well, true. There's something I want to actually bring up as well here. Pay attention to the map, right? Look at every single player, every single team spread out very, very evenly here. No attack, no fights whatsoever, despite how small the map is here. Knowing that, hey, in Sanhok, if you're playing a pub game, you're going to be expecting guns blazing from the get-go, but this just shows how much work every single player in the PMGC has pretty much done their homework and studied. And knowing that, hey, Sandhawk is pretty much very limited resources throughout the course of the map here, they pretty much understand that there's no point going for an early fight. Stock up, go in for a better fight, go in for a full-fledged commitment fight as a team with fully stocked weaponry is going to be the most ideal way to win this game. And knowing that every single part of corner and building in this map of Sandhawk is pretty much occupied by every single player, this just shows that how high skill cap the game is actually in terms of the global scales here too. And knowing that every single team is got to figure out what is the most ideal way here, knowing that every single corner there's going to be some player, the team that does the most studies and understand that which is the safest path to rotate next phase of circle is gonna get the upper hand here. So I don't know. It's really hard to see who is the best team in this regards here. But before getting to it, Zaxi with his stats here too.
This is one of the highest total damage so far. Bigetron Red Aliens Zaxi, he never knows when to not squeeze in the top fraggers there. It's just one of the highest. We've seen, probably this is the highest we've seen so far. 5.7k, 5,766 total damage. We've seen 1,005. It's pretty normal. It's pretty standard. 2,000, yeah, man, okay, but it's now almost closing into 6,000 here. Zaxi been playing a lot of clutches. Yesterday, he was like miracle boy all the way, but his twin has been quiet these days. Back to RRQ. We talked about RRQ before. Senior, I do have to say I miss Senior quite a lot. I miss how they used to play very aggressive for RRQ when they have Senior in their lineup. When it comes to beer, the dynamics changes drastically. It's not the same as the RRQ champions back then.
Yeah, that's the thing about the difference in terms of playstyle between Beer 11 as well as Senior, right? Like Senior is more of a supportive role for the team here. He's pretty much in the, I would say, the backbone support of the team, but more like he plays an interesting role where not many people kind of play that well, in the sense where, hey, Senior, he plays a supporting role. He's willing to sacrifice for the sake of the team here. Whereas when Beer 11 fits in the picture, RRQ plays a different playstyle, and the supportive role, I feel like it actually goes into hands in D2E more. Beer 11 and Ernie kind of swap their role a little bit in the different sense here. So it might be a minor change here. People say like, hey, you know, position is not that great here, but it actually changes the chemistry and playstyle completely in terms of dynamics just because of one change here. However, gunshots are coming in here. A1 with the opening pick here. Sinister actually taking out what Silas with that M4 spray at you.
Yep, and that spray was really close to getting one, but luckily they're a bit too far. Now A1, they try to approach team with aggressive play. The thing about A1, I noticed one thing about them. They never stick as four. It's not wrong to not stick as four, but they are too far split within each other that they cannot back up when they got ambushed. And the moment they caught one person down, one enemy down, they cannot finish the deal as well because they're too far from each other. That's one thing. They're not covering the angles right. I'm not a pro player, don't bash me, but in the meantime, like Jax, if only he moved a bit forward, then maybe he can get a glimpse of Digital Athletics to see in a different angle. But now, this is where we talked about. 4AM might approach A1 at this state, but in the meantime, can the teammates of A1 can give the backup on time because how spread they are, too thin, and at the same time, it's just too far. And Digital Athletics, even though they kind of separated for Razy to scout things out, but the other three are staying as a team just in case they get ambushed.
Yep. And seeing how the game is going to be happening as well. Let's take a look at a replay on how it actually went down here. DA, they spread up their forces a little bit here. They were able to find a opening window crack and actually take down the members from A1 here. They took a little bit too long. They had the compound with a nice knock. Unfortunately, Deslin had the upper hand in the sense of decision making here. They understand that, hey, there's going to be a lot of teams coming in here. Let's make a quick decision. Let's push them. And they got themselves a really nice compound now. And 4AM does see this coming up here. Zook going to be extremely aggressive now here. It's got one of the highest damage done thus far in the game. It's one of the highest for the team here. It's going to be trading with DA. And I'm not sure if DA knows this here, but as soon as they get up here, things are going to get a little bit pricey here. So getting a shot in the head here from Silas. Silas is going to be pressuring a little bit more towards 4AM, but the moment he gets a knock from the side of DA here, I'm pretty sure they're going to be in for some serious trouble because 4AM are no pushovers thus far through.
There was 2 bullets, 2 taps coming up from Silas. It was straight headshot. It pierces 4AM eyes, left and right. He goes blind with that 2 shots, only that 2 taps. That was amazing plays by Silas. Just a quarter of HP of health left. That was really crazy. And 4AM knows this is not the team they want to fight against. Straight away they disengage, but Solus pretty much will be helpless after this if you get shot down. And it's too far apart from the rest of the teammate. He needs to find a way to get out from here. Only have one thing covered, but he jumps over, and that's the leap of faith. It saved his life, and the rest of the teammate will be reunited once more. And 4AM, on the other hand, Hasaka is a bit devastated not getting that kill. I have to say he's a bit upset, but it's okay for them as long as they survive. 4AM got themselves this compound for now, dominating this area, but they got themselves 1 house each. On the side of Na'Vi, they're doing the same thing, just like how 4AM did. On the other hand, we have RRQ across that river, who might bomb into Luxie very soon. So we did mention about this before. I see that they studied each other gameplay a lot. They didn't bomb, they didn't clash way too soon. They not necessarily be taking up fights in early engagement. But that's what I want something else to happen. We want new blood coming in. We want more crazy things to happen, more aggressive plays from these guys than just waiting for the next circle, just waiting for phase 2. It's like they're taking too much precaution, and they're being very too meticulous about their next move. Some teams thinking it too much.
I think they are playing very extremely passive in this regards here. I agree to the point that, hey, they should be a little bit aggressive here. But that's the thing, right? When mobility is out of the picture, especially when it comes to rotation here, vehicles is a big factor that changes the dynamic of the game. Sanhok becomes a map where teams don't exactly want to pick vehicles here. Now, from the perspective of Futbolist, they are the team that uses the most vehicle here. They have a buggy. A buggy is still A-okay. It's still a tier B vehicle as compared to the rest of the vehicle here. Hopefully, you want to get like a Dacia or UAZ, but unfortunately, say Sanhok, you don't exactly have the luxury in that regard. So, buggy is pretty much their only safe bet unless you get like a really quick bike, which also isn't exactly the same level as the ones in Erangel as well. But yeah, there were a couple of factors that I want to bring out as well here. Considering how slow the game's here, if they implement a barrel extender from Livik himself here, the dynamics of the game might actually change drastically, especially for teams for 4AM as well as AS1 here, where they really love playing those long-range rifle sprays there. And reducing the amount of shots needed with the headshot to get a knockdown, it's going to change completely here. However, enough speculations here. We are going to see engagement coming from Zeus and 4am. Zayo going to be holding it on 4 here. 4am, they hear the gunshots, immediately turns and say, you know what, this is not the right path to rotate. Let's back off. We want to secure the truck here. The truck is our only means of survival for the next phase. And looks like 4am, they will play it safe here, true.
Now it's down to ability to spot out the positions of their enemies. Can he spot them now? One player information can change the game drastically. That can turn the table and the winning side will be on theirs. On the side of Secret Jin, it's going to be very vacant, but NOVA-XQF has something sneaky coming up from the top of that hills. While we have Abrupt Slayers always being abrupted by other teams. I hope they can make it out for this time. But 888, I'm looking for a Kopai. This is the guy you should look out for. PWA Ice and Dewey. Back then, during the qualifiers, during the South Asia finals, they performed so well, remarkably impeccable. Their performance was crazy good. But now their light has been dimmed. I don't know what happened. Kopai, they did manage to clutch a bit here and there when it comes to day 2. But he kind of... This is the thing about mindset and how powerful your mind can get. Sometimes some players, when they're being cornered and they keep on failing after another day, rise back up again and try to fight back. But some players, after they've been failing way too many times, they doubt themselves. They don't want to make the risky move again. It's like big risk, big reward move. We mentioned this many times, Icy. But sometimes they're making too many risky moves that they don't want to make the same thing again, even though it might look like a mistake at first. But if they didn't make that call, they might lose more than that. And that's what I'm hoping for Kopai, just not being too cautious about what he's going to make after this. It's like, we've seen him going for flanks, but this time he just sticks like a glued towards his teammates, and he's barely making a move anymore.
True. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen a game of this caliber, especially in the map of Sandhawk here. The details that is needed to do for every single movement and every single rotation is so crucial, because one mistake costs you the entirety of that fight. In this case, look at this. Even Bigetron Red Aliens, they're not their usual self. Remember back in the days when during PMCO, they were extremely aggressive. They're not afraid to take fights. But when you come to the globals here, you cannot afford to make those mistakes, especially when you get caught up in the terms of fight here. And especially now, when you see the circle is kind of shifted towards an open lands here, everyone is kind of docking out towards the shorelines here, potentially get a couple of gatekeeps. In this case, BTR, they're going to get trapped from the guys from Team Secret Jin for now. If the circle helps them a little bit here, it might be an opening for them to kind of stay alive for a little bit more, because as of now, the circle, actually is going to deny BTR that opportunity here, because they are going to go head guns blazing here, and the circle will have bootcamp in the middle of it all. So Navi is in prime position to take every single fight except for Alpha 7's high ground vision. So that's going to be 2 key spots where teams are going to struggle the most. And also on top of that, the open pit on the right side as well, where DA is currently avoiding the gate pit, those compounds there. Meanwhile, Team Secret Jin looks like they will ignore BTR and make their way with the trucks and try and bail out and find a proper position here, too.
This is classic for the circle. It has been a while since we're looking at bootcamp circle, and we are witnessing it again today. So I cannot wait and see it. Every team, especially Alpha 7, who got themselves the bootcamp just now, will possibly regret this so much they left bootcamp out there in the open for somebody else to snatch it away. On the side of Zeus, they're performing so well today, slowly climbing up, and they got themselves warmed up quite well now. They're more than ready to take up more fights. So NOVA-XQF, when it comes to head-to-head with Zeus, who will win a CQC? But Nova, funny thing is, they spread themselves quite thin here. They're making sure they are sparsely positioned themselves so they cannot be in a clump, and one nade cannot push down the whole team to be their downfall. So right now, how Nova are going to approach this is the question, because they try to sneak ways and try to slowly corner Zeus without them realizing that they are actually walking into the death trap of NOVA-XQF. but they kind of make a big U-turn now, spotting out things a bit fishy. It's too quiet down there. It seems like there are eyes watching them, so they are not very comfortable to go towards the compound that they were walking forward into just now. And that was the right decision. Sometimes your instinct is something you have to follow your gut. It's not just about your head, you have to follow your gut. And that's something help you so much throughout the entire tournament. For the side of Abrupt Slayers, they got themselves a couple of warehouse. So it's going to be a stag game for Navi and Abrupt Slayers for now.
This is going to be an interesting fight here. I saw Zeus and also XQF Nova pretty close to each other. That's going to be a big fight I would like to see later on here, because as the circle closes in here, every single move is going to be extremely important here. Meanwhile, Metoy, he's going to be scouting ahead here coming from Team Secret Malaysia. He's running out open. Fortunately to say, not many teams are in this vicinity here. So this eastern side for the circle is going to favor them a little bit more. But Konina Power, once again, a powerhouse to be worried about as well, because they are a team that focus on the compound management here in Frozen. He's going to try a little bit of vantage through the windows here. An interesting angle to expose himself to get the information, which may or may not work out. But now, this is the fight I'm looking forward to see here, because Zeus going up against NOVA-XQF. NOVA-XQF already spreading their forces team here to get a little bit more information. Look at this. Order a little bit far off from team. They've got the compounds. They've got King set up for the exit strategy as well, just to get those information here, considering that there is still 63 people alive in this circle. What is this game? Because as of now, gunshots are slowly making their way. We do see Konina Power exposing himself a little bit more here. So Team Secret Malaysia knows what's up. But at the same time, Konina Power, they don't exactly want them close here. Keep your enemies close. No, no, no. That's not going to be the case here. But the circle, where is it going to go? Because a big mess here down to the southern section here. The circle is going to push out towards the outskirts of boot camp. Every single team from the southwest corner is going to have a really, really bad time. Team Secret here, a pretty close circle for them. Fortunately for them, they're going to be A-OK. Metoy is already rotating in here. Shots getting straggled out the lead by Konina Power. There's no more damage here. But as you can see, Konina Power, they are spraying a lot of their ammunition. They're committing a little too much here for this fight there. And I'm not sure it's the wisest of choice, because next phase of the circle is going to be really rough here in terms of ammunition. White, when you want a prone shot coming in here, Shots is getting pinned up a little bit more. But White not going to be able to clip him off here. That's going to be the opening for Shots actually rotate in. Rex just turns and run, and they are going to leave Shots to actually try and bait for the team here. But nope, he exposes himself, but White will miss the timing there. So that's going to be Team Secret Malaysia surviving for now, as Konina Power will conquer the southeast corner compound here. Meanwhile, RRQ Athena from the southwest corner here, the furthest team for the next phase of circle. They might potentially meet up against Team Secret Jin here in this next phase of circle alongside Alpha 7. This is not looking good for the for the Thai squad here. And now Law will go in for the couple spray. They will catch off Ernie. A beautiful one here coming from Law. And while in the midst of that, Aerowolf will take advantage there and bail out of their fight. Meanwhile, Cosmo will pick off one of the members from Alpha 7 here. And this southwest battle is going to be a very, very bloody one here, Chu.
Oh yeah, I'm here. But speaking of how the game... Oh wait, 4 AM taking A1. We talked about this before. They don't want to stay quiet, but it's not going to be just A1 4 AM fighting against. It's going to be Team Secret as well. Wait, what? It's not enough to get one team, but they won for 2. It's like buy one, free one for 4 AM. And it's a discounted price as well. And their power to play start to move as the moment we speak. But hey, they think themselves too greedy. 4 AM. DJ Athletic spot them out at the back line. And now it's going to be Digital Athletic fighting against A1, fighting against 4 AM. What just happened? All of a sudden, the fourth phase, the Great Migration happened. Everybody will clumped up together with a very small circle. 16 teams, none of them willing to drop out to be the first one to be too soon. Bigetron starts to fight Alpha 7 first. And now the smoke's in between. Luxia having a hard time to drop his vision towards the enemy's teams. Alpha lining up in a very straight line while they have NOVA-XQF behind them. Where would they go? And Bigetron, they are quite out in the open, but Secret Gen out of nowhere taking RRQ down. What just happened just now? It was so peaceful, so serene. Suddenly it's just, oh my god, look at that grenade. It's just World War III.
Oh, the nades are coming in. Bigetron is trying to move forward the push right now. Alpha 7 is going to get overrun here. Law holding down here with the M7 barrel. He does scout out the guy from Liquid here. Liquid will get drop shot here. Beautiful one here. Luxy going to go in for the assist, but he misses the angle. But instead, he gets taken out in the process as well from afar. They get a tag team here with the guys from Team Secret Jin, but eventually they've managed to finish off Alpha 7. Fortunately for them, they will live to tell another day here. So that's going to be a BTR surviving for this next fight here. So that's going to be a big one for them. Team Secret Jin is going to get gatekeep here. Zuxi is going to try to hold down the fort here, whereas the rest of the members are going to regroup and reset here. But they don't have much time. 20 seconds left on the clock. The circle is going to force them in. And Team Secret Jin, they're stuck. They're tanking the zone. They're in trouble. They have to make a run here. Meanwhile, on the east side of the circle, we do see Team Secret making their way here. Red is stuck with the Molotov, and he's going to be in some trouble. But Team Secret, they're going to go head-to-head against the guys from 4 AM. And Matoy with a huge nade obliterate the Chinese Titans here. 4 AM are out. Oh my goodness here, Chu.
They're gonna be very devastated by that. They start the war first. They nitpicking every single team they want to fight, and they just taste a little bit of their own medicine, being the first, one of the first few teams to be out here. 14 teams left. Bigetron now trying to slowly proning away and try to gain information as much as possible, hoping nobody spot them out. Why couldn't have? Oh my god! That was a huge nade just now, but I don't know what happened. The explosion happened in front of our eyes. We shifted the camera, but Zeus here, godless. What would he do? What will he go for? Because we never know. Zeus kind of blind, but trying to fight against the Athletics. Now they're trying to fight number one previously, and now they will try to prove they've got what it takes to take it to the top 3 and maybe number 1 after this. A1 eliminated out of nowhere, but Zeus, they pinned down Digital Athletics. They show it. They got it. They won the crown. They'll get the title. And Zeus just keep on moving forward. They're on marathon right now, but now it's down to a sprint. They keep on going. Bigetron got pinned down to the man Zaxi, tossing a huge grenade. It will be a Kobe. That was perfect, mate. Almost down there, frozen, bleeding out. Action trying to help. Now it's down to black, white. Can they save everybody for Zaxi? He needs to save all 3 members now. Time's ticking. Blues closing in, being pressured behind their backs. They have opponents in front, left, right, center, everywhere. Guns blazing onto them, but they only have seconds to live. Now, 3 more seconds. It's going to be 7th phase now. On Navi's side, they start to top up smoke to make sure they got themselves covered because so many teams try to snatch away their territory.
Oh, Zakizi, he's gonna bleed out of the zone eventually, and that's BTR falling down here. Eventually, Ryzen and Liquid is gonna be the only one left alive here, but Zeus not giving them the easiest time here. Ryzen's gonna be the last man standing here, and he eventually bleeds out to the zone. Zeus, they're on 4. The Mongolian team here, they've got 10 kills. They are on fire. They're looking to destroy them. Oh, Zeus. My goodness. Right here, but the shots coming from NOVA-XQF going to be shooting down towards the guys in gold here. Now, hosting guys in yellow here. Now, we going to be out of the camp, but this time they have to rotate out and open. NOVA-XQF going to be holding the compound smack middle of them all. How will Zeus take this here? Because the circle is going to close out on them here, and Zeus right now, they need to pick up the rest of the members here. NOVA-XQF looking to close out this game. Paraboy, they know exactly where Navi is. Navi is going to go in for the heals here. Zeus with 78% to win this chicken dinner here. However, Nova, back to the revolt, I think they have the best position to take this all out towards the victory. Meanwhile, you can see IC will finish off Navi Matic here, though. That's going to be Navi out on 5th place. So Zeus is still in the picture here. They've got 4 men healthy, a little bit low in terms of health here. They've got 12 kills. They're playing from the eastern side, but Order here scouts out IC. Will take him out here. Paraboy lobs a couple of nades over to Konina Power. Can he finish him? Yes, he will. Nova XQF is in the running for the top 3 here. Can they get the chicken dinner here? We are down towards the final 3 team. Paraboy lobbing a couple nades over here. They know it's going to be pushing down towards their vicinity as well. The circle is going to be coming in on top of that as well. Team Secret Jin Cosmo still playing the healing game outside here, Chu. This is not a easy run here coming from Zeus, but no! They catch Paraboy. Emily, that's going to be the opening they need.
Oh, that was really cool. We almost got knocked down there. It's going to be Zeus versus NOVA-XQF. I'm waiting for this game. We have 3 teams. They're just holding off with the healing game. But Zio getting Order. It's going to be a huge flank coming out from them. Order is one of the vital teammates needed by Nova now, Jimmy. Can he play this one out? 3v1. Secret Gen is just playing the healing game. Cosmos holding for the second place. It's going to be Jimmy fighting against Cosmos for seconds. But Cosmos, goodbye for him. Down to 2 teams. Jimmy waiting for Zeus to come in. He got himself grenades just now. Can he toss it on the right time? No, he swapped out the rifles. And now he's taking the fight head on. Zeus getting themselves finally the first chicken dinner for them. They've been wanting this. They've been craving for this, and they got it. Oh my goodness me, Zeus. They are the only team in the top 3 without any chicken dinner, and they prove it. They got it. They got their passion. That's more than enough. They have no expectations to be on the top 8, and now they got themselves maybe swap places. Maybe they might as well got number 1 after this game for the overall standings.
Oh my god, Zeus, what a clutch performance there coming from Ably here. That clutch knock onto his Paraboy. We saw NOVA-XQF, they were in the middle wall, they were in full control for the circle, but that overextension from Paraboy was scouted out from Ably here. You know that everyone from the side of XQF Nova eSports was pretty much lobbing every single nades to shut them all out, but the moment Paraboy overextended and Ably found that opening, he got the knock. That was pretty much the opening push that they needed to take control of their compound. What a insane clutch they came up with Ably, because without that knock onto his Paraboy, they would not have gotten the opportunity to push in. So what a beautiful game here coming Zeus, because oh my, their first chicken dinner here in the PMGC finals day number 3. I did not expect that here, but now after seeing Zeus playing today, you gotta be dumb not to be a fan of them right now, Chu.
And especially those 74% of prediction, you guys are just grinning and so happy inside right now, right? I know you guys are, because you guys might just win yourself a huge share amount of UCs and also ages, millions and millions, and that's just gonna be a good one of the best prediction, with also NOVA-XQF fighting Zeus, and also DJ Athletics head-to-head against Zeus. Zeus just got a new fan, that's me. And there's gonna be highlights coming up from the game just now, which is gonna be game number 5 Sunhawk. 4 a.m. This is really unfortunate for them. They start the fight first. They're nitpicking every single team. They initiate every single team's surroundings, and they purposely try to, force the fight. But it just turned out they have a bit of their own taste of their own medicine by, get obliterated entirely by all the teams that have been poking, that they themselves poking around for some time.
Yep. And of course, seeing how things were going here, it feels like it's like this is what I'm talking about. Look at the scene here. Like, they had full control. Eventually, Zeus Ably. Oh my god, he actually shot him through the smoke? Blind? What? Dude, that was a sick play from Ably. He didn't just get a knock on Paraboy. Easy kill. He got that shot blind. Oh my god. That should not have happened. Is he hacking? No way, he's not hacking, but damn, that's some insane shot right there, Chu. What?
Yeah, I saw that one, but you were too busy with what's happening in front of you. That's why I was shouting, Evelyn, he made it out, Evelyn. That's what I can say, but it was crazy skills. I don't know where they got their spirit from for Zeus. Maybe from the Zeus itself, high up in heaven, but who knows? They are just so unpredictable. It was crazy how well their performance here today, and I cannot wait to see more. Hopefully they keep their momentum up, because it's been crazy, and I'm craving for this kind of, surprises, things that impress us so much today. And we're looking at the teams before this in the regular season being very quiet in the league, but now they learn so much. They bring everything to the table, and some teams still having a hard time to start their footings or find their mojo or find their tempo. It's included here RRQ Athena. We haven't seen a lot of spotlight on them lately. They have been kind of shut down by so many teams.
Yeah, it seems like they're struggling in terms of rotation, right? Like, RRQ is known to be extremely dominant in terms of their aggressiveness and map control in this regards here. But there is a reason why teams are rotating early, right? Like if you think about it, RRQ has always been known to be doing their usual play style, which is, hey, we're gonna get full control, we're gonna take this, we're gonna take a fight. If circle doesn't help us, blah, we'll do it. They're always known to be tinning the numbers, right? We've seen them throughout past history. They're always a team that we're going to tin the numbers by doing this spot. This is my strategic spot. We're going to get as many kills as we can. However, the teams here in PMGC, they have a different story, right? Everyone plays safe and not exactly exposing themselves all too much here, and that makes it extremely hard for RRQ to actually predict the next gameplay here. And that's, I think, one of the good point that I want to bring out is that Futbolist does this extremely well, because instead of rotating for late or rotating preempting here, they either go extremely early or they go extremely late just to scout out information here, which worked out for them throughout previous games here. But in Sandhawk, it fell a little bit short for them, considering that the northern section of that circle was pretty much open fields all the way through. Teams were struggling in terms of rotating as well, and we know that Zeus was controlling that part of the segment here. I did not expect them to get so much control. Their aim was impeccable. But let's talk about the replays a little bit more here. Look at this. Zeus was playing from the southeast corner, right? Nova was pretty much in the smack middle of the ball. They were able to just dominate every single one from every single angle. Navi was pretty much the first victims of that, because Bootcamp coming out from the eastern side of the compound was pretty much no man's land all the way through. There's no way you're going to be able to survive that regardless. Everyone from his team from the north side here who comes down from mountain is gonna get punished from that compound from Nova, which is no surprises as well. But the circle definitely favored Nova a little bit more. Like, we know that they kind of played a little bit greedy in terms of map control. They spread out their forces with Order leading the pack in terms of rotation as well, and we saw a little bit more of recaps coming from all over the place, which was really nice to kind of see how they read the game here coming from NOVA-XQF. But Zeus has an interesting play style, so I'm pretty sure after that game, a lot of teams are going to be paying attention more to how this team actually play, because a lot of people might be in the dark as well. I've talked to a couple of managers as well. They did say that, hey, how do they play? They don't exactly know. Not many people have paid attention too much here, considering that I think there was a very, very good point that Jason Kaplan kind of quoted and told me about as well, is that not many teams actually pay attention to people on the middle of the map. Always look at the top. In this case, Zeus, the team that no one expected them to be on top now, is currently number 1, Chu. Oh my goodness.
Come on, guys, chant with me. Zeus, 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 Zeus. Yeah, I'm loving this team so much because we're looking at them growing throughout the entire league into the grand finals to number 1 spot. They snatch it from Digital Athletics. They snatch it off out of 4AM hands, and NOVA-XQF stay down, they say. But who knows, in the next couple of games, these guys are going to take the revenge. For 4AM, they got themselves 2nd place. Look at these charts. A lot of shift, but some of them are stagnant. Team Secret Jin at 8 and Secret still 7 and 8. These two teams, just like being a couple there, even though I know they are sisters team, but Secret and Secret Jin can never be separated with 7 and 8 place. Why? And Konina Power are rising up the ladder. The Black Horses now empowering the leader charts here at 6th place. Page number 1, we have Zeus. Also, Bigetron stagnant at 5. DJ Athletics, well, they're losing their mojo here. They need to do something about this.
Yeah, and it seems like on the bottom side here, Alpha 7 has managed to climb out the ranks here in number 9. Futbolist fell a little bit short here because this is not the usual Futbolist we're seeing here, especially they were one of the champions from the eastern side, from the west as well, and from the east we had BTR. RA was kind of champion as well from the PMGC. But now coming to this picture here, it feels like Futbolist is struggling, and I don't blame them considering how hard the games are, especially when NOVA-XQF and also 4AM joins the game as well. We've known them to be a big threat ever since the beginning of PUBG Mobile, right? Like even in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia, 4AM and NOVA-XQF wasn't in the picture. BTR was like, hey, we got champion, but we really want to beat against these guys. And guess what? The moment they come in the picture here, every single team is going all out. You know, like when we look at this leaderboard, right? Oh, it's not a no-name team competing here. This is where the kings of kings are competing, and right now Zeus is in prime position to be called exactly that, Chu.
Now Zeus, they surprises us, but this is the thing. I noticed this kind of pattern in any grand finals of previous season, this season, or any seasons of PUBG Mobile tournament. Today it will be certain people, certain teams day, and the next day they kind of lost it. I do hope Zeus can stay consistent here with the MVP on your side. He deserves this. Every single time is the last member surviving, the last member remaining of Zeus. It's always Zio. He makes the call. He makes the play. He's like 4 a.m. Sook as well. He's like NOVA-XQF players order as well. And sorry, Paraboy. And order. Or you can put him order. I think it's more like around like order. And damage wise, survival time, it's nobody wants to care about that. It's just Zeus.
I know you're excited, Chu, here, but meanwhile, we've seen throughout the PUBG Mobile history, right? Paraboy is one of the best player in the world here. At one point, people quote him as one of the best as well. He has proven himself countless time. Likewise for 33 Swen as in that regards as well. But today's performance here, let's take a look at the head-to-head comparison here, because Zio has just showed himself that he is on par with that. And because if you pay attention to Zeus here, I think the two players that really stood out for me in terms of sharpshooter here, I would say the MVP star players here would be Godless as well as Zio. But look at the comparison here between Paraboy and Zio. He's actually keeping up in terms of damage here. In terms of longest distance kill, of course, Zio has the 1-up. He's got 5 kills. But Paraboy is not that far behind in terms of stats here. Despite not being extremely aggressive in the long range department here, the damage department, it's only a difference of 100 damage. So it shows that they are still individually skilled. It's just that given the circumstances here, Zio took it way better than what Paraboy is. And that play, like, you can't blame Paraboy in that final situation. Like, Abrele was in the smoke, he got shot from the smoke. And even though you're the best player in the world, if considering that you know that Paraboy, if he sees you, he's gonna kill you. But in this case, he was pretty much blinded in the situation. He did the best that he can. But I gotta tell you, Zeus, they definitely played well. Zio is been playing exceptionally well. He's playing out of his mind. And there's no surprises that he's done a lot of damage. But my goodness, like from that performance, I'm really looking forward to see how the next game is going to go here. However, the match summary here, ladies and gentlemen, here, let's take a look at here. Most damage done was done by Zio, no surprise there. D, also known as D2E, highest contribution to the team here. He's pretty much carrying the entirety of the team for RRQ Athena, 71.1%. However, RRQ Athena was caught on the short stick on the short end here when they drew the straws here in terms of the circle. Most deflates used here is going to be Konina Power by Xer. Most knockouts here is going to be Gonzo, the key player or in-game leader coming from Konina Power, who's been MVP throughout the league stages here, primarily bearing his fangs here, but is it going to be enough for them? Zuxi, the most rescue in the team here, in that really awkward position in the top side of the mountain just now. No surprises, he tried to deny some KP away, and I feel like it was a risky move, but better denying kill points than nothing here. Like, I would say, try to deny as much points as possible to try and push in terms of rank. That's pretty much the game plan here coming from Bigetron.
It's surprising that we're not looking at 4 a.m. team members for the first time ever in the match summary, but nevertheless, you know what? Oh man, it's gonna be 4 a.m. finals squeezing in. The moment I mentioned they'll never be in, like, it's relevant not to be in the top 5. You know what? They squeeze in too. It's gonna be so there. It's gonna be order there. And the thing is, Zio's making his squeezing in at number 2, looking at Zeus. I don't care what netizens say. You chat are actually crazy about this performance. I know you do. And I know some of you say, no, it's not fair. No, Zeus. I just love Zeus now. I'm sorry, but I'm loving the team since day 1 because they are performing, growing in the tournament. Entitlement, they have been growing. We love to see new growth coming up from Zeus team, but nonetheless, Order have been outshining Paraboy recently who's a bit quite dim, I say I'm hoping Paraboy to perform quite well, but I think he needs to change it to Paraman after this, because he needs to change the boyhood into manhood, maybe, because he's not performing as well as before. But speaking of which, this is your time to shine with playing cards. Card collectors, this is yours to take. There are limited number of first edition of PMGC Pro cards available to pre-order, just only during the PMGC finals. Now's the time for you guys to pre-order. Just go to epics.gg to purchase and learn more about this campaign. I have no clue, I have no money. Maybe you guys can buy me some, because each card is unique and has a QR code. So you can compete with fans all around the world. Just show off and flexing your collection, and maybe you can even sell them. You know, one day when the players are old enough and they try to find their own card, then you can sell them quite a hefty amount of price. You know, like I got your card when you were young. You were Paraboy, now you're a Paradad, and one day you're a Paragrandpa, and Paraboy like, yeah, I need that card. You know, who knows? Okay, guys. You can sell it $1 million one day.
True, I'm amazed. At the same time, before I get a little bit of that here, of course, I would love to get myself some trading cards. However, ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be the recap of the map of how it all went down. Like I said, I did mention as well here, it was pretty spread out for all the teams here. Efficiency-wise was on a different level. Every single team had all the utilities that they needed to actually clutch this situation. However, the circle was kind of rough on some of the teams here, especially the teams coming from Alpha Island, as well as the guys from Aerowolf from the southwest corner. Teams were struggling to push their way through here. But what was really interesting here, if you pay attention to how Bigetron Red Aliens actually rotated here, they actually not use their usual drop spot. They actually opted to try and go and swim across, and they somehow managed to get into the zone eventually. However, there was a huge fight that was about to break down the southern section here. But meanwhile, Nova, they were one of the teams that actually spread out rather early as well. Remember how Order and the rest of the teams here, they were spread out in terms of compounds here. I think Konina Power did a very similar strategy here, just to get a little bit more map control, right? It seems like I've had this discussion with the guys from Bigetron Red Aliens. The manager did tell me here, 4 AM is known to play 1-1-1-1 strat, where they kind of split out here to get a little bit more map control. And if you know that this particular player, you kind of want to rush them. So apparently it seems to be a pattern coming from Nova eSports as well as 4 AM, where they love to kind of split out in terms of forces to play a little bit more map control and greedy in that regards, which we know RRQ Athena to be known for in that playstyle. But guess what? 4 AM and Nova, they're even more greedy. They are not afraid to make this kind of plays despite being the 5th or 6th circle. Whereas RRQ kind of takes a step back when they go between the 4th or maybe even the 3rd circle. So it's an interesting strategy made here, but I'm looking forward to see, will they be able to adapt in time, ladies and gentlemen, here. We are almost past the ending of for day number 3 here, because right now we have more games to come. But before that, we are going to be taking a short break here for now, as my name is ICBaby12. Join with me is going to be Choo Choo Gaming, as we're going to be taking you through the journey here in day number 3. But as of now, we'll see you guys right after this small break.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
This game ends with Aerowolf the top side. In there, it's just Puppy by himself. So close to classic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals. I'm Chichu, your host, your analyst, your casters today, and also join me. I'm not really on the same desk, a different place. It's going to be IC Baby 1-2. But before the match, we'll appreciate the official title sponsor PMGC, none other than Qualcomm Technologies. Well, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming giving a huge upgrade, especially with 5G mobile platforms, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone as the official device of PMGC, which powered by Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform, making sure that you guys being the next level of pro player. The Mountain Dew is a proud official beverage of PMGC, fueling the next generation of gaming talent, which is going to be gamers us. And we are also so honored to have the Dubai Tourism and Dubai Sports Council as our location sponsors. We thank you for their support and for making the event in Dubai possible. But we're down to the next game. 2 more games, maybe 1 more to go, who knows? But you know what? It's day number 3. And there's so many teams starting to show off their facts, flexing off their biceps here. And obviously they have more than what hidden under that sleeve, their tactics, their strategy. And nobody can read them. And especially the Titans now start to fall. It will be the day of the Black Horse all day long here, I see.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really long day for some of these teams here, right? Like we've talked about it earlier in the pre-show as well. We know that hey, teams are gonna struggle a little bit more because as the game progresses here, it's all about consistency, it's all about stamina. Sometimes when the fatigue kicks in, it comes back down to basics. But enough of the basics here. We are down towards the second final match for today, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are going to be heading off in towards the map of Miramar. As you can see, the planes are taking off in towards the desert hot plains of Miramar here, and the teams are going up. I
think it's going to be Erangel. There's no more Miramar map here today, by the way. It's only Erangel and Sound for the last 4 games. And for those actually watching at home, thank you so much for your support and love, especially if you guys know that we are not actually the official casters, but thank you so much for the official ones. Jason Kaplan, Maxman 7 Will, John Allen Blank, Hot Jukes Imperium for giving us so much support and so much help, because we're not in Dubai. We hardly have any information about what's happening behind the scene, but you guys keep us updated. And also Woofy and El Dogi, even though you guys cannot join us here today, but thank you so much as well for helping us behind the scene. We know that you are frustrated for the viewers not getting your your homies, the old casters, but you only have us, okay? Deal with it. Just deal with it, okay? Things happen, and we're happy to have sharing this moment with you guys, because it's a heck of a game just now, and we're gonna see more from these guys. Can Futbolist outshine what Zeus have to offer? Futbolist used to be one of the teams that being undermined back then, but they go in strong for this tournament this time, but they kind of get sloppy here now and then for now, and Aerowolf thing is for them. They kind of got the momentum. They got some sort of a energy miracle coming up for them in the tournament before, and then it's like the first starting few weeks of the leagues, and suddenly they just slope down the hill very fast and descending in their performance, just cowering back in their cave, scared to get out, scared to make something new, scared to step up their games to show us that they are more than they have all the calibers needed to be in the world stage right now.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time here in the map for Erangel, Zeus is definitely the team we are going to be watching out for here, because as of now, they're the number 1 team here. They've got 102 kills totally here by the end of day 3 potentially here. But can they keep up the momentum here? Because as of now, they've performed out of their minds, very consistent run every single map thus far. And is the fatigue gonna start kicking in here? We shall see, because as of now, up on screen, look at this, Zayo. Ooh, what a insane stat here, Shu.
One more player we've seen here today, just now. We saw it almost 7K, but hello! Hey! Naughty Sook, and there you go. They got themselves the first blood without anything on them, and A1. It's gonna be A1 eSports getting the first blood with the victim there, and they are not happy about it too. getting Sinister out from the game. Sinister is one of the most crucial player in A1. I have to give it credit for them. He's the scouter, and they lost the scouter for the team of A1, and that cost them quite a lot. They have no information gain at all once Sinister is out, and this maybe will be covered by Dante later, because usually I notice Sinister, if he's out from the game, it's going to be Dante who's trying to be the front line, be the scout for him instead. So they already handicapped since the first start, since they land. So is it going to be okay? A1, they need to gain back what they lost. They need to get more trades. They need to step up their game. Think about what they have to go for now. They need to fix on one strategy to fix their positions. On the side of head-to-head, the average kills is going to be ZL and Order. Yes, I'm waiting for this head-to-head, because before it was with Paraboy, but the one that I think for Zio to be worth really close head-to-head, it's going to be between these two.
Yeah. When it comes to these two players, right? Like, we are looking at the two potentially best kill leaders in this season themselves here, especially in the global championship, right? Like, we've seen them perform very consistently thus far. We know a lot of players such as Luxy Zuxi, who's pretty much no strangers to this leaderboard as well, especially coming from Bigetron Red Aliens. But as the game progresses here, teams are maturing here. Look at this. Like, if you pay attention towards the history from back then all the way to now here, we have seen major changes in terms of the competitive setting here in globals here. We've seen a new roster coming from Team Secret, a new roster coming from Team Secret Jin, a new roster coming in from all these teams from all over the world here. And that just shows how hard is it to make it towards this difficulty of the game here. But right now on the screen here, we do see the circle coming in here. We do see RRQ going to be holding up Pochinki for themselves. Team Secret, Malay is going to be holding Ruins for themselves. We do see Alpha 7 in Rosal. Nothing out of the ordinary. You had a Bigetron still holding the farmhouse. Futbolist taking Novo for themselves, which is formerly Bigetron's hometown back in the days during PMCO. Unfortunately, it's going to be conceded in the hands of Futbolist. I would say Konina Power is going to be having built up for himself. They are one of the latest, I would say the furthest away from the zone. Except for Aerowolf as well as PW88, who's actually taking Zarki for themselves. Interesting.
The thing about the circle in Erangel, I mentioned this to Clark before, is 9 out of 10 circles just favoring around Gatka region. I don't know why. This new patch is like, previously it favors like a few weeks before in the entire league in the seasonal. The 4 weeks long tournament is like always on Sanoska military base. Now these days is just during the grand finals of the championship itself. It's just always on Gatka. So I have to say the teams that actually secure the Gatka mountain will actually get a huge advantage here. It's a paramount position for them to get at the highest point, standing point of Gatka. And I'm looking at Zeus making their way through there. Can they make it on time? That's the question, because there's so many teams might want to contest their wrestle themselves up towards that mountain. On the start of the athletics, they now slowing down a bit in terms of their aggressiveness. They're not as aggressive, not as outgoing as before. They're just a bit conservative that we're looking at. A bit too careful now. Same goes for Nova. But Nova kind of ups and downs. It's down to order. If you actually just watch in detail about Nova performance, how they rotate, how they move as a team, they always let Order to make the cue first. If Order can actually open up a window of opportunity for the whole team to rush in, that's where they said it's a go. But for Bolly's side, this is interesting. He's playing around the shoreline, playing just around the coast, on the outskirts of it. But maybe they're hoping for the same circle as previous one, the outskirts of Jogopur. I'm not sure if this is going to end up there as well, but they are high chances. Sometimes the circles with the same maps of the same day ended up at almost, won't be the same, but similar place for the last few circles.
Well, that seems to be the trend here. However, football is taking the safe approach here. Going to be zipping past the usual spots of Milta Town here. We might see potential teams actually gatekeeping their way through. We know Bigetron Red Aliens kind of do that from time to time, but footballists, they have been extremely quick on their rotations ever since. They know teams will plan to do stuff like that. So they've been doing a strategy where teams, well, they've been avoiding teams relatively early here. It's a risky play, but it's worked out for them. But once again, we'll always be looking at footballists for now. as they do tend to tentatively have a very early rotation. Konina Power here, we'll get a couple shots in. They were one of the teams going to be ducking the Milta, and this is exactly what Futbolist deals with this sort of situation, right? They anticipate what the enemy teams are going to do, and they've worked out ever since here. But as of now, Limax, it's going to take a couple shots in here. They've got a lot of chip damage being done here from Konina Power, and I like how Konina Power is pretty much anticipated here to try to get a couple of kills against Futbolist. But unfortunately, all they did was pretty much do a couple of chip damage towards vehicles here. However, Konina Power, they need to loot up a little bit more here. Look at this. They don't exactly have level 2 helmets yet. Pretty much under-looted as of now, but Futbolist, they're going to make a run for here. Raum doesn't exactly have first aid. He's only got a med kit, so not the most ideal situation for Futbolist, but in desperate times calls for desperate solutions here too.
Desperate time, desperate measures. But Futbolist did it well in backstabbing before. I don't know why. They suddenly change their playstyle sometimes and always being backstabbed by 4 a.m. Usually they are the one that coming out last for the rotations. 4 a.m. like always, they're doing the same thing over and over again. They're not going to get into the circle faster than the rest of the other teams. So they will rest things out, pinching each other out, and just making sure the only few teams surviving later will be the contest for 4 a.m. On the side of Zeus, it's a different story. They just go and get along with whatever they have. They just play along with it. We work with what we have. We shape with whatever that's actually moving in front of us. And if tragedy strike, then that's too bad. If it turns out okay, then they're happy. They don't have expectation at all. They're playing with their free will. They are having a pure passion for the game only, nothing else that has themselves in that mind. And it's a good sense to actually have a good performance for them. And in Team Secret here, we have Alpha 7 on higher ground, but they don't have that much covers except for a couple of vegetations with Car on Alpha Mafioso side. I'm not sure if he can clip anybody at this stage because I think Yuhai don't want to overpick himself. He knows, he get the sense of the idea that Alpha Mafioso is holding himself a sniper rifle. Mark Toy on the other end trying to go for the flank side. There you go. He's charging in, going forward. Couple of smokes being tossed, making sure they got covered, but grenade has been raining upon them for Alpha 7. Straight away, they removed themselves from this really tough position, and Morpheus didn't make it happen. He didn't make it on time. He's on the ground.
Great flank here coming from Matt Toy as well. Mafioso overextended a little bit here. Tried to go for the pixel snipe on towards you high boy's head. Unfortunately to say, it looks like Team Secret took advantage of the situation. That's going to be a huge knock for them. However, Scopes has been expected coming from Alpha 7 here. A lot of utilities being made here. Meanwhile, another fight is about to break out here. We are going to be seeing the guys from DA against Zeus here. Is this the right target you want to be fighting here? Because as of now, there's a three-way showdown here as Navi is casually third-partying this fight as well as Zeus going to be caught out and open here, but Wallace is going to secure himself some KP, but the vehicles are moving in here. They're starting to roll up. DA is going to be the first team to bail out of this fight. Meanwhile, Navi tried to capitalize on the situation, unfortunately misses the timing window. So DA making a smart call here. They will retreat with one player lost in the country here. Team Secret here continues the fight against A7 here. Mafioso gets picked up from the rest of the teams here, but the rest of the teams of F7 here are taking the make a play. Let's bail out this fight. Meanwhile, iShot's going to be scouting ahead for the team here. Interesting role switch between Matroy and iShot because he is going to be flanking a big one here, trying to capitalize on this situation here. It might be a big one here coming from Team Secret, but A7, will they get this read here, True?
One thing is iShot, it's more than enough for utilities. Look at that. He shot himself quite a decent weapon there. I think that's going to be AUG. And now iShot is having a great time coming up from the flank side. But mind you that we saw RRQ around the corner. I'm not sure if they're still lurking here somewhere. And we cannot spot their position just yet. For Navi, they're fighting against Zeus. Zeus triumph today is their day. But will it be stopped by Navi here? Will it be denied for their next chicken or at least a top 3? They cannot lose more points. If not, it will be swapping places with 4 a.m. and NOVA-XQF for the overall standings. Now, oh boy, he needs it for his dad. He needs to make his family proud. He is more than motivated to make sure Navi can make ways for top 5 later today. But Navi approaching it very slowly for Zeus. He's trying to find a position, but the smoke is too thick for him to see through. There goes trying to spray it for blind. Reload his magazine. Not going to clip anybody just yet. It's a bit subpar. Hoping it will be a Kobe now. Pray and just tossed it. Didn't make. Oh, he got it. That's worth his time. One kill. He backs off a bit. Disengage, reposition, reassess situation. How many members of Zeus are there in this compound right now?
A huge drop there coming from Oh Boy. That's going to be a big one for them. But do they want to take the full commitment right here? Because they've done a lot of damage here. Meanwhile, the fight with A7 as well as Team Secret is not over here. Yuhai gets a huge one against Mafioso. And pretty sure Mafioso, he's pretty much got his vest as well as his helmet pretty much shredded to pieces here by both Matt Toy as well as Yuhai. And this is not looking good for Alpha 7 here. But looks like they will turn tail and bail out this fight here. Mafioso, we have done all we can. We're out of this picture. You're all by yourself. But nope. Looks like they will try and commit to this fight here. Looks like they will say, leave no man behind here. Because as of now, Yuhai Boy, he's got a really huge flank here. He's trying to find that push to actually go in for a really tricky play here. But as of now, it's going to be a really hard one here. Mafioso doesn't show himself yet here. But Yuhai Boy out in the open. And Team Secret, once again, they're making the risky plays here. They're not afraid to go ham on these people here. Considering it is, after all, only the third circle. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, they are still holding down the fort. They've got a couple of weaponries left, but do they exactly want to fight here? Because right now, they've got a lot of gunshots. They're afraid of third parties potentially here. Meanwhile, NOVA-XQF, they are going to be seeing Paraboy here going a little bit aggressive here. They do scout out the guys from AS, as they are going to be getting a couple shots in DP. Heaven is pretty much very low. Leon as well. On top of that, looks like they will try and heal out a little bit more here, Chu.
Now A1, they lost so many members here. Now down to only Shy caught. Can he actually not get caught? Or will it be Shy that get caught here for him? I'm sorry with the puns, I cannot stop myself. But on the side of Smoke, now V, that's going to be trading grenades for them. Matic's trying to scout things out, but there's a bit of a take Smoke in between. Shy caught, he tried to trade over with an M416. Oh, barely making out alive. There's no way out. Oh my god, he got caught there. For Shy caught. It's Shy, but he got caught. I'm sorry. But yeah, Navi finished it off with a strong, solid one more kill. Kills 4 of them for now. 4 teams. Members of A1 eSports is down. First team to be out, but Secret is not done yet. They're still fighting against Alpha 7 for such a long time. This is one of the longest battle when it comes to a few circles already. They're still going at it. And now the next circle, it's gonna be Pachinki.
Yep, and seeing how the circle is as well, RRQ has not left the vicinity, so that's going to be prime for them here. Mafioso, he manages to find himself a nice little bush to actually hide himself way here there. So Yuhai is not going to be able to stop anyone yet here. Meanwhile, another fight is about to break out here towards the open fields of Pachinki. We do see BTR going head-to-head against Konina Power here, as Konina Power frozen gets knocked out for guys from 4 AM. So this small little ditch for both these teams here is going to be momentarily for them. As the nades are dropping bit by bit here, teams are going to be slowly crashing away and collapsing on towards their vicinity. So they have to try to figure out what's going to be the next game plan here. BTR definitely having the upper hand in that regards in terms of territory. So they will have a little bit more in terms of vantage point. So will they be able to get out here? Because as of now, BTR, they're getting overrun by PW88. And that's not what I was expecting at all, because apologize for a little bit of delays there, because on our screens we kind of missed out on the action. But as of now, BTR looks like they will lose out of position here. That's gonna be Luxi leaving all by himself to actually clutch it out for the team for BTR. Meanwhile, PW88, they will go head to head against KP, as they are going to be sharing each other's compound here. A couple of mollies has been duked out, but Konina Power is going to be playing the safe card here. They are on the other side of the circle. They are still in it, but there are still 49 people alive. So that's going to be a long one here. Meanwhile, Team Secret, the story between Alpha 7 and Team Secret is not over yet. This love story is never going to end. Who is going to be the victors out of it here? Because right now, this toxic relationship is getting out of hand here, and Mafioso actually dropped down all his back on top of that just to snake his way and try and catch off a potential kill here. An interesting play rather early here, but will it work out eventually? Let's just see. Mafioso has not moved yet, and Team Secret, they're still checking every single corner. Alpha 7 and also Team Secret not giving an inch at all yet, True.
This conflict is going on way too long, even though they're still inside of a safe zone. But mind you that just now, Bigetron, I do want to mention that they swapped out swap out Liquid with Micro Boy in exchange position. I'm not sure if keep on swapping your teammates actually give you a good dynamic and chemistry, but no, Rex overpicking himself. Nobody knows Mafioso's position. AKM shooting out one. You got maybe two. No, but it's gonna be UI get back the revenge. Alpha trading 1-2-1-4 now. And Team Secret, where would they go? Yuha being knocked down by Law. Law finish off Yuha, and it's gonna be free kill for them. And now Mafioso is still waiting for the revival. And Team Secret try to reposition themselves, go for this engage. But in the meantime, it's not just gonna be Alpha 7. Zeus tapping out for Matoy. And they got clumped up now. Team Secret, this is going to be a triangle battle. So they are stuck here, cornered. And the next circle is really crucial for them to make sure that they can make it out alive. And they're not being blessed as well. So this is going to be a predicament for Team Secret to just get an exit out. But how?
For the perfect bait here being played by Mafioso. He's got knocked twice here. He's not afraid to throw his body to go in for the bait here. Prone his way through, wait for the right opening, and he got it for the team here. What a big one there coming from Mafioso. However, the game will continue here. PW8 here in the ditch as well, alongside with Konina Power. They've been sharing their trades after trades here, but this next phase of circle is going to be a cool one here, because as of now, they need to go for the exit strategy. Look at this. A nice lock name here. PW8 try deny them of those vehicles there. And now once again, Acer gets knocked out once again here. They want to shut down Konina Power's exit strategy, and it's kind of working out a little bit here, but the damage has been done. PW8 will say, you know what, it's time to bail here. They want to go in for the push, but is it the right time now? And seems to me it is going to be one here as well, because Konina Power, they are already going to be blailing out here. Fortunately for them, they have the Dacia on top of that, but can Frozen and Acer get to their teammates here, because PW8 will bail out first. Looks like they are going to get a little bit greedy here. Frozen looking for a prime position. He gets the perfect time here. He gets one. Combi gets taken down, and Konina Power will finish him off, and that's going to be 1 KP in the fact here. So that's going to be the wait out game in the hands of Konina Power, whereas the rest of the team, both teams going to be knocking those guys on Pochinki here. We do see Team Secret J going to be holding down the southern section of Pochinki here, and now PWA will find himself in the ditch, but he is going to be succumbed to the high ground angles coming from Team Secret G, and he's going to get knocked out and shut out. So Team Secret G is going to be getting a couple of freebies there. Meanwhile, Pochinki Urban Warfare, not the easiest terrain to play as well here. As we can see, the teams are slowly congested in the vicinity of this town. We do see shots are getting shot from every single direction. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 tries to finish up the guys from against Team Secret here. They've taken a little bit too long, but fortunately for them, they will take the northern approach here. Meanwhile, Navi will have the upper hand here, as they have the high ground of this northwest approach on the church here. So this church is going to give them a lot of information to work with here, and we talked about how strong in terms of information gathering is, especially when it comes to the church vicinity here. Whereas the rest of the teams that are trying to sneak their way into the Pochinki Urbans here is not going to be looking too good for them here. Will the Navi boys be able to overcome all odds, because they've got every single information needed in this case, every single position of all the teams is pretty much roughly around as well here. The mental picture is that there's approximately 4 to 5 teams in the Pochinki vicinity here, Chu.
I'm here. And back about Aerowolf starting out to fight against PW8, which got eliminated at 12th place. We're down to 10 teams now. Back-to-back 2 teams lost, including Team Secret, who have only a couple of members left just now. Navu caught in the open, but Old Boy got himself the abandoned church on the higher ground. He tried to pin down 2 angles at one time. Alpha 7 will get down to the spring, but it's a bit far. He's not connected so far. The rest of Navi tried to find position of Alpha on foot, while the rest of the Alpha 7 scattering around. They are being dispersed by the firepower of Navi here. Alpha 7 covers 4 now, but 4EM is aiming them from the back as well. 4EM always come in as the backstabbers, and now Alpha 7 just got taken, killed by 4 a.m. instead of Na'Vi. I'm sure they are mentally devastated right now, a bit disappointed, but they cannot do much about it. And now 4 a.m. marching in, they will clean sweep everyone, taking the advantage as the third party. And 4 a.m. just taking all kills possible, coming up from the backside. They're coming in to bulldoze every single team to decimate, but didn't expect Konina Power to show up themselves up there as well. So RRQ fighting against Konina Power. Konina Power aimed on 4 a.m. Na'Vi got caught the attention of 4 a.m. as well. And now 4 a.m. they need to stay low for a bit. And Grenade Killer here, Paraboy, showing off he can actually stand up to par, just like we hope he will be. And he will show the order and him stands shoulder to shoulder. But on Zeus side, managed to get one grenade kill just now. But Na'Vi, they're holding strong this angle. They got themselves the abandoned church, higher ground, elevated the field of vision. But for how long? Konina Power on their side. Zeus keep on bombing every single team possible on the eastern side, southeast, while the northern is too busy that they are just shooting whatever they see that move. Maybe if it's not moving, as long as something that pops out, they're just making sure they toss all the nades possible.
Oh, Navi is in with a big one here. He gets a nice stock here. However, the trades are coming in here. Sven, 33 Sven will take it here. Navi taking a little bit more damage. The meanwhile, OM still will hold down the line here. Konina Power tries to third party this fight. 33 Sven gets taken down from Navi here. 4 a.m. They're going to be in some trouble. They're pinched in both hands here. So it's going to be the last man standing from the side 4 a.m. He tried to make a play, but Navi held on for as long as they can. They made things hard for 4 a.m. That's going to be the opportunity for them to actually rotate the next phase of the zone here, because as of now, Smoke still taking advantage of this stretch here. He's going to try to finish off Smoke in this regards. Meanwhile, Konina Power, they are going to be trapped in the hands of RRQ as well. It's pretty much in the compounds of Pachinki. So he has no way to run. He has a Dacia, but to what avail? He's all by himself. That's going to be the most important fact here. Meanwhile, in the Pachinki side, we have Zeus going to be holding one of the compounds. Likewise from RRQ. Right below them is going to be another team as well. But Navi, they are thinking to flush out Silk, but Silk will take down. Oh boy, as he's going to be the last man standing for 4 a.m. He tries to keep things alive here. He does have the name here. He's looking to lob me onto his boat. He knows roughly where he is. Can he lob the perfect name? Oh, a little bit too off the mark here. A little bit higher. Might have bounced off towards the cliff here. However, Smoke going to be holding down the fort here. He's going to drop another nade once again. Does he connect? No, he does not. Meanwhile, Navi, they're going to be focusing the guys from the southern section here. Now, Nova going to be in some trouble here. King going to be having the cover off the loot here, but at the same time, he's got his back a little bit exposed here. Mati gets a couple shots in, but he kills himself up. Meanwhile, Navi got only 5 kills here. Meanwhile, Pachinki Warfare is coming in. Zeus going to be the one to keep the guys here from the south side. Team Secret Gene is going to be going for the rush as well. They will shut off Aerowolf as Team Secret Gene will make it to the top 5, but now they are going to be pressured by the zone. They need to clear out every single thing here. As of now, Zeus is going to be holding down the top side, and Team Secret Gene, they want to push this because as of now, they're getting shots. Zayu playing a little bit cheeky. He gets to Ably. It's going to go clutching for a team. Now, one-on-one for him. Can he go for the fight? He goes for a drop shot and he loses that fight. And Ably clutches it for Zeus. And Zeus lives to tell another tale. But no, he gets counted out by RRQ Athena. Oh my goodness, you.
But still maintain that top 5. It's not a bad position just yet. But NOVA-XQF might exchange the number 1 spot with Zeus just now, because if they can take this chicken away. But Na'Vi, I have to say, I have huge respect for them. It's a miracle how they withstand so many firepower come out towards them. It's gonna be that bombardment coming up from Nova. Now they're climbing up and down to only a couple of members of Na'Vi last here. And Nova, Order, and Jimmy, they're still going for the grenade games. RRQ coming up from behind. Can be the veterans. Can the all champions used to be kings get back their crown? No, Jimmy denies it, and now they're taking G9, and Beer and D2E kind of scattered all over the place, being too focused and orderly for D2E. He cannot be the person that trying to take down Jimmy. Beer's taking his attention towards Jimmy's side, and D2E fighting head-to-head with Order. Now can be the best fighting against Order. No, not yet. Order still stands up. There will be NOVA-XQF now taking this game again. And now Bia, the only person remaining, the only hope for RRQ. They toss the Molotov, try to fish him out, flushing it out for Bia. But not gonna happen. Order and Jimmy try to approach it on both sides. It's gonna be NOVA-XQF. Order and Jimmy. I order you guys to get that another chicken dinner, but that was remarkable standoff. Navi standing on that abandoned church for such a long time, fighting against 3 teams back to back, but still managed to get a number 3 spot. That was just brilliant.
Oh, what a really, really exciting game here coming from NOVA-XQF. They finally got their first chicken dinner for today. But my goodness here, that was a Pochinki finish here. It was a close call there. We know back in the days, RRQ was known as the kings of Pochinki. Remind us that they were the kings of Pochinki. That was a moment that they could have just punched their way against XQF Nova. But guess what? Nova seems to be the better team in that regards here. The kings have fallen, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a new king in town because XQF Nova is here to dominate because they've got the chicken dinner for today. And RRQ Athena, a close call indeed here. This is what they need to boost themselves in terms of morale because as of now, throughout the entirety of the day, they have not had the easiest of time. But finally, getting a top 2 finish with the high kill volumes here. If I were them, I would be pretty happy with the results here. But can they push themselves into the leaderboard? That's my question here. But nevertheless, here it was a chaotic urban warfare. But there's one fight I would really want to talk about as well. Zeus in that upper high ground. It was pushed by 2 teams in the Pochinki vicinity here. They had Aerowolf pushing them. They had Team Secret Jeep pushing them as well. Somehow, like, I don't know how, but somehow Zeus was able to hold that round as well. And Zaiwu, with the corner cheeky ninja spot, getting the 2 knock onto his Team Secret Jeep, allowed, I believe, one of the members coming from Zeus here to actually close out the entirety of the game and get them a huge amount of kills there. And that was an insane round from Zeus. So I wouldn't be surprised that Zeus still maintains the top spot. But before we get a little bit more details into that here, let's take a look at the recap here as Chu will be talking through, bringing through some exciting match on what actually went down in the previous match here, Chu.
It was just crazy how they keep on fighting since the start of the game, especially for Navi, taking out A1 at first. This is questionable for A1. I'm not sure why they are trying to take up a challenge when they are quite low in terms of loot. So, Konina Power, they just kind of vanish from the map entirely. I don't know what happened to them. We didn't get a lot of camera views on them, but certainly didn't make it out for the last couple of circles. So on the side, Aerowolf, still not much coming out from them. I'm still waiting for them to be the first one initiating the fight, because whenever they do the engagement first, they break up the silence, they can win the match. They always wait somebody to ambush them out. On the side of Zeus, it's been a great run for them today. Hopefully they keep on this momentum going. You can see how they progresses throughout the whole entire tournament so far. And the thing is, right now we have no clue who will take this championship away, who will take that trophy back their country. Because right now we have so many teams that have that very high caliber plays. It's almost can be like anybody's game at this point. Anybody can step up to their game and just be better than the other, and be better than yesterday, be better than the game before, and present us with something even more. And we cannot even say enough, and we cannot even watch enough, because every day it progresses. The guy should be strained down and stressed out, and also mentally everything exhausted, but they just keep on going better.
Yeah, definitely as well. And now there was one thing I really wanted to give credit to is Navi as well. The fight against Navi as well as 4AM was extremely disciplined as well, especially when 4AM and Navi was tag teaming against the guys from A7, right? Like the moment that it was an opportunity that presented itself by 4AM, they went in for the push. They got 2 knocks onto one knock onto the guys from Navi. They went in for the push, but as soon as they got the pickup, they immediately reacted like, hey, you know what, 4AM, we have a small window of opportunity here. They're going to be focusing on the guys from A7 for a bit here. Let's toss a couple of smokes. Let's toss a couple of nades to try and stall them back and regroup and retreat here. And as soon as they did that, Navi was able to regroup themselves, reset the fight, and take control of that church there. And baited 4 a.m. into a very, very awkward position where they were kind of flanked from multiple angles, and because of that, they were able to come up on top of that. So that was a great read coming from Navi. But unfortunately to say, when the important moments came out, so because from the northern section here, NOVA-XQF was the team who kind of conquered from the north, right? Like they were kind of dominating from the northeast section here. They had so much control, they had so much information. Whereas Navi was so preoccupied on the southern section here, they didn't exactly have a lot of information from the northern section. So nevertheless here, great read, great play coming from NOVA-XQF here. Guess what? They are going to be the winners for match number 6 here, and this is going to be the million reward guess here. And of course, hopefully things will be great for you guys here, as the predictions are going to be going up by the day here. And of course, the grand prize reward is going to be 150k view thus far here, Chu.
We have 2 more games to go, and the next game in Sanok in Erangel, do predict, because you might win yourself 10 million AG, and even with 1 million UC voucher, that's a lot. Zeus so far still maintain at number 1, but for how much longer? Because we've seen a lot of shift, a lot of swaps between the top 5 teams here. Zeus is number 1 today. Yesterday was Digital Athletics, but it's a totally different story now, huh? But on the side of NOVA-XQF, they got still climbing up, swapping places at 4 a.m. finally. And the funny thing is, they actually tie with their sisters team here. 4 a.m. NOVA-XQF, both from China, getting 192 points. The Titans of the China here getting themselves the most chicken dinner, both of them. Triple chickens. And the funny thing, one more, Zeus got number 1, and they got only 1 chicken dinner. That's consistency we're talking about. Konina Power, the only team on top 5 in the first page without any chicken dinner at all. Look at that. They have 157 points. No chicken, no problem. Team Secret Jin at 6th. 7th Bigetron Team Secret is 1 chicken, and at 8th place, 147.
Yep, and on bottom half here as well, Navi with that dominant performance here as well will pull themselves into the 9th place here with 142 points here with 2 chicken dinners. Alpha 7 on the 10th place here with 137 points. RRQ Athena with that great game there, unfortunately say was not enough yet, but still will put them some rank in terms of points there, just because they managed to finish from the top 2 finish here. So that's going to be 11 points for them with 133 points here. Futbolist will fall down into the 12th place here with 129 points. Aerowolf will climb a little bit in terms of ranks with 13th place with 99 points. Power 88 here is going to get 94 points for himself. ASL will be on the 15th place here with 91 points, and A1ES is going to be on the last place here with 70 points. But that's pretty much the bottom side of the half here. But we do see a huge shift here from 13th place, from 12th place all the way to the top here. So that's gonna a lot of teams still kind of figuring out on what's the strategy here. But now there's no more time to figure it out here. You gotta warm it out every single homework that you have done thus far. Like, you have to see teams actually duke it out here for now. Meanwhile, on the screen here we see Nova Order is going to be the MVP for the match. He's got 3 kills, 457 damage thus far. And yeah, he's been fragging a lot. It's no surprises that he's going to continue to do so. But is he still the kill leaderboard here? He's been very, very consistent in terms of the kill department here. But is it going to be enough for them to pull enough points to make it to the top? Because as of now, they're number 2, don't you?
Not again with the zombie pose, we say. Choking zombie here. But Order, I say he's one of the most important person, most valuable player, most important VVIP, if you put it. Very, very valuable player of NOVA-XQF right now. On the side of Navi, they got themselves a huge amount of kill volume. 14 kills, 3200 damage. Look at that, it's on par. Whatever they shoot, they got the kill. And they never actually try to kill steal somebody. Same case for NOVA-XQF, they are bulldozing people from behind their backs. RRQ on the other hand, getting themselves a bit of a roller coaster ride. Aerowolf, they got quite a decent amount of kills, but not a lot of damage output. But 4 a.m., I'm sure they are more than upset right now, because look at that, they have such a great deal of damage output. It just shows that everybody wants a bit of 4 a.m. pie. They just want to kill steal them, their victims away. But Team Secret, what happened to them? No kills, but look at that damage.
Yeah, Team Secret definitely got stalled up here coming from Alpha 7, right? Like, if you think about it, Alpha 7 Mafioso played out his mind. Like, he was playing he was playing on a micro level where Team Secret did not expect it as well. He played the perfect state, he played the perfect bait here. And on top of that, remember the clutch play where he kind of hit himself in the bush, took out all his bag on top of that here to kind of outflank one of the members here. And I think Yu Hai Boy was pretty much the player that got caught out in that regards. As soon as they went in for a flank, he pushed himself out in a position where, you know what, shoot me, I'm going to bait you out, while the rest of his teams were immediately rushing in with the vehicles going for a flank, and they get 2 easy pickings from Team Secret, knowing that, hey, the rest of members from Team Secret are split out and they took advantage of the situation. So that was pretty much a great play coming from A7 here. However, now the match summary here, we do see on screen here, Matic will be the one with the highest kills thus far. Corpai will be the one with the longest distance kill with 231 meters thus far. Grenade kills here, Paraboy will be 50% hit ratio here with kills. Longest travel here is going to be Salim here with 15,924 meters travel. That's a long journey here, as he's been touring around a lot here. Meanwhile, Navi, Tizzy is going to be the one with the highest assist here coming in from Navi. No surprises there, considering that they did the most amount of damage in that particular game here, too.
But here, next one is going to be the overall stats for what just happened. 61 total kills means the zone and the circle has been graciously generous to its players, and none of them are being, maybe a couple of them, but not most of them, being chipped off by the blue zone. With 67 total knockouts, I have to say that's a lot of shooting, but did it secure all the kills? No, apparently there are 6 kills that get revived by the players, and just shows that most of the players that got shot down for the knockout possibly just finish off straight away by the enemy teams. With lesser and lesser number of total revival, I have to say probably because they kind of quiet in the first few phases of the circle of the game, of the match itself. When it comes to the 4th circle, that's where everybody just gun blazing around, shooting everybody out in the open. But when the moment they try to save their teammates, they just cannot have the space, you don't have enough time to revive them because of how much bullets are firing upon their way. So saying this for the Nate now is almost reaching 400, almost one of the highest, I think arguably one of the highest throws being used for this time, reaching probably the 400. But I'm shutting up for you guys. Futura from YouTube. I'm gonna read the comments, by the way. I do read the comments, guys. And they asked, do we have any more games? Yes, we have 2 more games. We're gonna game number 7, Sunhawk. And later we're gonna drop into Erangel. And somebody said no one has let guess the pressure of last day. Midnight gaming. That was funny because nobody can actually expect. But here's gonna be a bit of recap in case you guys missed game number 6 in Erangel.
Yep, and speaking of the recap as well, let's take a look at how it went down, right? Like every single team was kind of spread out as well, no surprise there. Usually teams kind of avoid Pochinki altogether here just because that it's very rare we do see a circle finish in towards Pochinki. But guess what, you know, sometimes life happens, man. Like in competitive setting here, we fear the unknown, you have to expect the unexpected here. RRQ was pretty much the team that kind of sorted it all out here. They understand that, hey, Pochinki is still in the vicinity, we're the kings of Pochinki, let's hold down the fort. But now, let's break it down a little bit more in how it all went down here for Navi, how they able to actually dig so much damage here. If you pay attention to how their positioning was, that they had the church point of vicinity, which usually RRQ would try and contest the position there, which obviously Navi was able to kind of hold their ground here. They get a couple of huge major kills against A7, everyone for 4am as well. But what actually happened with Navi's downfall was that Nova and RRQ was simultaneously going for the assault, and they were able to kind of shut them all out. Meanwhile, RRQ, they had the upper hand against Nova, but G9 made a little bit small misplay there. As you can see, he tried to use the advantages of the pick using the vehicle, and he could not see anyone, and he thought he was safe, and he took the long rotation to try and get into his church, but unfortunately gets picked off. So that was one of the first mistakes coming from RRQ, which they could not expect where Nova was, which was really, really unfortunate for them. But Nova, they played it smart, they played it well tactically here. I would say it was a great finish for them, but can they keep it up here? Ladies and gentlemen, here once again, this is the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Finals Day number 3 here. We have seen 6 games thus far, and we're going to be having more games to come here. As of now, my name is ICBB12. Joining with me is Choo Choo Gaming, and we're going to be taking on a short break, and we'll be right back with game number 7 for today. See you guys in a bit.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. Got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals here. I'm Chuchu, will be your caster, host, analyst, whatever you want it to be. It will be us today, me and IC Baby 12. But before we start, for the final 2 games that's left on day number 3 of the Grand Finals itself, let's shout out for Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios, and also Qualcomm. For Qualcomm Technologies, one of our official title sponsors, with Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, full arsenal of hardware and software features. One of the best things that you have to have is actually OnePlus 8T 5G, which powered by Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform. And also thank you Mountain Dew, the proud official beverage of PMGC, fueling us casters, players, and the next generation of gamers. And we're also honored, by the way, for Dubai Tourism and Dubai Sports Council, because without you guys, without this support, for me, it's almost impossible for us making this event at all. So welcome back, ladies and gents. We're looking at Sanhok for the next one. He wrangled for the final one, and I'm looking sleepy girl commentator Vikas Vinodani. I'm sorry, I'm not sleepy at all because I have Mountain Dew with me, but I'm toning down a bit because you guys said I scream too much, so I try to chill down a bit. And thank you so much again. One shout it out for the official talents here: Jason Maxman, Sabulo, John Allen Blank, Hot Juice, Imperial Flow, or Wolf, and also Wolfie and El Dogi. But let's not waste any more time. Will it be since RRQ Nova? Will be 4 a.m. Will be the sleeping giants of Aerowolf even? Who knows? Let's fly into Sanhok match number 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, here now for the second last match for today. We are gone towards game number 7 here, as the fatigue is going to be starting to show on the players as well as on the casters here. But don't worry, we are going to be taking you from some amazing journey in the map of Sanhok here. As of now, the flag path was a pretty western one coming in from the north section of Hatin. And guess what? The circle is going to be centralized on towards the alpha side here, and you can hear the screams coming from Chuchu, because this might be potentially a Hatin circle coming in here. And my, match number 7 here is going to go out with a bang potential here. Will the team keep up with their momentum? Will they be able to play under pressure here? Because now this is where fatigue comes in towards the game here, Chuchu.
Yeah, this is 8 games back-to-back for the players, so like it or not, they have to strain themselves for the grand finals. It's a huge challenge, not just for their mental state, but it will be also for their physical as we speak. So hopefully they keep themselves hydrated for now. I'm sure they're here and there, they try to eat a couple of meals because we barely make our time ourselves, but things gonna be okay, because right now they need to consider themselves lucky to even be in the world stage. Not everybody can make it up to this caliber to be presenting the team, the country they've been proud of, including RRQ here. We're waiting for their comeback. There's so many fans out there rooting for RRQ, but so far I'm listening about the chat. Zeus, you guys are the kings in everybody's heart in the chat right now, but can they keep the momentum? Team Secret Malaysia has been closely following up for the overall standing with their sisters Team Secret Jin, but the circle, this is where it gets tricky. It kind of comprises more towards, it's favoring around Hatin Circle. This is what I'm waiting for, the Hatin Circle. Will it be towards the northern side of Hatin? Because it's not impossible. Will it be in between the bridges of all these 3 islands? Because if it is, then it's going to be a death bridge entirely. Or will it be the smallest island of all the 3 islands in Sanhok eventually? Have to wait then.
Well, as of now, this circle is still kind of unpredictable as well here. As if you pay attention to the percentage of the ratio here between Alpha, Bravo, as well as Charlie Island as well. Alpha Island is pretty much covering at least 60% here. So teams may consider trying to rotate a little bit early towards Alpha Island here. Whereas teams from the southeast corner here, especially coming from Alpha 7, RRQ, Team Secret Jin, Konina Power here, they have to make a relatively early rotation really soon as well. As compared to the previous standout game here, teams were kind of slow playing strategy as well, just because of the circle, how the circle kind of went as well, just because it was kind of centralized in that regards here. So there was a lot of space for some of these teams here. But seeing how this first circle play here, a lot of these teams are going to be struggling and caught out in potential gatekeepers here being set up. Possibly by RRQ from the southern section, possibly even from AS coming from the northeast section here. And as soon as I see that here, you do see gunshots already making on his way here, because right now BTR, they're gonna go ham on towards G9 here. And look at this, G9 will immediately run. You say, you know what, I'm out of here, I'm all by myself, I cannot fight alone here. Looks like he does not have first aids on top of that here. He's gonna try and mask himself in the water here, but BTR, they know what's up. He knows exactly where they are, but Zuxi is gonna be looking around as well. G9 is gonna be swimming right under the noses here as he tries to make it for here, but at the same time, oxygen level is going to be depleting here. G9 might actually bleed out or maybe even drown in that regards here, because as of now, his health is ticking away. G9, he needs to breathe a little bit here, but BTR sees him. No, they don't. So very, very lucky attempt here coming from G9, but
oh no, they're not letting him off the hook.
Oh no!
That's why I said they're not letting him off the hook based on how Ryzen and also side by side. I think it was Luxy possibly who just turned around the corners. They knew somebody swimming. They saw him. No, sorry, it was Ryzen and Luxy. And that's just the end of RRQ. They are too splitted off, and it's almost impossible for the rest of RRQ to come for backups. But it was really a hard loss for RRQ side. Nevertheless, they have to keep on going. They are playing with handicap, the first team members to be out by RRQ. Surprisingly, they barely made any mistakes back then, but I'm not sure what happened. For PWG8, they will opt for the boat, so they're going to rotate all around coming up from Cow. Going to take a very long route, maybe towards Harteens, who knows. But for now, they are quite safe. Nobody seems to be the Marines waiting at the coastline. But hopefully nobody spot them out, because it's going to be tough. Having all 4 men in one boat, it's not really a good idea. But before you guys talking about the game, yeah, I'm going to shout out for you guys, those actually chatting in the comment section, but not you, female commentator. Name anyone, please. My name is Chuchu, by the way. Just in case if you don't know. And Rosie Hasib said, my name is Faizul Rahman Zaz. Okay, thank you guys for the love and support. But do support your favorite teams, because I'm sure they are so exhausted to play 8 games back to back. No rest, right, Icy?
Yep, definitely here. I'm looking forward to see what is going to be up next year. Meanwhile, I want to bring up the point here on how the BTR and RRQ fight went as well here, right? Like, I did bring out the point that, hey, you know, teams are going to be opting to look for early gatekeeps here. Teams need to rotate relatively early as well here. RRQ had the initial idea of setting up the gate, the roadblock up there. G9 was one of the first to reach there. Unfortunately, BTR kind of cut them off in track. So they know that BTR wants to hold that fort here. BTR is known to go for those high kill volumes. So it's understandable why they want to contest those particular houses here, which is kind of in the middle of all 3 islands in that regards here. Meanwhile, we do see PWA actually taking the ocean retreat, and Navi has a good sense of idea that may have a team kind of do exactly that here. And Tizzy, he's actually
not like this.
No doubt, and that's exactly not like that apparently, because he's going to be.
It's a hard climb. Look at how steep it is, the coastline here. It's almost impossible for him to climb back up for Tixie. And the moment the boat arrives and they dock themselves there, Navi will get themselves cornered, and like it or not, they will jump down. And the moment they jump down, it's an easy fishing moment for the side of PWG8. They don't want to resort to that. And Tixie finding a way to climb himself back up. You mentioned how Bigetron love high kill volume, but right now they're having a hard time to coordinate as a team. If you're looking at how the dynamic keep on changing, swapping in and out Microboy and Liquid, I'm not sure. Do you think it's okay for them to just keep on swapping players, or should they stick with one main roster only?
It might be fatigue, it might be strategy here, it might be play styles, but it feels like Bigetron is trying to be as flexible as well here, considering that certain teams prioritizing on formation, certain teams prioritizing on being flexible, certain teams prioritizing experience. In this class, I feel like Bigetron Red Aliens, they were former champions. They were the champions before for PMCO and also PMGC. But at the same time, it feels like, you know, maybe giving a little bit of experience, making room for Liquid is going to be a great for him here, especially if you want to train a particular up-and-coming potential star. Just like how Team Secret is as well. Yu Hai was one of those players who were pretty much out of the blue, a diamond in the rough, and was scouted out. And look at him, he's playing exceptionally well. Rex is potentially one of those players that may become a potential star in the future here. So training for the long run is definitely something that may be considered here. I think Bigetron is trying and be as flexible as they can. They're doing all they can. You know, it's not like they're not doing the right thing here. They're doing whatever they can. But on top of that, this is the global championships, right? Teams are adapting. Teams are getting stronger by the minute here. So considering how hard the game here, sometimes if the original plan doesn't make out, they have to switch it time and time again here. It's all about being flexible. It's all about being able to adapt to the situation here. And speaking of adaptations here, look at how quickly the teams have rotated to the northwest section here, because Team Secret Jin is going to be another team that is going to be rotating from the ocean pathway, likewise from PW88 as well. Navi is also going to be on the northwest section, Aerowolf as well. And my oh my, we are going to be seeing a potential huge cluster of teams going to be clumped up onto the southern section here between Bigetron, Alpha 7, RRQ, NOVA-XQF on top of that, and Team Secret tanking the circle, 4 AM also tanking the circle, Konina Power also tanking the circle. A relatively late one here, Chu. But let's take a look at where the circle is going to be heading off as of now. Looks like it is going to be the Alpha Island indeed here. So this southern approach is going to be a messy one here, Chu.
The southern and the eastern side of the bridge is going to be very, very crowded. I have this especially on the southern side. But before that, thank you guys for the support and thank you for the kind comments, especially Manashik Kilong and also Julius Halkiel. I hope this voice you find it very relaxing. But yeah, I'm coming back about the game we go. Speaking of the crowd situation that we have right now, look at how colorful. But again, 4 EM, I mentioned this multiple times. 4 EM notice this is not an easy circle to approach. So when it's not as generous, it's not as centralized as they hope it will be, they always rotate very late. So they go for the late and then they come in and bulldozing people behind and backstabbing them all the way. That's how they've been playing the last couple of games. But now these Athletics again fighting off their number one title back. It's gonna be Ziz fighting against them, but can they win this time? The last one, we remember, they lost it, but Bigetron fighting Alpha 7 for now against this slope of hill. I'm not sure how these guys can spot out with the members of Alpha 7. This is so far. They still managed to tap it. Ooh, 3 bullets from Zuxi. Getting Law fallen down there. Is it gonna be another downfall for Alpha 7? This doesn't look so great. They are in predicament, cornered there. They want to go on the backward side, but there's RRQ waiting for them. Will they go and face Bigetron? They have no other choice than take up one team. Choose now. Pick your Pikachu. Choose it.
I would say poison, but at the same time here, now Bigetron, they are going to be getting a little bit more kills here. They understand that, hey, they have to clean this out as quickly as they can. They need to take the high ground as quickly as they can, because there's going to be a lot of teams coming from their behinds as well. Looks like they were taking the aggressive approach to try and drop the ball on towards them here. The buggy is going to be the objective here. Nades are coming in. Law is pretty much knocked out here. Law is going to try and provide assist or information for the rest of the team to try and provide the play here. Luxy going to be providing a little bit of assist here. Ryzen will finish off Law. So there's going to be a little bit of entry denial here. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, they will get back from behind here, because as of now, that's going to be BTR also joining the fight from afar alongside with another team who's going to be shooting them as well. So Mafioso is going to be the potential predicament here, because he is trapped in between the crosshairs of BTR and potentially RRQ is going to be coming in as well. Futbolist taking the high ground on top of that, and this is going to be a potential 4-way showdown, as RRQ is pretty much inside the compound here. They're taking chill pill, going to be listening out for those gunshots yet, as Bigetron not going to be merciful in this regards here, because they want to clean out Alpha 7 completely, as Zuxi going to be checking every single corner here. It's going to be hunting out Mafioso. Look at this. He's made a little bit of a sound here. He's snake his way through, and he's gonna expose himself. He gets a couple shots in, but nope, he will bow out instead and send it. Gets shot from Futbolist, and that's gonna be Alpha 7 out of the picture as Bigetron will take the big win alongside with Futbolist here too.
The team started with A alphabets. It's supposed to be the number 1, but apparently A1 or Alpha 7, both of them usually will be the first one to be out. Maybe start with B later on, or C, not A next time. But nevertheless, we're talking about the kill feed going crazy for a bit, even though it's just the second phase of a circle. Na'Vi taking down on Secret Jin, while RRQ hiding himself away from NOVA-XQF. Look at Ernie. And he's trying to hide his rare side. Bigetron on the left, NOVA-XQF on the right. Which one should I fight against, or which one I should run away from? Because the next circle, Cam Alpha, will be the main island. But will the circle be trolling us? Because we never know the hot shift sometimes. Oh, well, it's going to be towards the southern side. Still surrounding Cam Alpha. Come out from northern. It's going to be 4 a.m., A1, and also PW888. And apparently the other teams are coming out very late in Painan. There's going to be Zeus Hugh retreating, fighting against Digital Athletics just now.
Yep. Speaking of which, here, Na'Vi, they've been holding on the western side here as well. Team Secret Jin, they are going to be stranded out in the ocean as well here. That's going to be a fish in the sea. So, going to be scouted out all by themselves here. There's nothing much they can do in this situation because Na'Vi's got that every single corner here. That's pretty much a dead trap here coming from Team Secret Jin. No submarines to help them, no place to heal on top of that, and the circle is going to be closing in 45 seconds. Kangzo, he needs to make a move now, and I don't think Ditzy is going to be letting it slide for him all too easy here because Na'Vi, they've been getting a lot of kills out of that here. Meanwhile, while this is actually happening here, Kangzi is going to try and find an opening, which I don't think is going to be happening anytime soon here. He needs a miracle to survive this, as they need someone to actually crash into this Na'Vi, because the only way for him to survive is Na'Vi is not going to be aiming their crosshairs on him. But as of now, Kangzo is going to make a run for here. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing a couple of replays up here because 4 a.m. did engage against guys from Power 88 from the northern section. PA8, they were rushed in from 4 a.m. in that regards here. So 4 a.m. is going to go a little bit aggressive to try and get a little bit more KP on top of that. And it's worked out ever since here because 4 a.m. They've known to be extremely aggressive here, but this is an interesting approach coming from 4 a.m. because they took the ocean approach as well alongside PW88, alongside Team Secret Jin, alongside I believe it to be Na'Vi as well. So this is a very, very interesting approach, but hopefully things will be for the better, as I would say 4 a.m. was kind of blinded a little as well here. They did tank out the zone a little bit more in that regard. So Kingzo, he is going to bleed out the zone eventually. There's nothing much he can do. That's feels bad for Team Secret Jin though, Shu.
Oh, Kingzo, he tried. Keep on swimming, brother. You can do it. Keep on swimming. No, I don't think he can make it out with the blizzard closing in from the ocean side. That's going to be tough for him. RRQ then, they're going to take down on Microboy first. So if only they have a grenade. Oh, well, they popped that one grenade. But Secret Jin will finally eliminated by Na'Vi just now, who's been waiting for the free kill. But will be a Kobe on the side of RQ. Luxy pinning down on Konina Power. They're too busy what's behind them, which is going to be Konina. They forgot about RRQ. Now Microboy and Ryzen will focus what's in front. The other two, the twins, will focus on what's on the back. It's going to be Konina Power, RRQ versus Bigetron, who's kind of sandwiched between two. And RRQ got one knocked down. They have not enough eyes to look out for Bigetron. RRQ, can they rush in? Will they rush in? But Konina Power is having the same idea as well. We're looking at Gonzo's position. He has smoke right across him, but he spot out D2E. Can he take down D2E? If he did actually start fighting against RRQ for Konina Power, it's going to be a huge advantage, a huge favor for Bigetron to stay alive for the next couple of minutes. Oh my god, that's just hard for Bigetron. This is just really painful. They've been barbecued by that Molotov and now kind of cornered underneath that stone structure, and nothing much that they can do.
a big molly here coming from D2E, and that's going to be a really rough one here for Bigetron here. They're trapped in the crosshairs of both Konina Power on top of that as well. Despite all the smokes coming in, Konina Power, they are going to be rotating to go in for the flank on top of that. As Bigetron, they're still blinded into the smoke here. Meanwhile, on the northwest section here, 4 AM still going head-to-head against PWA in here. Gonzo will knock off Zuxi off the kill feed on top of that here. Corpay will get knocked off as well from A1. Gonzo will also knock off Zuxi. But now, Gonzo fighting against BTR. They've lost Luxy and Zuxi potentially here. Luxy is still relatively close towards Ryzen here. But can Ryzen go in for the save and be the hero for today? And no, he will not, because that's going to be D2E shutting them out here. And BTR are going to be up on 14 place. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing on the northwest section of this team fight here is 4 AM going up against PWA here. Ice is going to be the one to hold down against the fort against 4 AM, as 4 AM have been tanking the zone relatively long. They don't exactly have the utilities going for the push here, and Ice is going to make it hard for them here, Drew.
It's going to be an ice stone cool for him if he didn't actually budge from the blue here. He puts himself quite right, but can he make it out alive? Because there's so many team right across. The moment he steps out from there, Gui will bleed out for sure. Nobody can save him at that distance. And 4am Suk is kind of maybe just hopping around there, maybe running. I'm not sure why his name tag is up and down, but apparently Ice took down 4am Suk. What just happened? We missed that one. Matoy on the other hand taking out the blue. It's going to be the fourth phase now, and it's going to be 4% of HP knocked out bit by bit for these guys, and it's not pleasant. And Navi, they got themselves a 5 kill, but on the meantime, we're looking at Matoy. There's nobody in there. What is he planning? Literally tossing away his grenades for nothing.
Wow, what a Molotov here coming from Raum. He's actually forced Neen to actually kind of reposition himself here, and Raum does have high ground. He needs to finish the picture, but at the same time, Futbolist, they're on top of the mountain. They can't exactly go in for retreat here, and Neen gonna get a couple shots in here. Meanwhile, on the kill feed, we do see Luz taking out the boys from Team Secret on top of that. Cherry also taking out members from Futbolist. They trade after trades. Matoy actually burning himself here. Not exactly what's the story between that here, but Futbolist, they have to go in for a hard drop here. This mountain going down here is not exactly an easy time here. ASL will take the low ground in that vicinity here. Lutz is going to be providing a little bit of assist here, but looks like Raul might actually bleed out and die here, because that is going to be a long drop down below, and ASL, they're going to be trapped on top of that as well. They are trading nades after nades. Raul, he does not have any more first aids here. Can he make the play here? Because as of now, ASL, they're going to be in some trouble. That's going to be 3 kills all the way through. ASL, they're getting shot from every single corner here now. In the worst case scenario here, Raul is going to make the best of what he can. He's going to get enough KP for the side of Futbolist here, with his health slowly ticking away here. He's got a bandage here, but Haven is going to try and heal himself out of here. Looks like he's going to go for the miracle jump. And he eventually misses the timing here, but he will sacrifice his life. And Haven now is going to bleed out eventually here. Pops the first aid kit. Is it going to be close? Yes, he's going to be A-okay momentarily here. Meanwhile, on the northwest section here, DA is going to go fight against KP. Konina Power gets taken out. Actually, it's PWA that gets taken out from the northwest section here. Raze being the last remaining player for his team. Zeus has been laying low for quite some time now. This time, from the southern section here, 3 men healthy. They've got 3 kills. They scout out the members coming from RRQ, but at the same time, they have this buggy to protect here. Can they do what they can here? Because Navi is starting to get a little bit aggressive on top of that. And Sinha will get a nice clutch here, getting a couple of nice kills coming from the northwest section here. But Sinha needs to loot up a little bit more here too.
Oh no, one more team out. Abrupt Slayers, only 1 kill. That's not a good problem. Not much point as well. RRQ, they were aggressive at first, and now they got pinned out at the edge of the circle. They have no way out. Ernie will be obliterated by him, decimated there. RRQ out and about at 9th place. Now Jimmy tried to fight for more. Futbolist, this is nice. Jimmy's having himself in Camo Alpha. Basically, everybody coming down from that field will be visualized by Jimmy and the rest of NOVA-XQF. They got 1 more free kills. That's easy kills, easy wiped out for the whole team of Futbolists placing at 8th place. But Nova, they are eager for more. They are bloodthirsty, and they just wreak havoc the moment they jump themselves inside of a safe circle. They came in late. They always the late rotates. They always need the late rotates to come up from behind, but they want more. But it will not be the same case. No, Zeus, just now were two two very important games, and they just won for, he literally have nothing left on Zeus. So they finished it off quite strong. I'm not sure if that's enough, but looking at this, Snobby coming up for pizza shot, Hazelnut. Oh, he missed. He whipped it last minute. And trying to play it down, and there's no way out. He got last stick of health. It just didn't connect. I mean, Paul trying to find 4 more. He's not happy. He still won that 1 kill from Tixi, but nope, Tixi's just healed up. Now he's gonna run for it. The Blues closing in. More teams out. It's down to only 4. 12 players well and alive. 6 face-off circles start to grow.
Yep, Navi back in action here, down towards the top 4, getting a little bit extra safety as well. Paraboy is looking to go in for the clutch. So he gets a nice knock to his Matic. Can he get a little bit more? He's got 3 first aid. He's got a control as well. He's getting another KP here coming from NOVA-XQF here. Down towards the final 3, but NOVA-XQF, they somehow survive this here. Paraboy being a huge nuisance here, buying time for Jimmy in order to actually go in for rotation here, and it's worked out. That's gonna be Navi completely getting shut off here with this pincer attack by both Aerowolf as well as NOVA-XQF. Now we're looking at 4v3 here, Indonesia versus China, and NOVA-XQF, they are going to be the outskirts of the Camp Alpha in this vicinity here. Aerowolf has been laying low for quite some time. They had the cover, and this time they will have the numbers advantage. They're in prime position to get this chicken dinner, and they have got so much control on top of that. And Super Una, which a nice pick in. That's going to be Order getting shut up. And now Una taking a very nice boosted position on top of that as well. Potato finds a really nice angle to shoot in, but the cracks of the fence is not going to be very helpful in that regard here. So Jimmy's going to be able to count his lucky stars, as the fence did block some of the bullets here coming from Potato here. They managed to pick up Order, and they are still making it relatively hard here. But nope, that's going to be 2v4 situation here, Chu. This is a really rough one here coming from NOVA-XQF, but Aerowolf gonna play it slow, and guess what? The circle is gonna favor them even more here. NOVA-XQF, they have to push in now. Potato, does he show his edge? Yes, he will. Can he get the shot in? He gets a couple attacks in, but now he needs to make a run for it here, Chu.
Now we're talking about Order here. Mind you, Jet, even though it's just 1 man, but Order seems like to be to have the strength of 4 men. But in the meantime, they're not favored the blue. They will have to go out from here, and Jimmy takes up way too much health, and now it's going to be first ever. Aerowolf, is this the time they've been waiting for? Can this make the change for them? Can this change the overall standings? This chicken is what they have needed the whole time. Aerowolf Limax winning this, not as much kills as the other teams, but decent enough to stay alive till the end. And hopefully this will push their overall standings later on, because they're really in the need of that. The Direwolf is direly needing the points to go up in the overall standings. They closed themselves in Sanhok. The last Sanhok map for today finished off by Aerowolf getting the chicken, but we still have 1 more irregular to go. For those actually predicting for the million views prediction, did you guys get that one right? If you never get it right, then you're never gonna get the 10 million AGs and 1 million USD voucher, even 150k USD worth of prize. Now we're gonna highlight a bit for the do-to-do moments, in case you guys miss a bit of tips and bits of the best, one of the best teams in the world here. PW888 had it a rough start. NOVA-XQF, they've been shooting everybody since the start like usual, nothing out of ordinary. So basically it's a bit slow start here in Sanhok. You do notice that Sanhok feels like Vikendi now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels a little bit slow here, considering that we were expecting a lot of huge gunfight all the way through. But the way the teams are playing here, they've been playing extremely slow, playing extremely passive in that regards. But one thing I really like about what's actually happening here, let's take a look at a couple of replays here on why teams tentatively played a little bit slow here. Just because of how far the pixel can be shot as per recall, you kind of can have a rough idea of why teams play a little bit slow, just because of potential snipes from afar. Look at this, Futbolist from afar, everyone's just able to control their recoils here, especially when they're proning non-existent recoil, I would say. But what made things really hard is that, like I said as well, when the circle favored towards Alpha side here, we're pretty much asking every single team to kind of cluster themselves into the southern section of the bridge as well as the eastern side of the bridge as well. So when you limit rotation points for some of these teams here, eventually you are going to be expecting a lot of teams kind of cluster up or clump up into the southern section of the vicinity. So teams like Aerowolf who initially dropped towards the Alpha Island here, that's going to benefit them all the way through because the circle favored them all the way through. They held their horses in towards Camp Alpha, which is not an easy camp to actually push in as well, just because of how much open fields and uncontested cover is in that vicinity. So having those vehicles would be really helpful here, but like I said, Sandhawk not favorable to those who have vehicles all that too much here. However, this is gonna be the million reward guess for you guys here, as Aerowolf did win day 3 match number 7 here, and of course the grand prize reward is gonna be 150k USD. So whoever gets every single one of them all correct here, you might be walking away with a fat chunk of 150k USD thus far here, Drew.
More than enough, especially there's only 100 people we selected. Make sure you guys predict every single game perfect. We're talking about you being the pro viewers. But what's more important right now, will the statistics change? Will the standings change as Aerowolf make their debut for chicken dinner here today? It's gonna be still Zeus number 1 point away, exchanging points for 4 AM and exchanging titles, 2nd place and 3rd place. NOVA-XQF and 3 AM, 1 point difference only from Zeus. Oh well, even though they got the most chicken dinner, it doesn't mean you will get the number 1, but they are very close to closing the gap for NOVA-XQF. No gap at all. But Digit Athletics, they were number 1 for the last couple of days, but finally got pushed down by all these 3 powerhouses down to the 4th place here. Konina Power, oh, they're closing the gap, yes, for sure, but we're talking about the 8th place can jump to the 1st place if they all out. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3 swapping places, possibly 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. TS, Bigetron, Navi, Konina Power, and DA, Digital Athletics might swap places as well, including on the 9th place here, because Team Sugajin is also in the 150. So it can be anybody's game for the top 9, possibly.
Yeah, definitely here. It's going to be a really close finish here, especially in towards the last final game for today, which is going to be coming up later on as well. Can they get enough points to actually push themselves up here as well here? Because as of now, the top 3, they are pulling ranks. They are pulling away the league here. This top 3 might be the potential champions, or would say the king of kings here for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. But from the bottom side here, can anyone sweep from under the rug? Because we saw amazing comebacks here, especially coming from Bigetron Red Aliens. We saw amazing comebacks coming from DA. We saw amazing comebacks here coming from Zeus as well. From out of nowhere, they managed to take the top spot. But before that, let's take a look at the MVP for that game here. For day 3, game 7 here, it is going to be Super Una with 1 kill, 411 damage here with I would say the best player in that game here, because he survived and killed everybody else, because everybody else died here too.
It's not the best that they perform yet for Aerowolf, but whatever they need to survive, that's what really matters for PUBG Mobile. If you survive, you can take down another team and get extra points from there. It's down to about survival for them. Aerowolf is playing that way. But for head-to-head, we have Navi, Tixi, and we have both teams named as NV, but it's going to be Navi or Nova. NOVA-XQF for Paraboy 6. Amazing hairstyle for these guys. Really, you guys just choose whatever you want, right side or left side. I like the right, obviously. But it's going to be more kills on the side of Tixi, who's trying to run away from RRQ at the first start of the game, if I'm not mistaken. And Bud contribution towards team 2 towards Tixi was 62%. So his team relying so much on Tixi to make the plays for them.
Yeah, and I like how Navi is starting to pop off in this final few games, right? Like, Navi had a really, really rough game for the first 3 to 4 games, right? But ever since the Erangel map in the previous 2 games, they were able to kind of find their momentum back here. And as the fatigue starts to kick in, right? This is where your muscle memory is starting to kind of excel the most here. In this case, I feel like Navi is starting to show signs of life a little bit more, but is it going to be enough here? Because right now, Zeus eSports being one of the strongest teams thus far, a total of 111 kills thus far, highest total damage in as of now here, it's going to be 23,993 damage total to be done here. Every survive time highest thus far is going to be from
Yep. From Zeus. What, KDA. Well, we are looking at 2 Zeus banners here. That's kind of rare. But well, I'm not surprised if 4EM still squeeze in for the top 5 players later on, because they barely not, like, it's so hard for them not to make it up for the top 5. Like, never. Usually there will be somebody, like, it's either Paraboy or it's going to be Order from Nova, or just Sook will be on top of the chart. But will it be someday? We're looking at new players coming in for the top 5 here. For the team summary, just now we're looking at highest total kills still, so 400 over for now. I thought we were going to reach not more than 100 today, but I was wrong. But you know what? Who knows? They surprise us so much. Futbolists, they always travel the most, if you notice, and they really love the 4 wheels. But before we're waiting for the next slide, how about we reading out a couple of comments for you guys who've been supporting us all this time with 8 games back to back. It's just crazy. But you know what? Do drop your support for the teams that you're supporting as well. They need your love. They need your support. They need more than just playing the games. They need your love. For Tisara Jaya, Wardena, Auntie Apparat, thank you so much for the kind words. And Artemi Jesse, hello Customs, hope you guys are feeling well. We're feeling great. Obviously super pumped up with all the games here today. And also,
well, I like how you're really hyped up for this as well here. But before that, let's take a look at the top 3 fraggers thus far here. Order is going to be the top one as of now here with 41 total kills thus far, coming from the NOVA-XQF. Total damage is going to be 6,116 here. He has the highest kill here, but Zeus Zayo, he will be the one with the higher damage in this regards. He's got 39 kills here, but 4AM Sook as well. He's got 37 kills and he's got 8,023 damage here. So it seems to me here, Order is stealing kills away from Zayo, and Zayo is stealing kills away from 4AM Sook.
It's not about killing steals anymore. It's like, basically, I don't think they're gonna swap places with other players now, because we've seen it back-to-back 2 games. It's the same Order. Order is gonna be, I mean, like, his name is Order. It's the same sequence, I would say it. It's gonna be Order first and Zio second, and that's gonna be Sook. So maybe Sook and Zio will exchange places. But it's just these 3 guys the whole day here today. Where is old boy Navi? He was so great, supreme plays yesterday. But we're gonna jump a bit of recap with Heart in Circle. It was really a tough one, especially the guys have to swim over. If you notice again, 4 AM, every single time the circle is too far from them, they were things like, okay, it's not centralized, we're going to go in very late because we just swipe everybody off from the back. But the other teams here, 4 AM just taking a longer route, just as you mentioned before, they dock themselves at the shorelines, while some teams having a hard time on the southern side, especially come from boot camp and so forth. They just have to struggle so much to squeeze into that bridge towards Camp Alpha. That was a tough fight for them.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the recap of how it all went down here, especially with the fight in the southern section, right? Remember where Bigetron, they had a small fight against A7 here. They made the decision like, you know what, we need to finish off A7 as quickly as they can. Unfortunately, as soon as they did that, they were kind of in a pincer attack between both Konina Power as well as RRQ in the vicinity. And unfortunately, say that was pretty much the end of the journey for that fight here. However, as the game progressed as well, the circle kind of ended into its Alpha Island as well. I've talked about this a long time as well. Alpha Island is not an easy place to actually take without any kind of vehicles here. You're either there or you're not. And in this case, we saw every single team kind of struggle in the mountain terrain, where I think Futbolist was one of the biggest master plan here, who did so much damage. Big mountain. On top of it as well, he actually shut out the guys from A1 on top of that as well, which got themselves a lot of kills here. So the 3 teams that benefited from this the most here was pretty much Futbolist, Aerowolf, as well as I believe to be XQF Nova, where they were one of the few teams that kind of, I would say, had priority in the Alpha Islanders, right? Like, sorry, not XQF, it was Navi. Correct that here. So these 3 teams are pretty much the 3 teams that benefit the most, because they kind of dropped into its Alpha Island the most here. So every single team had to find a lot of escape or rotations and or even exit strategies to actually make it to the next phase of zone here. So these three teams had the easiest of clearing stage number 1, which is figuring out how to go into the island here. So all they gotta do is just keep on stepping up traps after traps after traps. And I feel like Navi played an interesting approach, where was despite having the island here, they were gonna try and pick up teams that may rotate from the ocean pathway here, which fortunately for them, they did catch out Team Secret Jin on the process. 4AM had a small run-in against Futbolist as well as PW88, which take the northern approach, which eventually was secured from 4AM as well as Navi is on top of that. So it was really a great read coming from them here. So I would say it was a really rough game from every single team in Sanhok, but I would say kudos towards Aerowolf, because when an opportunity presents itself, it's all up to your hands. Can you grab it or not? In this case, Aerowolf deserved that win, but is it going to be enough for them to pull some rank in that regard? That's going to be my curiosity here. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, here, we're going to be jumping in towards the final game for today in the maps of Aerowolf very, very shortly here. Better start making your predictions here. Who is going to be the teams that are going to be taking the final chicken dinner for day number 3 here at the PMGC 2020 here, Drew?
Yep, PMGC finals, you have it. And we're gonna go into the plane. And Regal, we come for the finals. Yeah, and it's gonna be the final match of day number 3. Drop your predictions now, or we'll never have anymore, because it's gonna be skewed towards the western side. But nonetheless, I'm gonna have a big shout out. I don't care what you guys say, but thank you so much, Clover Stevens, because well done, Costas. You guys are one of my favorite for now. I know I changed the word a bit just because, you know, I have Ice Baby on my side. But thank you so much for the kind words here, Clover Stevens. And you guys been supporting us here today. You guys are awesome. It was back-to-back 8 games. And you stayed with us the whole day today, more than 8 hours. You guys are just crazy good. You guys are the reviewers. And you guys are getting better at predicting as well. Because you might get away with 150,000 US dollars in your pocket. Not maybe just you, maybe 100 of you. But we're gonna jump into the final game. Back to Erangel we go. But the flight path is gonna be hard for the players that kind of favor Milta Power, if there anyone to drop, because the circle is gonna be there. We've seen this circle before. It's 1 in a million. Out of 10 circles, it's always towards Gatkar region, and now we're looking at 2 of them a bit favored more on the eastern side. This is not normal these days to get this kind of circle. I have a feeling it will end up between the junction of farm shelter around there as well. So hopefully it didn't end up there, because then it's going to be really a big mess, obviously, because of one direction. All the players from the west just now, the flight path, it's going to be complete mayhem broke at the moment. Everybody shift towards the eastern side.
Yep, as of now here, we do see a couple of interesting things gonna be happening here, because as of now, NOVA-XQF, they're gonna be having a small run-in against the guys from ASL Joker. It's gonna be trapped in between the crosshairs here, because everyone from the side of Nova here, they're gonna be swarming their way through, and that's gonna be the order with a clutch, a pixel shot here with the Joker, clutching it with barely a pixel of the health left, and that's gonna be the first blood in the hands of NOVA-XQF. So greatly done there, coming from them here. But can they continue to do so here? But because as of now, that will be the end of the journey here, coming from ASL4 today. One of the members that will bow out relatively early here for this game. Meanwhile, Team Secret Matoy here can go a couple shots here against ASL here. Heaven gets scouted out. Matoy looking to go for the pixel shot. He doesn't have a match here, but Heaven with a nice headshot in here. But Matoy will go in for the Uzi, but eventually the ones that goes in for the knock, it is going to be none other than Matoy as well. So great shot here coming from him. And that's going to be ASL losing not 1, but 2 members in the hands of both NOVA-XQF as well as Team Secret MY here too.
That's why I mentioned they need to change the letter, the alphabet A. The previous few games, it's always somebody with A who be the first blood of the game. It's either Alpha 1 or Abrupt Slayers. They need to change it to something else. Maybe Zat. Maybe, you know, who knows when you start with the alphabet from behind. Be number 1 after this. Maybe one day. But Nova King, right now, we rarely see Nova King perform here. So I'm liking the fact that we're looking his perspective right now. So Nova, they're having Order, King, and Jimmy Paraboy playing. Sometimes they do swap the players among themselves for Cool Boys not gonna play this time around. This swap it with either Jimmy or King, but I think he's gonna scout things out for the rest of NOVA-XQF while they're building up their leads for Team Secret Jin. Kangzo didn't turn out well for the last game. He got fished out by the guys at the shorelines, the Marines we call it from Navi, if I'm not mistaken. But you know what? Maybe this time it will be a different story. There's a lot of swimming this time again.
This is pretty interesting here because
I
Konina
like
Power,
it. Yeah.
they're used to actually dropping towards Novo here, but guess what? They are actually getting contested in Novo here. So this is not a great run here for Konina Power here, considering that there is actually another team actually contesting it for the spot. So Konina Power, they're in some trouble for now, as they are going to be making their way into a Milta. And well, we do see a couple shots coming in here. Team Secret Jin from afar gets counter from the guy from Digital Athletics here. Steve is going to try to finish off, and yes, he will with that red dot on top of that here. So insane eyesight did Silas. He's going to get counter from Cosmos as well, as Cosmos is going to try and save up those loots away, deny them the
It's insane.
but Silas is not giving an inch here because those pixel shots are coming in.
Who needs scope when you just iron sight from that distance? These guys are insane. What did they eat for breakfast? How can they see from that kind of distance with no scope? Holy smoke, that is remarkable. And now Super Jin Cosmos is motorbike. He's not having any vest on and no utilities. They're having a hard time to land themselves a couple of loots, but look at on the western side of the map, that's overcrowded. The one coming out from Milta Power, Lipovka, will be this main center attention for most of these guys who try to get themselves a better loot, but it's not done for Konina Power. Hopefully they will not be engaged by anybody just yet. Very quiet for now. A couple of teams dropped by Sonovska military base. Will be, is it only Aerowolf? I think it's only Aerowolf for now.
Yeah, sir, I need to retract my statement as well here. It wasn't Konina Power who usually goes into Nova. It was actually Futbolist and Aerowolf actually contesting them as well here. So I'm a little bit surprised to see Futbolist actually switch up their usual drop spots here, whereas Konina Power is going to be going towards their usual Milta route here. So apologize for that misinterpretation here. But at the same time, the game will continue here. So the circle is going to be pushing towards the eastern side here. Team Secret Jin, Cosmos, making a run for his life here. They don't exactly have enough loots yet, but it looks like they will make their way into the Bofka to try to stock up a little bit more. Meanwhile, we do see PWA is tanking the circle in.
Oh my god!
Cosmos, oh no, a little bit of a trippity trip there.
Into Cosmos we go! I don't know, Secret Jin Cosmos seems like a bit of too much. I think he's having too much fun on that motorbike. Not sure where his direction is going to, but it seems to me going to his mansion is not a bad idea. But look at how crowded it is at the center of it. Every color there is in the map is actually crowded there. For the rest of the teams on the western side, the worry will be some latecomers. I think that's going to be Futbolist coming out a long journey here. While the other teams will rotate late, will be Power 888. Now, we do mention 4 a.m. is the circle. If the circle is not favoring them, they're going to rotate late. If it's really on their side, they are right in the middle of it. So they are taking the center. Maybe they'll fight against all the teams surrounding it as well, which is going to be A1 for now. Possibly because they are the nearest towards them, and also Team Secret Jin. Mind you that they have to be extra careful now. If they cannot be a bit more alert, it's going to be the whole team wipeout. Especially the team with Ace in the front, they have to be extra careful. And a lot of people don't like the word A apparently in this tournament. And Paraboy with only micro Uzi, they're having a hard time. If you notice, most of the players couldn't land themselves decent loot this time.
Yep. But speaking of which, looking at how the game's going to be happening as well, because Nova, they are still relatively far away from the zone yet here. And on the minimap as well, we are see teams slowly creeping their way to the next bit of the zone. This is going to be an interesting for-go zone here because the circle is pretty much stuck in the facilities of prison, shelter, as well as the southern section of Yasnaya. So we are going to be expecting a lot of open fields all the way through here. Teams are going to be prioritizing on securing those vantage points as much as they can. But as of now, 4 a.m. is going to be one of those teams who can pretty much securing the Harry Potter Tower on towards the Yasnaya open fields here. And guess what? The circle is going to be favoring there here. Seems to me 4 a.m. has a great sense when it comes to reading those circles as well. They know what is going to be up here because as of now, Yasnaya is going to be potentially one of the ones going for the finish here. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they will have a small run in against the guys from Futbolist here. Yuhai will pop a couple games up as well, potentially try and knock the ball off the high horse here, and they get the shot in because now Luz going for a couple of jukes here, but Yuhai will come up on top and gets a nice knock as well, and from afar they get two, and that's gonna be Yuhai getting two as well, not one, not two, but he gets three, and he goes in for a clutch. It's gonna be the last man standing here, and he going for a hunt here, and Yuhai escapes the grasp of his hand here. Yuhai is gonna go crazy. He's gonna try and go for the 1v4 situation here, but now he's thinking, does he want to save Metoy or does he want to go in for the finish here? Because now the rest of the team is that Yuhai cleans house, and that's gonna be Team Secret MY taking not one, not two, but everyone from the side of Futbolist here. What a play there coming from Team Secret MY. A huge 4K for Yuhai boys. Choo-choo.
It's a boy, alright. Here's one of the youngest players there is. Side from A19. He is 15 years old, but Team Secret 16 years old. Yuhai have more to offer. That was a crazy car flying moment there. I know it's 2021. We have a lot of flying cars in the match itself, but man, that was a huge leap of faith they made. On the side of Aerowolf, they're trying to go for more. And this time, they're more confident with the last chicken dinner, but they didn't get a lot of kills. They're playing too safe here, if you ask me. And I was hoping more from them. Please, it's already the last game of today. They have nothing more to lose. They have more to prove there is. And on the side of the circle, it'll be a very late rotation. Coming out a very clear path for Konina Power from Milta up to Shelter, maybe on the Medusa intersection later on will be the final circle. But look at Gonzo with M16 tapping it out on Aerowolf. Look at that Renare chipped quite a lot of damage, but it's not connecting to knock him down entirely. And Gonzo is not so happy about it. Position himself, no helmet. This is a risky move for him. If only on the other side they have a sniper rifle, then he will be doomed, straight away knocked down. Yuhai, it's not done as well. Digital Athletics will be the next contender you have to fight against.
Yep, it seems like Yuhai seems to be high on adrenaline here because as of now he's going to be popping off. He's got that huge 4K. He's going to be getting a little bit of bloodthirsty. Meanwhile, Konina Power here, they're going to be a couple of Aerowolf with the guys way through here. Frozen trying his best to break out the train here, but can he done the job done? Yes, he will. And that's why he's stranded all by himself here. It looks like Frozen is going to go give chase as Pao is going to be left all alone. He's got his last first aid kit. Frozen is going to rotate his way through here. That's going to be a huge damage towards Aerowolf here, losing Pao in the process, potentially out on himself. And this time he's going to be tanking the zone with only 7 bandages on top of that here. Meanwhile, the circle continues here, but there's a point I want to bring up as well. Pay attention to the minimap as well. As Choo did mention as well, the Medusa's intersection completely ignored by the rest of the teams here. We saw a couple of gatekeeps formerly from 4 a.m. before in the previous games, and they love to camp towards those facilities, but this time they are voting towards Yasnaya, and 4 a.m. seems to me they've got a great read because as of now they've taken out all the positions of all the high grounds of the apartments here. So that's going to be a lot of information going to be shifted towards them as well. That's going to be a lot of heat being dished out as well. Unisonly here, every single team is rushing their way, trying to secure themselves a good spot into the Yasnaya territory here. 4 a.m. having those information here. They're shooting out tires. They're shooting out everybody as well. Team Secret G taking some serious fire on top of that. And they might going to be running into the hands of 4 a.m. potentially here. A greedy approach here coming from Hasaki as well as 33 Sven here, taking the police station and the mansion as well as the police station on top of that here for no more vantage ball. They split up too far across here, but 4 a.m. is this the wisest of choice as of now here, Chu?
Thanksgiving if those actually knows how to fight this one out, especially 4 a.m. They want the kill. You can smell the desperation, the bloodthirsty guys. They want for more. PW8, they got the advantage of getting the higher ground, obviously. These athletics just want to say hi, a friendly one, but they welcome it with bullets and grenades being shot down towards digital, and they're gonna say goodbye for now. They know they are not welcome. They will not overstay. They try to rotate into a higher ground than what they have proposed. On the side of order with the M16 only, I think this is the only thing I can find. Or maybe he's very comfortable with using M16. I don't like it personally, but Toy, he's thinking about, do I cross this bit or no? Because Rex is just spraying there for Nova to try to disengage. But will they go to follow pursuit? Will they actually tail down Nova? This is big race we're talking about, taking down the Titans first. But none of the other teams, except for Futbolist, who've been bowing down themselves a bit earlier than the other teams. There are 15 teams still well and alive. We're entering the fourth circle. You do know when the fourth circle happens, that's where we call the great migration. Everybody will try to force the fight later. And now Team Secret, they try to find another victim working in our power. Migrates, taking a longer rotation, avoiding Zeus entirely, just to make sure they secure, they prioritize how well is it, how important it is for them to get into the circle first.
As of now here, we see teams playing a little bit safe card as well here. They don't exactly know which end of Yasnaya the circle is going to be closing in as well here. It may be the northern section here, open fields all the way through. It may be the wheat field as well down to the southern section of Yasnaya. So teams are still debating where they exactly want to solidify their spots here, because as of now, are dishing out a couple of shots here. PWAA could be holding the warehouse facility, could be contesting the high ground alongside Navi. Unfortunately, he gets scouted out here, so that's gonna be a Navi taking one of the kills here from Corpai potentially here. So Corpai is gonna crawl his way towards ice here, but Navi, they're spreading out their forces. They're looking for the push, but guess what? Chu, the circle is gonna push in towards the urban warfare of Yasnaya. Ladies and gentlemen, here we're gonna be seeing 2 urban warfare for today. And Yasnaya is not the easiest one to fight here. And we're going to see a huge cluster mass here. However, Gonzo, he will get taken off from boys from 4 a.m. He got to take him down as well. Fierso, it throws a couple of Molotovs in towards Konina Power. And just like that, Konina Power, they lose not one, they lose 2 of their members in the process here. And that's going to be Acer left all by himself to try and rat his way to his next phase of the zone here, True.
And now look at how tiny the window is by actually using the full potential. Bigetron cannot spot him out. He really didn't know where this shot's coming out from. Oh, sneaky you, Xer. But on the side of Prizepool, it's not so well. On the Navi, changing perspective, we go. At the same time, they're swapping weapons. All 3-4 men inside the same vehicle. I'm not sure why they didn't finish off Potato entirely. Maybe they are a bit too careful about the other whereabouts of Aerowolf positions, but it's a really easy kill if they can just go rush and they got the vehicle. They can just reposition themselves of where the knockdown were. But Fav now arrived trying to save the day, but I don't think so. Now what was that decision making? That was a huge mess coming out from a Aerowolf just now. Didn't think it through to actually rush in like that, and that's also Power 888 on the other end. That's too risky for Aerowolf just now. Lost too many members, only one remaining survived, and Navi almost as the same fate, sharing it with Aerowolf, shot down from that motorbike. No boy trying to make a big play here. Potato bleeding out. Nobody finished off the free kills, surprisingly.
Yeah, that's really scary here. A little bit greedy here coming from Navi Smoke here to actually go in for the push, considering that they had a couple big hits against Aerowolf, but unfortunately that's going to be down for Smoke here. Fortunately for them, they are still 3-man healthy here, but as of now, they're playing it a little bit risky here. They're playing open fields terrains all the way through here. Going to be hiding towards the cracks of the rocks here to try and rat their way into this next phase zone here, and it's kind of working out for them here because the rest of the teams are preoccupied towards the urban warfare is happening, which is pretty much happening in Yasnaya. So Power 88 here is going to be having a pretty much a solo fight against Navi, potentially even Aerowolf in the process here, but nothing out of ordinary here. They have to clear out the northern section before they can focus on the urban warfare, which is to come later on here, Chu.
And now we're waiting for the nades being tossed. For us, it's a bit of freezing moments here. Power 888, they want to fight Navi, but they are not aware. A1 biting them at the back, and now it stings. And Power 888 will be shot down by Old Boy. He's coming back into the match now. Old Boy lighting up the fire, igniting the spirit to get back into the top. top 5 teams later today, hopefully. But on the eyesight, he spotted him out first, and a bit too late for old boy. He got shot down. Where are the rest of Team Na'Vi? They are far too behind, and they cannot reach him on time.
Yeah, what a clutch there coming from Ice, taking advantage of the Uzi as well. And then take down the old boy here. Overextended his stay there. So as of now, Power 888 here is going to try and take advantage of the situation, get a little bit more KP. But guess what? The zone, they have 35 seconds left. They have to make it towards the urban warfare. Yes, Naya, it's going to be open fields all the way through, and they don't exactly have vehicles. Okay, sorry. Correct me. Corrections here. They do have vehicles, but they have to make a run for it now, because as of now, A1, they're keeping their way through, and Shoykot is going to get a couple of shots in here from afar as Team Secret Jin is looking to clean him out from this fight. It's all by himself here. The Neen and also Sinister is going to be providing the assist here, but it can't to what avail here, because as of now, another team is going to be dropping by in towards a hard push here, because NOVA-XQF, they are finding a combo for themselves, and unfortunately they managed to run out the grasp of PTR. Meanwhile, Konina Power Xer, he's going to be in some trouble. He's going to get overrun his way through. He lobs the nade down, but it looks like NOVA-XQF, they heard him. They know what's up. They are going to take a chill period and assess what is going on here. This is a huge war that's about to happen here. 14 teams in this big town here. This is going to be a long journey for all these people here as well. Sir is going to be snaking his way through order, hurt his footstep, but they don't exactly want to overextend. They don't exactly know how many people are in this game. We can see there's a lot of people here, but then inside the game, this is a huge mess here too.
No, everybody has their wits end now. I'm talking about every team that is still in the game. We merge into a very small circle in the Yasnaya. I call it Yasnaya Pokemon now instead of Poliana. Look at how the dots are all over the place. A1 Sinister got himself quite a decent view there, while Secret Jin sharing the things from town and Toy Court. Now, we have Na'Vi. His key, where would he run? Where would he go? Matic tried to get the extra hand at the back line, but it's still an open field. He only covers by the smoke for now. He's been shot down quite tremendously coming up from Team Secret Jin, and also A1 Na'Vi being stopped, being denied entrance entirely from these two teams, and those without buildings will have to suffer. With airdrops in between taunting them, they can keep the covers for temporarily. For how long? Look at that, Matic's running zigzag away, but it will not actually last long enough to just survive this one. He's suffering alone, while Tiggs is still staying low as much as possible. We're talking about Secret starting to move from the back line. Serious clump in between all the chaotic mass right now. It's a just literally party everywhere. It's just shooting party all over the place. You can hear gunshots, and they have no clue on which direction coming out from. Look at that ASL, Abrupt Slayers going down. Secret Jin follow suit. It's gonna be them eliminated next at 13, down to 12 teams only.
The true gangsters indeed here. A1, the perfect holdout here, providing the assist here. What a great support coming in from both Need as well as Sinister here to try and keep things out alive here. But guess what, you? The circle is going to push them all out of the town here. It's going to be the open fields of your sniper, Naya. And guess what? Na'Vi is going to be the happiest team in the world, because as of now, there's not really a lot of teams in this vicinity, whereas every single one from Yasnaya has to go out. They're getting desperate. Look at this. RRQ going to be going head-to-head against PTR now. He finds Luxy, and they are going to finish him off here. Luxy is going to be trapped on the furthest end of the circle. They are going to be trying to lob a couple of nades in here. RRQ, they lost a couple of members now. G9, they're going to be trading nades after nades. Do they connect the dots here? Nope. G9 gets clapped. Nope. Actually, G9s will get popped off, backed off a little bit here. Meanwhile, PW88 is right underneath their noses here, but the circle is closing in. BTR, they have to make a run for it here. 12 teams left, 33 alive in this weird circle here, True. I don't know what's up, but you can see the movements are coming in. Zeus are already making a move here as well. Team Secret likewise as well. 4 AM going to be playing the open field, but PW88, they catch BTR, and that's going to be Bigetron out in 12th place with PW88. And having a Dacia for themselves, they are going to try and rotate away from this position here. Secret U-High Boy is going to be the next one to fall as they are caught out in the open by 4 AM. RRQ still trying to survive this fight here. Para Boy clutches the game in this fight. He destroys RRQ, but can he do more? Because all by yourself here. The rest of the team are inside. They can't exactly do much. Paraboy, you're all by yourself. But looks like RRQ will let him live as the circle is going to be the priority for RRQ. Zeus is still alive. Alpha 7 going to completely get rushed out from Zeus. I see it though. That's going to be Alpha 7 losing one member in the process. But the circle is coming in. D2E, he's going to hold down the fort against Paraboy now. And Paraboy is going to be in a really, really rough spot now, Chu.
And now Paraboy waiting for the right time to jump down. Will he surprise his teams at the bottom now? D2E pop out the smoke. Paraboy thinking about jumping down. 4 AM, 3 members knocked down. Where is the 4th? We cannot spot him out just yet. Where is he? Zeus. Oh, surprise, motherfucker. There you go. Godless, it was crazy, inhumane reaction, insane place. It broke straight away. That was fast reaction. And order now back towards the game. We go. NOVA-XQF still in there. RRQ bleeding out. Oh, they got wiped at 7 just now. Finished off by A1. A1 still survived. They made it out at top 5. Can they actually survive all the way here? They have the advantage of 3 men for now. Sinister bleeding really, really low. They still have 4, mind you that. 4 AM, same goes for them. So it's a battle of 4 AM of 4 men and A1 as well. Zeus having 3. NOVA-XQF and Navi having 2. A lot of bombardments here. Barricades of just barrages of grenades dropping in. And now 4 AM, not sure which way to aim first. Order trying to take down on 4. I'm not sure 4 AM is there. They pin down on Navi. Takes the finish off by 4 AM. Eliminated Navi. They don't have cover, but they managed to survive this long. Just have to salute for them. And 4 AM now trying to take down on A1, who's droning so low to the ground. Order really lasting up health, but he's still spraying for more. These guys know no fear. He's just reckless. Look at that, healing up for now. And on the side, Savan trying to finish off Zeus. He got clumped between 4 AM and NOVA-XQF. But what just happened? A1 is like being... I'm not sure. They're just being awoken and go crazy. Suddenly, they're just blazing guns in there, not thinking twice. Don't have a care in the world and try to take down all the teams right in front of them.
They are insane indeed here, but now 4 AM looking to close out the game. A big shot there coming with 33 sweat, and Godless gets taken out here. It's going to be A1 versus 4 AM. 4 AM holding the corners here. They've got 4 men healthy. They've got 13 kills, and they're looking to close out the game. And that's going to be Dante out of picture with 4 AM taking the final chicken dinner for today in the PMGC finals. Day number 3, 6 kills for Zook. 3 kills for Sinha, Hasaki with 2, and 33 Sven with 4 kills in total here. 4 AM, full control of the entirety of Yasnaya. They pushed everybody out against each other. They dominated the position. They killed everyone in the picture. What an insane play here coming from 4 angry men here, Chu. Wow.
Wow, that was just disciplined plays coming out from 4 AM. But I have to give credit to anyone who have thought they would go all crazy like the insane plays. They suddenly have the boost of morale and courage for the last game just now. It just pushed them to the brink. They want to expand. They want to go even further more. They stepped up their game in the last few matches here today. I have to give credit for them. In the last match of day number 3, they show they have what it takes to starting off. Maybe, I don't know, maybe tomorrow is the final day, maybe not. But you know what? All the teams down here, it's just incredible to see the show on day number 3, how every team's progressing throughout the whole entire tournament, pushing each other out there. But this is going to be a highlight for you to do these moments in case you missed the tidbits. But did you get your prediction right for the median gas rewards? Because if you do, you should be happy. Because why? You got one more correct one. Yay! But you know what? They have more games to go. Be sure you stay tuned with us and keep on predicting to be the best of the most pro viewers out there.
Exactly here, but as of now here, let's take a little recap here what it actually went down as well here. The circle favoring on the eastern side here. No teams actually expecting it to end it towards Yasnaya. Pretty sure that was pretty much happen here. But Yuhai, with this insane quad kill clutch and all by himself, he was able to outplay everyone from the side of Futbolist just like that. There was an insane run coming from Yuhai from that vicinity here. So besides that play here, as the circle goes by, right, if you pay attention on how 4AM positioned itself, they spread out their forces on towards the police station as well as the apartments vicinity, try and force everyone around them, especially for teams who tries to approach from the southeast corner, which initially they had the most information to begin with because they had the biggest oversight of everyone who's pretty much rotating around this circle here. They counted at least 3 to 5 teams who rotated around them. So pitting them against each other and forcing 4AM to fight in a one-dimensional fight was phenomenal here. But nevertheless here, as the game progressed, XQF, they were the last to actually begin the zone here, but somehow they managed to prevail by sending Paraboy to try and delay the rest of the teams, especially when Bigetron was kind of rotating in between them alongside RRQ. So Nova, I would say like the decision and the timing coming from XQF, knowing that, hey, 4 cars rushing along the roadways here, normally we would not expect them to survive here, but considering the timing of the circle as well as the timing of all these teams who's pretty much focused on shooting each other, no one would pretty much look at the road. People will probably be focusing on looking at the windows rather than the road. And I would say Bigetron wasn't prepared to take on XQF as soon as that. So that was a great timing from them there to actually make it into the top 3 coming from XQF Nova. But kudos to 4AM. They've got 14 kills in the bag. And another team that we kind of left out a little bit here is actually A1 eSports. We have not seen them do anything for quite some time. They have been at the bottom of the pack here, but today's games, that hold down, that fight against Sigrid, that was not what I was expecting at all. I was expecting Sigrid to hands down take out one of the members here, but they prevailed here. Great stuff coming from A1 eSports here too.
That's incredible plays. But okay, I'm gonna clear things out a bit just in case you guys question it. I always say surprise mother and father. What's wrong with that? I love my mom and dad, okay? My mom loves to surprise me. Same goes for my dad. Call me my father, okay? And it's pretty normal to love your parents, guys. Come on. But okay, I'm gonna state out the players that kind of extraordinary and the pillars for the team one by one. We go all 16 teams one by one, okay? For Bigetron Red Aliens, obviously it's gonna be Zoxy, no question about that. That kind of shines the other. That's what I meant here. It's always them to make the plays. For Klas Data Athletics, I have to give it to, I think it's mostly about Celine. 4AM, no question, Suk always. For Power Triple 8 KPS, it's going to be called Pi for me. RRQ Athena, well, this is a tricky one because they play as a team these days. There's no somebody that's extra than the other, but I have to give it to Beer. Sometimes they're okay. I don't know. Ernie is okay too sometimes, but they haven't shined as bright as before. Konina Power, maybe Frozen here. I have to say Frozen or Black White.
Yeah, I definitely agree here.
It's going to be order, but did you guys get that guessing prediction right? Million reward guess? Last match it was 4AM for day number 3. You got it wrong. It's okay. We have more games to go for tomorrow, hopefully, and 4 million AG and 1 million UC vouchers for you guys that got it right. Yay, you got it. Even might get away with 150k USD. The chances are there for you that got it right. You guys are amazing. Who needs to be pro players to get some cash reward, right? Just be the pro viewers.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. And of course, we're going to be having more games to come tomorrow here. Potentially the final games for a final day for tomorrow here. So be sure to come back same time, same place. But before we send you guys off here, let's take a look at the overall ranking. We're going to be up on screen right now here as we are going to be seeing a huge shift of the scoreboard very, very soon here. Because as of now, ladies and gentlemen, here 4AM will topple the scores. They will take the #1 spot. But actually,
tie.
It is a tie against Zeus because apparently both teams have 227 points, but 4AM has more chickens than Zeus here too. Wow, that's
okay,
really close here.
I have to question this. What happened if the first, second place kind of tie like this? Usually they will calculate it based on the kill points. But I'm not sure because if they put it based on the kill points, he's supposed to be in the first place. But maybe because of more chickens, maybe for 4 a.m.
Well, we most probably need to double check it with the marshal later on here, but as of now it is hopefully it's not going to be a tiebreaker for tomorrow because we are going to be having more games for now. But meanwhile, the top team right now is none other than 4 a.m. and Zeus on the top 2 spot. NOVA-XQF will be on the top 3 place here with 222 points here, so not too far behind here as well, because this top 3, any one of this is going to be the true kings of PUBG Mobile for by the end of tomorrow. Meanwhile, DA is also going to be up for contending as well here with 171 points for themselves here. Navi on the 5th place here with 169 points. Team Secret on the 6th place here with 164 points. Bigetron Red Aliens going to be on the 7th place here with 162 points. Konina Power makes their way into the 8th place here with 161 points.
Oh, a lot of catching up for the team that's still on page 2, but not that far for those actually on up till, I say, number 9. But then you look at how Digital Athletics, they're falling off the grace here. They were number 1, but just within one day. Starting off today, they started off with still number 1, but then just dropped down to the 4th place. 100 over, still not hitting the 200 marks here. It's gonna be a lot of improvisation, reassessing, reset their minds and their body. Especially today was a really long day for them. A hustle for most of the teams. They have to go through straining themselves from match number 1 to match number 8, mind you that. But no worries, they got themselves Mountain Dew to energize themselves again.
Yeah, definitely here. But as of now here, we saw a huge change in terms of scoreboard as well here, especially coming from Zeus as well. They've got about 90 points shift, I think, just from today's performance here. So tomorrow's game, if any of the teams on the bottom here who gets pretty much the same point as them for today here, we might be seeing a new champion for tomorrow here. But I don't know. This is going to be a rough game here. It's going to be a close one here for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. However, ladies and gentlemen, here, it's going to be the MVP for that game here. It's going to be 4 a.m. Sook here. We have a total of 6 kills, 2 headshots, damage done 846 damage done here. In total, longest distance kills of 218 meters and kills of 233 here. So this is going to be a true MVP for that final map in day number 3 here, Chu. Any thoughts about 4 a.m. Sook here, Chu?
Sook. It's being a Sook. He's just unstoppable. I don't know, this guy is just crazy, another level of play. And look at 4 a.m. still again, what they shoot out, what their damage output will be what they deserve for their kills too. They didn't steal it away, they just make sure they bulldozing every single team coming up from behind. They always sneakily getting out the backstabbing every single team, and they got caught. They always caught them off guard. That's the thing about 4 a.m. You have to be extra careful. They are very stealth. Up to the point they're just looking around the corners. You couldn't even notice them. On the other teams, or Konina Power, this time not performing so well. No kill at all, even though they got themselves 300 over damage if you compare it with Digital Athletics.
Yep, and on top of that as well, I really like how A1 and 4am played that circle really well as well, right? Like every single team who tries to rotate in, they pretty much shut them off. A1 was taking control of the northeast section of the apartments of Yasnaya. 4am was controlling the southeast corner here, and every single team that rotated in was pretty much in the process of them. So it's really nice to see how the circle favored them and they took advantage of the situation. So great stuff for them here. What was really surprising for me here is that Zeus, despite having a really rough run in that circle here, they somehow still managed to get themselves some decent amount of kills on top of those fights here. So I would say in terms of firepower wise, Zeus has some insane pixel shots, which was really phenomenal to watch, especially coming from today's performance. However, we're going to be seeing more games to come here. We did see Navi kind of step up a little bit here and there, RRQ kind of struggling a little bit more, but I think one of the biggest highlights from this match is not just 4am A1's performance, it was definitely Team Secret U-High Boys quad kill against Futbolist. What was that, Chu? That was crazy.
Oh man, it's just day 3 and everybody will be pushed into a corner when it comes to final days here, and they have lesser games to count later on. But again, double banner for Zeus eSports, 100 over 4 total kills. Not that much different from the last one, but well, they're adding more numbers here, an extra 6 at that point. Highest total damage of 25,000. The same teams having the same summaries, average survival time. Again, this is the athletics, one of the moves that having the consistency to survive longest. Vehicles usage, again, Futbolist. Even though they love playing football, maybe, who knows? But for sure, they love their vehicles too.
Definitely here. Nothing out of the ordinary here coming from team summary thus far. Here, Zeus Esports still one of the teams to beat as of now. Here, I'm pretty sure all the teams here are going to be scratching their heads here for tomorrow's final match, potentially for day number 4, because Zeus Esports is the team that came out of nowhere here. They've been laying low key for the entirety of the league stage, and now they're here to take it all the way back here to challenge against the titans of in the names of 4AM as well as XQF Nova. In this case here, this is going to be the top fraggers as of now here by the end of today here. It is going to be 4AM Sook tying it with NV Order with a total of 43 kills here. Looks like the orders have been shifted here. Order was number 1 and now he's number 2 because 4AM Sook will defend his title as being the top fragger for this day here with a total damage run of 8,869 damage here, followed by Order with 7,944 damage. And last but not least here, Zeus Zayo is going to have himself a total of 39 kills and a total damage of 7,968 here, Chu.
And now the top 5 players. You have all your favorite ones. We have Law squeezing in at number 5 there, but number 1 obviously is going to be Zook, but still at number 2. Order NOVA-XQF alongside with Power. We have 2 NOVA-XQF here. That's going to be a heads up for the teams that try to take them down. It just shows that the players that having inside of NOVA-XQF, their team members, 2 of them have extraordinary firepower on their side. And it's gonna be Order and Parabai. Both of them are the entry fraggers or even the rusher for their teams here. Paraboy usually be the sniper with DB28 as his favorite weapon, but this time it's totally different. Whatever he can grab, he will just shoot it away. Instead of Order, obviously he's the rusher with N416 as his favorite, but look at the total kills here. The numbers jumping up and down in between with the highest damage, 8,000 over. Obviously it's going to be 4AM Sook, but for the contribution of the teams, I have to say, give credits to Sook and also Law from Alpha 7. They have been playing as a team play, always supporting their members as well.
Yep, having the highest damage dealt thus far here is going to be in sequence. Sook has been phenomenal thus far. Zayo as well has been very, very consistent in today's performance here. I like how Zeus Esports was able to shot up from 8th place all the way to number 2. We're tying with the number 1 spot thus far, which is really, really nice to watch coming from Zeus Esports. Can they keep up their momentum coming from tomorrow's games here? However, here's a little bit of recap here in terms of map predictions here. For those of you who missed out on an early rotation, this was pretty much the map rotation from the western side all the way to the east side here. Flight Power dropped to the western side here. A lot of teams kind of struggle in terms of rotation, but eventually it was a kind of big prank, especially when the circle prioritized their way in towards Yasnaya. Everyone expected it was going to be an urban warfare, which actually happened, but eventually the final circle pulled everyone out of this compound here, and as you can see, every single team was kind of struggling their way through. But that final circle, as soon as it popped out, it was a middle out of nowhere on the eastern side of Yasnaya. Everyone was panicking. You can see everyone was trying their best to rush their way in, but guess what? Not 4AM, because it's all calculated by them here, because they knew exactly what to do in that situation.
But for those actually guessing the right team this time, and the first place is actually 4AM just now. And you guys might win away 10 million AG and even additional 1 million UC vouchers on top of that 150k USD on the table too. For top 3 rankings here today, first win points we have 4AM, second win points we have 227 Zeus, while the third 222 points NOVA-XQF. I'm looking at Zeus building a lot of a bigger fan base now based on their performance here today. But the question is, can they close the tournament as big as they debut for day number 3?
Yep, I'm looking forward to see more games to come here because as of now, today's top 3 rankings, 4 AM, Zeus eSports, and also XQF Nova. And today's winner chicken dinner in sequence here is going to be Futbolist taking the match 1 for Datum 3, 4 AM on the second match 3 for Bigetron Red Aliens, Secret Gene on match 4, Zeus eSports on match 5, NOVA-XQF on match 6, and Aerowolf on match 7, and 4 AM on the last match here. So 4 AM being the only team with 2 chicken dinners for today here. Well, they definitely racked up some serious points here to try and maintain the lead. Will 4 AM continue to do so, become the kings of kings by the end of tomorrow? We shall see here, True.
We have to wait and see because it seems like it's going to be anybody's game. Imagine if it's only 1 point difference between the first and second place. For today's giveaway event, the event target is going to be 2.5 million live viewers. You guys hit it for sure. I know you guys did. And day 4 rewards is going to be more phones for you. 12 OnePlus 8Ts phones and also OnePlus Buds, another 12 given out, which is going to be starting on match 1. So make sure you grab every single neighbors, friends, cats, but don't be clumped or crowded in one particular place, okay? Be sure you have your social distancing very safe and very just take care of yourself. That's it. Stay safe and subscribe, and do be lively in the chat as well. Don't forget to type in the hashtag, the magical word PMGCX1+ for you guys to participate yourself for the freebies, the giveaways. Might as well get your new phone because that's how the pro done it. They need the iPhone, the phones, OnePlus 8T phones. That's kind of giving off a great performance here today with also the Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform. So that's the phone they've been using the whole tournament here. Maybe if you guys using it this time, it's gonna be the same performance that you're looking at how the pros projecting it on the screen.
Yeah, and yeah, for tomorrow's games here, it's gonna be the last day for tomorrow as well. And of course, for those guys watching at home here, thank you guys for watching. And shout out to our amazing sponsors for providing all this in here. Shout out to PUBG Corp, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios here for amazing setup here as well. Shout out to our official title sponsor, PMGC, is Qualcomm Technologies, who deliver the ultimate gaming advantage with Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, a full arsenal of hardware and software features that can be fully integrated into top-tier smartphones that are powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon's 5G mobile platforms. OnePlus is also a leading global mobile technology company, featuring the ultra-fast OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone as the official device of PMGC. OnePlus 8T is powered by the Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform here. And amazing, thank you guys so much here for providing us the amazing setup thus far here, alongside with OnePlus 8T, which all the players are actually playing here, has been performing on top tier performance thus far. And not to mention as well, our official beverage of PMGC 2020 here, Mountain Dew, is the proud official beverage of PMGC, fueling the next generation of gaming talents here as well. On top of that, there is also a special department we want to shout out to as well here, because we are also very honored to have the Dubai Tourism and the Dubai Sports Council as our location sponsor. We thank them for their support and for making the event in Dubai possible. Thank you guys so much here, all the amazing sponsors here. And Choo, anything else you want to add on top of that?
Thank you guys. Any shortcomings coming up from us, we're really sorry if there's any words that kind of fumbled, did stutters. That's my shortcomings. I hope you guys can forgive me about that. I do want to shout out for Jason, Maximus, Aerowolf, John Allen, Blank, Hot Jukes, Imperium, and also Rufy and LW. Thank you so much for your support, and also we're looking forward for them to be back on the screen one day for the talents and casters, hosts, analysts. We miss you guys a lot, but thank you for keeping up with us and support the whole game here today. You guys are awesome, starting up from match 1 until match 8. That's just a long day.
Yep, and that's it for us for today here. We'll see you guys for tomorrow. My name's ICBaby12, and that is Choo Choo Gaming. We'll see you guys tomorrow.